doing essentially is stopping him short at the very origin of the very beginning. So if he
Well,
can't even
maybe
how he knows that it's a globe, why would I let him tell me or profess to me that he knows that it's a globe by viewing or the horizon or boats going over the curve or whatever? I will. That's they're dead. They're DOA, man. Dead on arrival. They're never gonna get past that point. It'll never happen unless somebody's got some kind of crazy idea that they're gonna try to weasel their way through. But I don't see how. They'll never do it. And that's where I'll hold every single person. If they can't get past step one, which I know they won't, then that's it. They're pretty much toast. If they can't provide curvature, there's no radius, there's no circumference, there's no diameter, there's no rotation, there's no gas pressure without a container. Like this, none of it.
They got to get drop over. You're right, and they got to get drop
Yep.
over distance. That's the thing. It's like, hey, curvature.
Yeah.
Okay, is curvature a 4-letter word? Okay, then let me give a different 4-letter word. Drop.
I'm telling you guys. I mean, I can't do it, man. I'm never gonna let somebody off the hook. And some people might think, hey, it's a bit, kind of harsh, to go out and be like, why are we gonna force something? Like the character that was in here earlier. Why are we gonna force somebody? I'm like, it's not about forcing somebody. They come in here, they engage with us. It's a willing participation in a conversation. They're engaging you. They want to know, so it's a curiosity, right? So now you're gonna lay it out to them. This is how it is. Now, if you can't deal with it, that's your business. But you came in here, you wanted to speak about it, and this is the truth. And your ignorance is the reason why you are continuing to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's not even that's your business.
or can I say, or also only pointing out only that thing, only that things. We are not. We have this information, this, and this, and nothing else from us. Of course, we can speak, but these are the points, and we will not move from here till we don't get the answers. If we get the answers, like it could be something. Let's imagine something that somebody said, look at this, and that every of us make a doubt about that. I don't know what is that, but let's say that somehow it's like, oh, look at this, I didn't thought about this. It
The
could be
guy,
something like that,
well,
but it's not.
yeah, here's and a lot of them come in here with their questions. Like today, there was a supposed flat earther who was talking about like where the edge is, and then there was a actual glober that came in talking about the edge. But there's a lot of there where questions. It almost sounds like they're being really genuine about it, but you want to make them think like if they're going to ask those questions, why wouldn't they be more asking the question that's a bit more provocative, like why do you believe the Earth for as long as you have being a globe, and that be more challenging versus you asking me about something you think we think the Earth is, or the edge or whatever. Like that conversation can happen after you figure out whether the Earth is what they're telling you it is or not. You take them back to what is a bit more enticing, right? Do you know that the Earth is a globe? Because obviously to you, you're coming in here like you sound like you are, and you want to ask me about an edge. We can get into the whole topic of like edge of space and edge of the flat Earth, and that's a whole other thing. But um, what you really got them to look at is the paradigm. The paradigm is the issue. It's the elephant in the room. It's the thing that they don't want to look at. It's, and bring them back to it, every single time. Every person who's a glober, whether it be an high intellect or the, lowly Joe Blow that's out there, don't really know too much, bring them back to that very point of they have to demonstrate it to us. And they don't. They're really just, and that's I could say it's like a knockdown win. They're really dead on arrival when they come here, even if it's Rumpus or Gem Panda or whoever, whatever guy, doesn't matter. They're never going to provide that evidence, so that's where it begins and ends.
Well, we're still trying to figure out stuff ourselves. Are we going to have all the answers? No. But we're going to go down in a flat direction, whatever it is, because of the lack of curvature that we see with laser tests, infrared, long distance imaging. We're just not seeing this curvature here. We're just not seeing it.
Well, see, that's the issue, though, with everybody that wants to ask all these other questions. And you can indulge them in that, and it doesn't really matter. But if they don't provide the evidence for the thing that is supposedly the capstone of their argument, the paradigm, then they have no argument. It's almost like they're running on E. And whether they try to get you on a forum where they're making fun of you because they got all their buddies, laughing at the idea that you're talking about something that they don't know anything about, that's where you have to hold them to. The key to the truth that we're talking about is getting them to realize there isn't anything they can challenge when it comes to the curvature. It is the ultimate demonstrable fact that they don't know anything. And I mean, it'll continue to be that way. It's the knockdown punch, Anyways, I'm a bit passionate about it because I think like we've come a long way in the conversation, and it's like almost there isn't anyone that could actually provide anything. I haven't heard anybody, man. Like from the times that we started doing this till now, nobody has the actual sense to even bring it around to that. Not even the intellects. And we've heard all the arguments, all the people who say they're, professing to be people of, high standard. I don't know. It's always the big issue, I guess, when we speak to them. I'll tell you what, though, man, they're on the ropes, and I know that because they don't send their the big guns in here to deal with this anymore. They don't do it.
Well, moving into the next phase of Flat Earth for me is just dealing with the weird thought processes that made us think it was a globe in the first place. The flaws in reasoning, the errors in logic and stuff like that. Where we could go in a flatter direction, easily with the exact same observations that they're making, just, with a different interpretation. I think phase, 2 or 3 or whatever for me would just be working on the flaws in the thinking process and seeing how it could work with, something flatter.
Hey, Lemon, where do you think it really began with us, all of us? What age group? Elementary?
For most people questioning this stuff, I mean, some people are coming to it as adults, but the Flat Earth Awakening was like 2015 for most people in the current, iteration. I think it's easier to deal with somebody when they're away from their safety crutches of school or parents or, groupthink. It's easier sometimes to deal with an adult after they've been taken away from all that.
Hey, you know
So
what's
I
funny?
think a lot of people come to it as adults too.
There was two younger people that came in here, and it sounded like they were fairly young, like 20s or something. So I think most of them already were teenagers when we first started this thing, and now they're adults. So
That's true.
that's what I'm getting. It feels that way, right? Like some of the ones that are stepping in here, like in their 20s, like maybe they had time to mull it over, and the seed that was planted back then. Now,
Yeah, already for 5 years more
yep.
even.
Because
Yep,
I'm seeing
that's
a
true.
pattern. Like the people that have been joining are like, it sounds like they're in their 20s.
They're the younger group. That's true.
Yep.
So probably the majority of the people that heard it altogether, like I don't know if you would exclude us out of that group, but the ones that were hearing about it, in the greatest numbers, may have been that group
Mhm.
of teenagers back 5, 6, 7 years ago when they were teenagers. Now they're in their 20s,
True.
25.
True.
Yeah.
How the time flies.
I mean, I told my sons, even though I didn't know how to tell them, I told them 5 years ago when I found out. They thought I was nuts. I'm still here talking about it 5 years later, though, and pointing them to videos and things. And
Yeah, some of us, did we ever get on any shows, any of us on here? I know Lemon,
I
I
did
think,
a,
once,
I
right?
did a, I did a couple debates on McToon and stuff like that online and stuff. back then. But
Yeah,
I think
you had a lot
that
of
was
views.
cool, though.
You went on FTFE, didn't you? At one time.
Yeah, McToon, FTFE. I think they were the main two, I believe. And I also go on Jose's even now.
That guy's still doing his thing.
Yeah, there's some interesting debates over there.
I was always wanting to have one with Professor Dave. He's the elusive Yeti. Like that's the guy that needs to be brought into one of these arenas, or at least a debate channel where I don't know. Has he ever done that, Professor Dave?
Don't think so.
Maybe if you catch him on a good day, send him an email.
I like to go in arenas where there's a back and forth, where both sides get to, air their view of things. Get to speculate a little bit if necessary, and we can go through the logic or the thinking behind this stuff.
Well, that guy just straight mocks though. He does a lot of hit pieces on flat earthers. So, well, he's been doing them for as long as he had his YouTube. Does he still have? He still has YouTube, right? That guy.
I think so.
We got a couple of people that just joined our channel. It looks like Conrad. Welcome to the group. And we have Cheeto Shipwreck. What's up, guys?
And Parker also.
And Parker,
Yep.
yeah.
And Conrad, yeah, we've heard from him quite a bit actually in the last couple of days. Yeah. Not from 111 though. What's up with 111?
I haven't heard him talk. He's been in here for a while.
It's not muted. Oh.
Hey,
Me-
question.
Yeah.
If I go every mile and dig 8 inches, will that count?
Wait a minute. Say it again.
If I go every mile and dig 8 inches, will that count as curvature?
No.
Uh,
Doesn't count. Nope.
Okay, but if I take the ratio of the arc curvature, yeah, of 8 inches per mile squared, I can reduce that to like 1 foot squared, yeah, and I create a shape, a concave shape with that arc curvature, and I put it level on the ground, and then if I put a ball on that concave shape, because it has the arc curvature the same with the Earth, the ball should stay wherever I put that ball. It shouldn't roll downhill. Correct? Mic check.
Oh no! Never mind. This is much folks look more.
I heard you, in case you were curious.
Yeah. Or yes, maybe even a 10-meter square table with the same concavity, the same arc curvature as the Earth. So it will be a curved surface. and the down vector should be uniform with the Earth on its surface. So any round object placed on that surface should be sitting like still wherever you put it. I mean, I know there will be like 100 of a millimeter, but that's very easy to machine. It's very easy to do. And we can make it even glass surface, like very, very polished.
What's up, guys? It's Quandale Dingle here. I have been arrested for multiple crimes, including battery on a police officer, grand theft, declaring war on Italy, and public indecency. I will.
Great, good for you.
Wow.
Cheetos shipwrecked. I guess you're about to be banned, probably permanently.
Yeah.
And he was just getting to the globe safe and somebody muted him. Damn it.
Can't touch this. Da na na na. Can't touch this.
You can't touch it.
Yeah, ego. Da na na na. And now commercial for the Pepsi.
Yeah, we'll just let the bot take care of it. The bot decides 7 days. Okay, thanks, bot.
Come on, Sonny, you understand surfaces, curvature.
Understand what? I'm sorry.
Machined surfaces. If I make a
Yes.
table, yeah, with
Yeah.
the same arc curvature, concave, like the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Like the globe is supposed to be, you mean?
Yeah, in 100 meters, for example, we have about 7.8 millimeters. Let's say 8 millimeters.
Okay.
A little bigger, a little rounder.
I know what 8 millimeter looks like because I have an 8 millimeter socket. So, there we go.
Or 7. We make the ball bigger than it is a little bit.
7 millimeters. Gotcha.
Yeah. 7 millimeters in 100 meters. Now, in 10 meters, that should be 0.7 millimeters.
Gotcha.
No, actually, 7 millimeters? Yeah, 0.7.
There's already a problem there. There's already a problem.
It will be almost 1 millimeter drop in 10 meters.
Mm-hmm.
So the concavity of this surface rises only 0.7 millimeters.
Yeah, so your
table, curved.
Your table would have to be curved in accordance with this as well. Your plate that you are on, that you rotate parts on, would need to conform with this curvature as well. If you had like a machine like I used to operate, the column weighed 11,500 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
If you have that much weight moving and you have it changing angles, then whatever tolerances are there between surfaces, which is usually a molecule or two of oil, and that's it.
Well, don't worry, Sonny. I mean, this surface table, like 10 meters wide, we can make it with this arc curvature, even of glass, and we can polish the surface of that glass, and it will be perfectly with the same arc curvature as the Earth, but it will be a concave surface. So now we put it, we level it, on the ground, And when you put a ball on this surface, I say it will go downhill.
Yep.
But it
We have
shouldn't.
just a little admin here. We have some HPAL here with no roles. He's server muted. Anyone else want to speak before we give HPAL a chance? Doesn't look like there is. Anyone new? Saw a couple earlier and they dipped already.
Yeah, they're gone.
Unless Parker has something to say. Parker, anything to say? Okay, no problem.
Hey,
Oh, now someone
how,
changed
well,
their name.
how do I go about learning about physics? You know, like taking physics classes when they're going to be like using the globe model. Won't they be in a physics class? Do they use the globe model, or is that not really play a part?
Depends on what you're doing in physics.
Well, it's just classical physics 1 and 2. I'll be taking in the fall.
Nah, you have to ask one of the educated types. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm not an academician, but that will be like mechanics and the Newtonian,
Yeah, I don't know.
electricity, and physics of light.
I don't know if the globe Earth is in any of that at all. Now there's someone named Huey. Was that the same person?
It's
Huey,
coffee.
can you speak, Huey? Hello, Huey. Huey, don't pull a Huey. Just saying. Okay, I'm gonna leave you just as I found you in 3, 2, 1.
No.
1. Okay. Gave you a chance.
1/2, 1/4.
3/5 of a second.
8 inch per mile square.
Mhm. Wait a
Can
minute,
you cube it?
Sasha.
Can I cube it instead? Can I just cube it?
Cubit. Have a
Yep.
cubit of
Can I just?
imaginary
I don't
time.
want to
Here you
swear.
go.
Swearing sucks, man.
Here's a cubit of imaginary time, a gift from me to you. Here you are, rookie.
Awesome.
Imaginary time to all. Feeling generous today. Hey, Indio, what are you going to do with your imaginary time today? I bet he's going to get the wind blown on him for some of his time. The wind from Boston blows mighty cold.
The best thing to do is to bend the space-time.
Banned. If something's still a theory, banned.
Yeah.
Last I heard, they stopped calling something a theory once it's proven.
It's funny because this bending of everything is like It has some sort of religious connotation, like worshipping when you bow, you know. So when you believe these things can be banned, you accept to blindly believe that something that's impossible to be banned, you can actually bend it.
Yeah. So we could get rid of the things that are indiscernible, undetectable, not experienced by anyone by any means. We could just throw those in the round file. Like along with all that junk mail you get in your mailbox every week. That's where it needs to go.
You know those tiny lights shooting across the sky, like very, very high, when you look in the night sky and you see an airplane with his blinking lights, but you can see that above it there is a tinier light moving much faster. I want to shoot one of those down to see what it is. I'm pretty sure those are military airplanes.
Why would someone go through VC or whatever they're doing? Or just coming in here and then playing some stupid recording?
Who did that?
A while back, someone named Cheeto Shipwreck, who I banned.
I must have missed that one.
Anyway.
Anyway, what's it? Well, I don't talk at once or anything.
Yeah. There is a time of rest. There is a time of measuring the curvature. Yeah.
But today is not that day. Right? Today is not the day.
I'm still getting around to
No,
it.
You're still
it
getting
was
right.
it was 273 BC. There was a day when the guy went outside. He looked into his well. He called his friend in Sain. Hey, dude, what's the shadow on that stick? What's the angle? Measure it. How many degrees? Sorry, Eratosthenes. What are those? What do you mean degrees? What's that? Oh, come on, man. Don't you know? Like measuring the angles, degrees. Duh.
I thought it was that stuff that you put on your wheel bearing. Degree.
Yeah.
Or that greasy guy called Neil Degree.
Neil degree. And then when he saw his body couldn't make it, then Eratosthenes took his magic camel and dig. He took the desert to the camel's foot, and he saw that the magic camel's foot matches 1 meter, and so he figured out he traveled 800 kilometers from Alexandria to Syene. The first accurate measurement among 2 cities ever done. What sound makes a camel when you're measuring 1 meter?
I don't know. I thought it made like a shh sound, but you know, it might go ting 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 or
Yeah. No.
yeah,
Yeah, something like that.
like yeah, something like they make spitting noises like that. Kind of like a pig with too big of lips, you know, like
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, a imaginary dead man, you can make fun of him because he's not gonna turn himself into the grave.
imaginary.
You know, when you
An imaginary
yeah,
dead man is it's okay to pick on him if he's dead, but only if he's imaginary.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's even okay to make fun of him, you know, because he's not gonna be turning in his grave.
Well, I mean, if he's dead, I don't think he's going to be doing much
Yeah.
anything, is he?
Oh no, in my country they say that when you mention the name of a dead person, they can hear you,
Oh, I
and
see. Well, maybe that's true, but
it's disturbing their sleep. Like when you say Albert Einstein, uh, he's fully aware that you spoke his name, you know, and it's disturbing his peaceful rest, you know.
that's an interesting way of looking at it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree with it, but okay.
Yeah.
That's a strange one. Now I get to take all the
Or
safety
Stephen
latches off the
Hawking.
doors. My grandson just left a minute ago. And I get to take all the little handles off the doors so I can open the door easy.
Mm. And if the person is alive and you mention his name, then he starts having hiccups, you know?
Oh, no. Really?
Yeah. So when you have
I know a
hiccups,
woman in church that used to faint every time somebody would say, "Praise Jesus." It seemed like she did anyway.
oh.
Like somebody would get up and say, "Praise Jesus," and she'd pass that every time. And me and my brothers would just laugh and laugh and laugh because we knew she was faking it, or at least we were convinced. No
Yeah.
wonder she bumped her head. And then we had to agree that she probably wasn't faking it, but we still thought it was crap. It's like, how do you
Yeah.
faint from just hearing God's name? Like, come on, man. Like, it never happened to me. That was just a joke, by the way. It wasn't meant to be serious. So don't take it that way, okay?
Yeah, of course.
You offended
Don't
me.
worry.
Good, I had to defend some. I'd feel privileged if I were you. Impossible. What's going on in here? That's a good one. Yeah, yeah, I think that would be interesting. Jay's Priestess, that's a good one too. Don't go to cookouts. Gus, why is the fire so big? Every year, Gus, you come to my house. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get ready for science and the Space Force.
Space, the final frontier.
All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go get a hammer, and I'm going to smash my finger with it if you guys don't start talking.
Space, the imaginary
Nobody talk.
frontier.
Yeah, shh.
Why not?
He's going to do it. Shh, quiet.
First rule of coercion is never use your biggest play first. Because if someone calls your bluff, you're done.
So you're under the impression I wouldn't hit my
Imagine
house with a hammer?
making believe.
Where's the evidence? What are you going to do? Hit the door with the hammer and then scream? Where's the proof that you actually hit your finger?
Well, if I was going to do it, I'd probably record it, and you could watch it live.
Ah, you mean broadcast it? Because if you record it, how could I watch it live?
All right, smart ass.
I don't know. You sound a lot like a NASA employee at that point. I'll record
Damn
it.
it!
You can watch it
Stop
live.
blowing my ride, damn it! Shh! No one's supposed to know about that secret. No, stop. Well, you guys are just boring today.
You guys have no idea how strong the power of belief is. You can
Go
have
on.
all the answers to everything. You can be the world's greatest genius, unfound. There's nobody else smarter than you.
Yeah, you're right. I am pretty smart.
Yeah.
If you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you. I really do. It's a gold plated one too. It's worth billions. I'll sell it to you
Yeah.
for low price of $100,000 cash.
When you are the smartest in the world, then you can do what I will.
Yeah, it is kind of amazing that you could have the Earth. You could basically have the whole world underneath your thumb, right? And you could still
Yeah.
screw up. That's the way it ought to be, though.
Being wrong. What's that?
It's been so long.
Just open your mouth and you know you already know you're right.
Did anybody talk to Minty yet?
No, I haven't. Woohoo, smoking in my car.
All right, Mr. Minty, if you're listening, I don't know if you've spoken on the stream yet, but if you want to, you can. Well, Minty just came to listen to Flat Earthers talk to each other about Flat Earth. And he's disappointed because nobody's talking about it. So because he's disappointed that nobody's talking about it, Earth is a globe. He's completed his mission. He can now go back to regular society and maintain his globe Earth belief. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Interesting.
Well, and that's what a lot of them do here. They come to give Flat Earth a fair shake, quote unquote. That way, they could say, yeah, I looked into it. I even went to this Discord and I gave it a shot. No biggie. It was a big waste of my time. Earth's still a globe. The government's still great. Everything from the mainstream is cool. Yeah, Minty, it's all good. Don't worry about it. The problem, Minty, with the globe is that they created a model with an Achilles heel that's 4 feet wide and easy to hit with an arrow. That Achilles heel is the claim of curvature, which is the number one thing that the globe model requires, is the globe. And the number one thing that a globe requires is curvature. It's a unique kind of shape, claiming that something's a sphere. It means it has to have a 360-degree curvilinear surface at all times. Now, of course, you can minus topology, mountains, valleys, whatever. Obviously, those aren't going to follow a curve perfectly. But what should follow the curve is water. Everything they say about the globe model is true, then that means that water is adhering to the exterior of a ball and it's conforming to the shape of that ball by equilibrium of forces that they claim exist. That being said, if you just prove that that water isn't curving, you destroy their entire model. That's the end of that. So what you do is you say, let's see, how could I decide if there's curvature on this water? Well, maybe I can measure it. So what's a sufficient measuring mechanism? Well, let's see, what could, it's got to be a sufficient amount. So how about 25 miles? That seems good. How much curve drop should be there? Well, over 400 feet. Okay, so is that sufficient enough to measure to see if it's there or not? Yeah, seems like it. So let's take a laser, using a laser transit method, which is you have a height at one end and you have a height at the other, right? So let's just say 6 feet on one side, 6 feet on the other. And if I can hit that with a laser, then that means that that 400 feet isn't there. So lo and behold, you take a laser out, you shoot it, you hit your target, and the hump of Earth with curved water isn't in between point A and point B, and you've disproven heliocentric model immediately and in totality. So, yep. Now, Mr. Minty, you know Earth's not a globe. Where to next? That's the problem with falsification of a proposition. If you give yourself a logical contingency that's easily accessible to be falsified, and somebody falsifies it, then you're done. It's the end of that story. I mean, it's not my fault that the globe model is so easy to disprove. Nor is it my fault that so many people bought it.
Nor is it our fault that we are the ones that happen to land upon it or discover it, whatever way that happened, and we're just telling you about it. It's not our fault either. We didn't plan it this way either.
Are you guys speaking to somebody in here? I don't see the person who you're talking to.
Now we're just talking to ourselves.
Oh, I was like, well, I don't see the guy, but yeah,
Oh, people usually leave before I can finish.
that's what I was saying. The other guy left earlier when you were at the tail end of what you were saying earlier.
I didn't stay till the end, therefore Earth's still a globe. Not at all.
Or by golly, if we don't answer a question, we might get a bad report.
Yeah, I mean, a sphere, when you think about it, especially a sphere model in the sense of the Earth, it's easy to disprove. It's like one of the easiest things to disprove. I mean, try disproving that a flat surface is a stop sign, like we were talking about earlier, right? The logical contingencies aren't as easily accessible. If the exterior perimeter is shaped like a hexagon or whatever, an octagon, a pentagon, whatever. Since you don't have access to the perimeter necessarily, I mean, it'd be harder to prove. But if you require a 360-degree curvilinear surface, which water must adhere to, and you can just go measure some water and disprove it, and I mean, it's a gimme at that point. But no, you don't just get to claim that the Earth is bigger, and that's why, there's no demonstrable curvature over a 25-mile stretch or whatever. You claim the Earth is bigger, or, for example, the Black Swan observation, where the horizon is 10 miles further, and it makes the circumference of the Earth like 1,000,000 miles. And you just say, oh, well, maybe it's that big. No, you don't just get to do that, because you're missing the point that you can't just inflate the ball that you're standing on and then all the orbits and trajectories and paths of all the flights in the sky maintain according to heliocentrism. No, that does not how it works. That would make everything on a small circle on top of the big globe. So still it destroys heliocentric model, no matter what. So the Earth being flat, stationary, and really, what more do you need than that? It's flat and stationary. That's how we experience it. So anything else is an extraordinary claim. Everywhere I go, it's flat and stationary, and down is down. Yet they want to tell me everywhere I go, it's curving and moving, and down is inwards, relative to another inwards, which is relative to a center of a ball floating in space. Nobody experiences that. Yet they want to make the flat Earth proposition as if it's silly. How is it silly? It's literally the base axiom of experience across human experience for millennia. What's silly is you do an experiment and you discover that the Earth isn't moving. And so instead of accepting the results of the experiment, you just make mathematics because you prefer the Earth moving. That's silly. Oh, you say these were men of science. They were doing science. Sciencey science, right? No, wrong. By their own admission, they were making philosophical decisions in their own words, in their own lectures, coming out of their own mouth holes. We made these decisions for philosophical reasons, not scientific conclusions. Now, why was it that they were making these philosophical decisions? Oh, because the idea that the Earth isn't moving is unpalatable. The idea that the Earth's the center of the universe is unpalatable to them. The idea that the Earth is special and unique is unpalatable to them because it has philosophical implications, right? Maybe of a moral nature, maybe of a spiritual nature, whatever it is. They don't like it. And because they know likey, they decided to interpret all of the stuff towards a philosophical bent to materialism and heliocentrism. rather than just follow the evidence where it lay. And people today ignorantly believe that these men were doing honest science, following the information, following the experiments, following the decisions where they naturally would take you. No, that's not what they were doing. They were intentionally skewing the results, shoving their presuppositions into the pot, stirring it up, and then giving you a bunch of gobbledygook explanations.
And the alternative flat earth must be avoided at all costs. Think about that.
Yeah.
All costs, at all costs. They don't care what the cost be, must be avoided at all costs. We read that yesterday, remember? It was a part of a thing that Elijah was reading off of too. One posted.
Yeah, there's quotes upon quotes upon quotes from these guys.
Yeah.
Listen, this is how silly it is. There's prefaces to books by these guys where the preface literally says in it, if you believe this stuff, you are dumb. And then people go on to read the rest of the book and say, oh, this must be true. It's so weird. It's uncanny. For example, Newton himself said anybody who believes mass attracts mass at a distance does not have a competent set of mental faculties. Literally, Newton said people that believe in Newtonian gravity are stupid. And that's you, Glovers.
Yes, he did.
But that's okay because in your minds, you can escape to Einsteinian gravity, right? So you can hold Newtonian when you need it and Einsteinian when you need it. And you need both, even though one supersedes the other. Now, why do you need both? That's an interesting question. Well, that's because Newton, with his astute mind, recognized very quickly that his theory led to the necessity of an infinite universe. Right? Now, that's a problem for various philosophical reasons, but it's also a problem because if you have infinite stars, then you have infinite light. And if you have infinite light, then you have daylight 24 hours a day. Now, anybody with a rational brain could recognize that that ain't true, so he had to throw his theory out. In fact, it's called Olber's paradox. So then what did you need? Well, you need an expanding universe. So they came up with this idea of an expanding universe. And they came up with these rules, and with Einstein relativity, they had the speed of light being the constant, which nothing could go faster than. Because even in a relativistic framework, you need a base to measure all the relativity off of, right? Problem is, they need the universe to be accelerating faster than the speed of light in order to match observations that they claim is the universe accelerating and expanding into nothing. So they can't even maintain coherence in their own assertions. So what do you have to do? You have to make up an accelerant in the universe that can push things faster than the speed of light, right? So you just make it up. You just do some math. You say 5 minus 1 equals 4. Therefore, I have 4 dark matter units. It's nonsense.
Well, Olber's paradox was about the amount of light that's in the universe just now. If there was that many stars in the universe, I thought you said something different. The universe is something different.
Yeah, if there was an infinite amount of light coming at you from all directions, then it'd be daylight at all times.
It should be sort of like a twilight all the time at night, just by the light in the sky. Sorry, I thought I unmuted it. It took me ages to unmute it. I just thought that he said something different. I was just going to clarify.
Nope. So what you do is if you take the center point, just call it the Earth, and then you draw valences around the Earth, circles, concentric circles going outwards, and you put stars on them, and then you do it with the inverse square law. The actual amount of stars in the next one balance out. So you basically have, light coming at you at all times from every direction, everywhere. So if an infinite universe was true with an infinite amount of stars, then you would have essentially daylight all the time.
Well, if that's actually true, then that completely disproves the fact that those stars could be huge, big gas balls like they say they are. Because if those concepts are true, then the only way that we don't have daylight all day long is because those stars are little tiny things. They aren't these big, huge, giant light and heat producing fusion balls. I mean, maybe that's just all made up, but what the
Neither is the
concept
sun,
I'm trying
but
to get at is if those stars were that big and that far away, producing that much light, maybe that is true. Maybe that the math works out on that, but it sure doesn't work out in real life because the stars are not what they say they are. They're small. We know that.
Yeah,
Is it
like where's the evidence?
what?
Where's the proof and evidence that stars are suns? You know, from
Right.
what I gather, I see one sun in the sky and then a bunch of stars. They seem to be different things.
Completely,
Colors too.
completely different things, man. For fuck's sake, by miles.
Yeah, or we had an alleged astrophysicist or whatever the heck he claimed to be come in here one day, and supposedly his job was to discover exoplanets, right? So he would look at the imaging or the data or whatever it was that he would get from his telescope or whatever the heck he was claiming to get it from, right? And so he would
Radio.
look at these things and then he would determine what they were. And he showed us one of the images. It was essentially like 4 pixels of blur and 2 pixels of blur that were kind of moving around a little bit. And it's like, okay, what is that? Well, if I just watch it for a while, it does a circle, and then I can use that to infer the mass of this other blob of pixels, and then I can decide whether it has helium or oxygen or a Starbucks, maybe a couple apartments, whether it's suitable for life or not.
And they say that that's a fallacy, incredulity, when you laugh at shit like that.
Yeah, well,
It's
all he's
fucking
doing is he's
crazy.
taking ratios, right? So he has a ratio because those 4 pixels to the 2 pixels is a ratio. And then he sees the quote unquote alleged orbit. And then he tried to infer from that a ratio of what the mass could be based on some mechanics that they allege that they know about in our local system, which of course they got from like assuming the size of Venus and assuming all the orbits and the mass of the sun compared to the Earth and all that nonsense. And basically, when we took them back and back and back to where are these base assumptions that they're applying to these pixels in the sky, he basically had to admit that they got it all from a bunch of inferences in the first instance. And then they just presupposed and applied it to another thing. But at the same time, he wants to tell you that it's an exoplanet that could or could not be habitable. I could have been feeding him artwork from my son that he spilled paint on the ground and spinning it in a circle. He would have been like, "Oh, that's 2 exoplanets."
Or they even claim to have found planets that are like possibly habitable for life, just because the stars they claim are behind them, that planet or that moon or whatever, that blinks out the light for just a split second. So they infer after that because that blink, then that means that the planet obscured the light of the star behind it. So that's how they say that there's a planet there. And then they've assumed the distance to that solar system.
Right.
And it's fucking, oh man. As the years go on, it gets even more ludicrous, man.
You seen what the mainstream is doing with Egyptian history as of recently? They're saying it goes back 22 or 23,000 years now, and that they had all these kings and that the Sumerian demigods and the Egyptian had gods and demigods too. Now it's all mainstream. Now they're putting it, and they're putting all these new. They got this big, huge museum over there. It just keeps getting packed with new artifacts.
I knew that was coming. You want to know how I know?
Yeah. So someone's making some really cool artifacts, and they're popping them out about one a month or so. This big museum's getting just filled up with all this new artifacts and all this new history and new writings that they chiseled out of whatever archaeologists.
Yeah, but you want to know how I knew that was coming?
How?
Very interesting. So check it out. So Redbox, right, where you go and you pick up movies. You ever seen one of them?
Yeah.
So they started plastering on there this thing called Discover, or whatever the heck, and it has on there different images, right, which is kind of like a gamut of what this quote unquote channel is, or whatever it is. And what do they have on there? They have like an evolution one, like monkey type, biology type stuff. Then they have one about space, one about dinosaurs, and then the very next one is Egypt. And I said to myself, oh, they're trying to tie all this into the big, heliocentric. Because that was another one. Another one of those tiles was space, right? So they're trying to tie all this into the evolution, Big Bang cosmology nonsense.
Yeah, they're trying to get away from this 7,000 year creation time period. They're stretching it out with all these new ancient kings and stuff. So it's gonna take away this. It's just an attack on the creation again, in my opinion. It's partial, so they can keep going with the heliocentric model, like you said. As long as they create all of a sudden now 15,000 more years of history, and they claim they've got written history. Written text talks about it now. They found new tablets and found this and that and more.
That I kind of expected too. I kind of expected that one.
And so, and all it does is support the heliocentric model 100%, trying to take away the creation in whatever way they can. And that these people were here for, the Sumerian kings go back 200,000 years in their text. And I'm sure that shit was probably fabricated by the controllers. I can't believe any of that stuff that you hear about now anymore. It just keeps changing and getting more, and all these new artifacts, and it's just aims toward destruction of the creation and support of the heliocentric model. 100%.
Yeah, they're gonna come up with like some 300,000-year-old king that measured the earth with 2 sticks and shadows.
Yeah, something. You are. Yeah, they'll come up with something. You can bet on that.
Oh, did I say 300,000 or 3,000?
300. Did you not put enough time in on that one? Maybe need to add a few more 100,000 years.
No, man, it won't be sticks and shadows. It'll be like Xanax, who came to the earth with his spaceship and beamed up the king to show him the earth in its totality, because he wanted mankind to ascend into the new paradigm of space and spheres and all this nonsense.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, they'll link it in.
Dude, the new globe argument will be like, instead of somebody 3,000 years ago did it with sticks and shadows, it'll be like, didn't you know that 300,000 years ago a king went up into a spaceship and saw the earth? Ugh. We've known for 300,000 years.
Well, that actually might be
Believe it or
true.
not, that's kind of what the Sumerian text has already done, because with Zechariah Sitchin's deciphering those tablets, he came up with this planet Nibiru, and he came up with this they needed gold for their atmosphere, and they came down and created a slave race of people, and then they mined the earth for this gold so they could put it in the atmosphere of this planet. Blah blah blah. That's supposed to be in part of what Zachariah Sitchin supposedly deciphered from the cuneiform tablets. And 300 or 200 and something thousand year reign of kings, or 260,000 years or something like that, a reign of, and they even named all the kings up all the way back, like King so-and-so reigned for 1,000 years, and or 10,000 years, and there were like kings that could live for like 10,000 years or 20,000 years or whatever, a long time, a lot longer than.
Are you sure there wasn't technology like that? I mean,
anyway, if you read the cuneiform Zechariah Sitchin's deciphered story of the cuneiform tablets, that's sort of the story that he came up with right there in a nutshell. 200 and something thousand years of kings and whatever else. It's crazy, dude.
Wow.
Now it's just kind of all going. The lights are turning on in my head, going bing, bing. Oh, I see. Because I've come to learn that these artifacts that are supposedly being found are not just being found; they're being manufactured.
It wouldn't surprise me if they were all manufactured. Like, the spear that supposedly poked Jesus' stomach and all this other stuff. I mean, I find it hard to believe in that kind of stuff. I know it's probably some evidence for it, but it just doesn't sound right to me.
Yeah. Anyway, just all in support, I think, of the heliocentric model. I think they're up in their game. Battle against this flat Earth.
Art.
Here's a little something for you all to take a gander at. Is where I got some of this stuff, this ideas that what they're doing. This is a new thing out, Archaeology Answers. New evidence suggests 22,000 BC origins of ancient Egypt. They show all this real space age looking buildings, and like the Nile was just, and Thoth, the guy that wrote the Emerald Tablets, is standing there with a scroll in his hands, and all this totally fantastical, just fantasy craziness, man. Tell me anybody here buying into this in live stream? Watch it, see what you think. Tell me how much of it you're going to buy into.
Into what? What's this?
I posted it in live stream about Egypt.
What server am I in? Am I in 24/7?
Yeah.
I'm still on.
You get on with that?
Anyway, we were just talking. I think this is an assault on the heliocentric model, trying to take away the creation with all this new. Yeah, like Lapfo says, apparently bodybuilding human lizards and birds ruled the world. Exactly. This guy named Thoth, who wrote the Emerald Tablets, is now was a king during these times. Now I remember watching this. I watched this on YouTube, this video, and they did talk about Thoth being a king ruling during part of this 22,000 year Egypt timeline. I think it's just an attack on the heliocentric or on flat Earth, dude. Trying to get attack on the creation.
Mods. Are there any mods? No. Does anybody have any intel? Any curiosity on Skygazer getting Cogdis?
No, I don't. I'm not sure I can look.
That's his home. That's his home from home. I've banned him from the server like 3 times over a year.
He was pretty incoherent yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you see the MC Toon admitting that you need a horizontal base for a triangle? Did you see it? When he got busted, you could see him looking side to side. He was like under complete pressure. Has anyone seen it? Can you?
Oh, Dave, I can hear you, but you're a little staticky.
What's that?
Just tell Pants how I saw it. I'll shut up.
I know you're talking. I see your mic lighting up, but I can't hear anything you're saying.
Hey, does anybody in here have good knowledge on like Freemasons? Trying to figure out about the Western Star Masons. If anybody knows anything about them, please share.
Western Star is the female. Or the females. There's all the women of them. I know that much. What else do you want to know? Like, it depends on what you want to know.
That's
I know a
weird
little bit.
because I have there's a Western Star Lodge in my hometown, and
That's probably
it's
what it
mostly
is.
men. It's mostly men though.
Oh, really? Well, I think it's the Eastern Stars that are the girls, but maybe the Western Stars is some other derivative of that for guys. I don't know. That makes me wonder. I don't know. But I know that they call the girl, the women, the wives of the Freemasons, they're called the Order of the Eastern Star. Don't ask me how I know.
Right, check. Mic check. Mic check.
I can hear you better now. You're still not very loud, but I can hear you better now.
Oh, is
You hear
that
me?
better now? Is that better? Yeah, I can hear you, man. Is that better?
Sounds good to me, man.
Yeah, it's better.
Because I've not got my headphones, man. I'm just talking into the iPad. It's almost loaded up. It's in Livestream. It'll open up in 30 seconds. Funny, man. MC Toon's face. You can see him under pressure. I keep thinking I'm disconnected. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, because after, like, see when I hear beeping, like people are joining, even though the beeps is for no reason, and there's no one joining, but it seems like it kicks me out of the room and I don't hear anything and I can't speak.
I'm hearing people joining a lot. That noise, you know.
Is there anyone just came in that wants to speak about flat Earth that's never asked a question? The floor's open for you if you want. If you've not been VC verified yet, you can go up to VC check-in and somebody will pop up there, or I'll jump up there just now, give you a role. Or if you ping one of the mods in the text chat just now, we could even unmute you because no one's speaking. So it's up to you. If there's anyone want to ask some questions, fire away. Take that as a no. The next way to get loads of people here. Yeah. Can you hear me playing this? Can you? Can, see when I'm playing that video just now. Can you hear my audio coming through from the video, or can you only hear me? Anyone?
I can only hear you.
Oh shit! Well, must have like an individual. Is anyone else watching that video just now?
Yeah, I'm watching. I'm halfway through.
Seriously, you have to assume a flat Earth, and then it digs even deeper, man. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah.
I don't know about the rest of you, but all I hear is roboting now.
Did you what?
What the hell's going on here?
Same thing that's always going on in here when you come in here and ask that question.
Yeah.
Nothing, obviously. Sorry, but I couldn't help myself.
I usually jump in when there's nothing going on. Exactly.
And I'm always waiting for somebody to do that so I can yell at them. I'm just kidding.
AI, have you looked at the video on Livestream voice text just now of MC Tim?
Not yet.
Take a look at that. That's fucking hilarious, man.
Let me see. What do you got?
He blatantly just walks right into it, man. And then you can see it in his face. He's like a deer, and 12 headlights.
That's awesome. Hey, I was wondering if I should account for a Coriolis on my golf swing, man. I was wondering about
Well, bro, there was a video on YouTube about 6 months ago, and they were going round and they were trying to say that they had an app. They were basically trying to promote an app, and it helps. They were going with golf clubs, and they were basically telling them that it would improve their fucking whatever their shit their drives, and it would cost. And they were trying. It was like an exuberant price. It was like a crazy price. I'm sure they were asking for it, but it was just like a start.
I gotta find that video, man.
It's not on Facebook, man.
It's on Facebook. All right, check it out.
I've not been on Facebook for about a year, bro.
All right.
And then.
So it is actually you can draw a triangle and know the angle that the light or the object must appear to be. And so we can do triangulation, but we have to presume that the
I guess that's better than assuming, right?
Hey, Panto, you there?
Oh.
There's a new guy in here, Suave, if you want to try to talk to him.
There's a new guy here. What?
His name's Suave, like Rico Suave.
Robbie, right?
Rico Suave.
Dude, why did I not think of making that my name? I should have made it smaller. That's a good one. I like that. Ever since I played that silly golf game on, what was it? Dreamcast or something, whatever it was, or Xbox 360 or whatever it was. Suave, yeah. Stupid golf games.
Hello, Suave. You got your mic open. Talk if you like. Welcome to the server.
What is he asking?
Hello.
Hello, mate. How you doing, brother? Doing, my friend. Can you hear me?
Your mic's cutting out a little bit. Panto, try to reconnect or something.
Hold on, can you hear me now?
Go ahead and try it. See if he'll talk to you.
Me?
I was going to let Panto talk to you, but I don't think his mic's working right now. I'm driving. Somebody else talk to the new person, please.
Can you hear me?
You're roboting,
Oh,
Panto.
can anyone
No, you're muffled and roboting. Somebody else talk to Suave, please.
Hey, Suave, what's up? Can you hear us?
Yep,
Oh, right on. How you doing?
doing fine.
So, what brought you to the server? If I can ask you, even if you got asked that before,
I'm just
what
here to
brings you?
listen.
Just listening, checking it. I mean, did somebody tell you about our server, or did somebody tell you? You know, like, did you get referred by somebody, or
Yeah,
can
I
you
got
remember?
referred by a Globe Earther, but I'm just here to
Okay.
listen.
No, that's fine. I was just curious. I thought we'd say hi to you and let you know that you can sit in here and talk. You can listen all you want. If you want to talk, you can. But first, you run the risk of being argued with. But if you just want to listen to what we have to say, that's fine too. But
Sounds
somebody is going to
good.
ask you some questions. They'll probably be expecting that. All right.
All right.
Yeah, like what do you think
Hey,
so far?
can you hear me now,
What you
folks?
doing? Yeah, you come
Anyone
through good.
fucking hooray!
I
So,
now it doesn't sound
so
like you're
the
coming up.
guy, the guy that joined the. So, how did you find the server, bro? Like, how did you get the link?
I got sent it by I think I was in another Discord server and like one of the people was just sending it around, so I
You know,
forgot.
man. Did you come here with an open mind, or have you been looking at the flat Earth area, or is it brand new? What's the deal? I mean, there's obviously flat Earth stuff out in the media, but have you given it any critical thought? Have you done any research?
No, I haven't done much research. That's why I'm just here to
Uh,
listen in.
so
Doesn't seem like
apart
there's a
from
lot of globe earthers here.
no, there's quite a lot, man. We've got some globe earthers here that have got silver because you progress in roles, silver, gold, mod, admin, obviously. So we've got servers are basically the bottom of the staff, but there's plenty of silvers valued here, man. We don't. It's not a flat earth server. A lot of flat earthers made it and run it, but we're just here basically to share information, bro. And we hope others bring information with them so we can find a consensus on where we live. Because for sure, it's definitely not what we've been told. We all experience the same thing: a flat stationary Earth. Nothing changes in the night sky. It's been revolving like in circles for thousands of years. These things were named thousands of years ago, and still they're the same. Polaris is still the same. But in the globe model, they say we're barreling through space and
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm taking physics right now, and I like the course, and I don't know too much about astronomy or anything like that, so I'm not gonna like do any arguments because I don't really know what I'm talking about. But that's why I'm just gonna. I don't know if there's some other people here that like have arguments, so I'm just here to listen, man. I'm not. It's good to listen to the other side, I guess.
It's open-minded of you.
Thanks.
And luckily for you, my friend, the shape of the Earth is not an astronomy question. Neither is it a physics question. It's a what is question. It's either curved or it isn't. And if you go out there and measure that it's not curved, then it's not curved. It's that simple.
whoa. Did you get that question, boys? Did you know? Here, I just formulated that whole question. Did you not get it?
No,
Yeah,
you cut it out.
you're still cutting out, Panto. Sorry, man.
I thought you could hear me, man, and I laid it all out, and then I never heard anything.
Hmm?
Who's that speaking to? Suave or what?
Yeah. So the moral of that story that I just told you, Suave, is that you don't have to self-deprecate and be like, oh, this is a job for physicists, or this is a job for astronomers, or this is a job for scientists. I'm too, low on the ladder to make decisions about the shape of the Earth. Well, the shape of the Earth is a simple proposition. Either it's curved or it isn't. It's really that simple. And it's well within your faculties to determine that. You don't need extraneous degrees or appeals to some kind of scientific norm or consensus.
Forklift, Tucson 4000.
Conrad, are you trying to do your math test live on the air?
Oh, shit. Oh, I'm not muted. I'm at work. I just had to page a forklift. My bad. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, just be glad it wasn't something more embarrassing.
Well, he should be embarrassed. He's a forklift driver, right? He's not a physicist or a scientist or an astronomer, right? Like those smarty pants dudes that tell you the Earth's a
I don't
globe.
drive forklift. I don't drive forklift. I'm a CNC machine operator. Technically, a CNC machinist, to be precise.
That's even worse.
AutoCAD?
So you push buttons.
Hey. I'm not pushing any buttons right now. I'm not doing anything, actually.
Oh, no. Here we go.
Yeah, but I'm pushing your buttons. Busted.
I don't think it's hard to push anybody's buttons, is it? Really? Like everybody has their button, right?
Anyway, the moral of that whole story is don't look at your occupation or your current level of education and tell yourself, I'm not qualified to go down this trail, to figure this out.
Yeah, that's like saying you're not qualified for 5th grade math when they give you a circle on a piece of paper and tell you to figure out the radius, the circumference, and the, whatever, the volume and whatever else. The Earth's not so big you can't do the exact same thing with. Do all that. And it's
we got
5th grade math, bro.
Yeah, we got a husband and a wife. They did it with like their minivan over a flat desert. And then we have another dude and his chick. They got on some snowmobiles over an icy lake with some flashlights. And then we got another couple of dudes that like did it with some lasers that they purchased. Another dude did it with 3 different colored lights at 3 different distances. Right, so it's well within the grasp of essentially the common person. Even if they feel that they can't do it, they could just follow somebody else's methodology to just confirm it for themselves.
What's that?
Conrad.
Yeah, so Suave, this proposition is attainable. In fact, it's so attainable because the globe model itself has an Achilles heel, which is curvature. Right? If an object is a sphere, it must have 360-degree curvilinear surface. That's the quality that a sphere must possess. Now, of course, you got topology, right? Hills, valleys, buildings, all these things are going to be in your way. You could just go to some water and observe that the curve that they claim exists just simply isn't there. You could accomplish that before the month is out.
Yeah, I hear you.
Now, most people will want to get you into the realm of speculation and talking about models and talking about phenomenon in the sky and talking about all these inferences and logical presuppositions that require a globe Earth in order for it to work, like eclipses and all this blah blah nonsense, right? The fundamental question is the thing you're standing on a ball? That's the question, not interpretations of what phenomena in the sky is doing. Now, the thing you're standing on is tangibly accessible to you, right? You could do something about it.
Tangible means you can hold it in your hand, which means you can't do that to some of them things up in the sky. Makes a whole lot of difference.
Yeah, sure. They have elegant arguments, don't get me wrong. They usually start off like this. If the Earth was a ball, then such and such and so and so. See, the thing is that they start out with that if. That's the thing they need to prove in the first instance before all their logic that comes after can follow.
Instead,
so how would you prove?
You just say, is it a ball? Not if, is. Yeah. Then you walk out with your laser or your whatever device you're going to use for your long distance observation and get your feet wet. Get on the Earth. Measure it. It's not hard to do. You know, these people that think you got to be a scientist is crazy. You're making some really good points. And it's very easy stuff too. It's not difficult. I mean, it might be difficult to get. I guess the difficult part would be having a few extra bucks to go for a little road trip to the beach, or to buy a camera for $500 or whatever if you're really into it, and you could spend a little extra money. But
well, it's really that it's just a philosophy. It's these people's philosophy. The ones who think they move around the sun and this, that, and the third. Nothing wrong with philosophy. Philosophy governs, a lot. Some would say all. But the thing about it is, okay, you have to ask, what is your philosophy? Because you're taking these things, whoever we're speaking to, on face value, when it's just their philosophy. It's their reasoning behind why they think what they think. So one would think that the next logical question is, well, what is the justification for your philosophy?
Yeah.
That's all we're asking.
I'll be right back.
Every time I start getting into the Jesuits, I want to...
It's Suave you're talking to. He just said he'll be right back, though, Elijah, just let you know.
Did you catch my statement? Did you guys catch my statement on that? Did you understand what I was talking about? When I say,
when did you say it?
Guess one was witnessed by a person, because he was saying something about time travel, and I said no, case closed, and then I changed my comment, and then down here I said, when I saw what Gebby said, he said, no, bro, they have a page, blah blah blah, gravity, and he's laughing. He's talking about, obviously, he's talking about how funny it is that this is how ridiculous it is, right? But I'm saying, I'm all over here. I'm like, let me guess. One of their proofs was that one of the things that they said in their little whatever it is experiment. Let me guess. One of them was witnessed by a person, so there was a person there to view it, and then the other one was filmed by a camera, right? That way there's that line between it, right? Because if one's viewed, then it's going to react differently, right? So therefore, they could get a different response, and then trick you into thinking that it means something, right? That's what I meant. Just so you guys know.
I'm back.
What, you tried to throw a little double slit humor in it? Is that what you did, Rookie?
Yeah, I guess it wasn't actual humor. I thought I was being smart and funny at the same time. But obviously, if I had to explain the stupid joke, then it wasn't. Okay, I'm bad. I'm sorry.
All right, Elijah. Suave said he's back if you want to talk to him.
I mean, all I had was that point that you have to understand that it's just someone else's philosophy. So, especially when people ask, well, why would they lie? Well, first of all, what is the lie? Or what is the philosophy? Okay, that we're going around the sun. Who came up with that philosophy? Well, Copernicus and others. Let's just, say that for now. Okay, what was the justification for that philosophy? Now we're getting somewhere because the bottom line is the who is already established. And when people ask today, well, how could all these people possibly be lying? What you're really wondering is how could the reach of all this knowledge be so great if it isn't true? Well, you have to first ask, well, how great was the reach of the people who spread this knowledge or information, quote unquote? So that answers that question. Then it's like, okay, well, what is your philosophy and how have you justified it? That's the question that should be asked. I can tell you the answer is there was no justification, but that's really up to you to decide, seeing as that the history is there for all of us to learn. That's all I
I
had to say.
understand that. One thing I like about just for example, in our physics class, which is one of the science classes I'm taking, is that they let you prove the principle on your own. They already have pre-set up labs, and I guess you could say that's rigged, but we get to make the measurements on our own and do it, and we're usually right within a % error. So I guess that aspect is it's not you're out there to prove it yourself, and it's not just face value.
Are you talking about chemistry measurements, or are you talking about just calculations?
Physics measurements.
Oh. Speed of light?
No, for example, measuring or figuring out the equation for moment of inertia, and you calculate the data for a wide PVC tube spinning versus a 1/2 length PVC tube spinning, and see how moment inertia times velocity.
According to resistance to deformation, to kinetic impact, or what? The resistance of materials?
To move, yeah, or yeah.
That's what it comes down to, is to figuring the resistance.
Yeah, but how do you measure that then?
I guess one of the common things is for figuring out the sphere inertia versus the cylinder inertia. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, actually, in that term, it was given in terms of inertia, because we didn't have time to calculate that. I mean, I can pull up the old labs, but generally it's just the moment of, or the time needed using the same force for a PVC pipe twice the size of another PC pipe is exactly twice the time, and so there's a direct relationship there.
Relation to what? You're not giving enough information.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, I don't know it that well, so maybe not.
What's the formula's name that you use?
What?
For your calculations, for your stuff you're doing.
What do you mean?
It's physics, yeah?
Yeah. Well, we're making the formula.
Yeah, is it mechanics?
It's
you are making the formula.
Yeah, with the data given, or we're proving the formula.
Yeah, okay. Which formula?
Math is a language. So
Yeah.
when you say proving the formula, are you
Like
using
like for example, like I guess like the most recent one. Here, let me just pull it up.
but you get where I'm going? Like if someone makes a statement and then they have a formula based on that statement, it's like someone saying the same thing in English and Spanish, right? It's not a justification or approval of what you're saying initially.
I guess, but like the relationship is the key. I don't know, like maybe you
Well,
are
yeah,
like
that's what
for
I'm saying.
someone
If
like
you're
me,
if you're
like
saying the same thing, but you're saying it in English and Spanish, there's a relationship there. You get what I'm
well, I'm
saying?
like saying like a mathematical, like I don't know like where you lie on this, but
Yeah,
like
math is a language. That's what I'm trying to like. It's no. If I said, okay, what do you speak? You speak English? No. Okay, you speak math? Yes. That is equivalent. So when you say, well, we're talking about math, yeah, that what I'm saying is math is a descriptor for what someone is saying. It's not a proof in itself. You know what I'm saying? So if you just have an equation that equals what someone is saying, it's not actually the proof of what that person is saying. It's
Yeah.
just saying it in a different language.
all right.
Because you said measurements, that's how we started, but then I quickly realized that you meant calculations, which is different from
Well,
measurements.
calculations based on the measurements we make.
What measurements?
Well, we have like a force detector, like it's like a machine, and then like we like
Uh-huh.
hook it up to our experiment. I don't know.
So you are using a machine that you have no idea what it is?
Well, I'm not going there. I'm
Is it a
because
scale? Is it
I'm not.
what?
It's a scale. It's like a Newton scale, so it measures in newtons, and then we. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, if you just want to know, that's what our education system. Like, we have like
Newton.
City was spinning PVC tubes, one twice as big as the other, and they were detecting the amount of friction and force it took. They're measuring it somehow with some device. Is that correct?
Moment of inertia, not friction. Well, yeah.
So they're just doing lab. Just in the lab. Just was talking about a lab test. He was just giving an example that what he did in school, how they proved a formula for how much energy it took to spin a PVC tube twice as big as the other one. It took twice as much energy.
Well, the time, because like
for the time or whatever, it took twice as much. Right.
Yeah, so you should be quite an expert in Newton's laws of motion then.
I mean, this is all. This is well. The class is like called AP Physics 1, and so it's like introductory.
Well, you don't get to this part of physics without going through Newton's laws of motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you should be an expert into it already.
I wouldn't call myself an expert. Sorry, my keyboard's really.
So you're
like
not.
I know like there's like a like equations like LW and then like 1/2 AT squared plus VIT and like there's equations you can derive from it, but like I'm not like an expert and I wouldn't like I don't know. You probably know more about them than I do.
I have memories from childhood.
Yeah.
Are you in high school? Like
Yeah. They offer like introductory college courses in high school where I am. And so
yeah. So weird. I was doing this like in 6th and 7th grade. What you guys do now when you are like 17, 18.
yeah, we never have physics until junior
Did you
year
go?
high school.
You didn't go to school in the United States, though, did you?
Yeah, I'm in high school in the
No,
United States.
I was in Romania.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're Romania.
Yeah.
Funny how different countries have such different curriculums, different levels.
Yeah. When I was in 5th grade, one of my neighbors moved to Germany with his mother, and he had to go to school in Germany. And when he got here, they put him like in 8th grade in comparison to us, because we've learned much more things than they do here. So yeah, it was funny.
My niece is from Germany. She came over to do a year of high school here in America,
Yeah.
and she in her high school she did like I think it was 10th grade there. She was the #1 English student in the entire school.
Yeah, nice.
I was like, "Oh, you fucking baby, you kick ass!" Yeah, I was like, "Holy shit, I love that, man." So, yeah, she learned English the real way, and these people
Yeah.
here in America, they don't learn it right, Anyways, I thought that was fun.
I've learned German language, the grammar, and I tell you honestly, it was very easy for me to learn and understand English language. It was much easier than German. So, yeah.
Yeah,
It's very
much
simplified, English in comparison to German. Yeah.
no doubt, yeah.
Yeah.
So that
Is Suave still there?
Suave is still here, man. Our
When
young,
you guys running through the 3 points, I can't do it right now.
he's still here.
Ask him when somebody measured curvature anytime in history. Go.
Well, Suave's in high school, man. I mean, he's getting fed a lot of information, man, right now, and this is a different server for different information. That we love empirical evidence, man. That's what we like around here.
Hey,
Empirical
how you
evidence
doing?
is something we can
Good
prove.
to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
How you been?
It's so good to see you. My friend used to
All
tell me.
right.
You know it's good to see me.
Good. It's so good to see you.
You can see him? How do you see him? I can't see him.
I have video, television, phone. It's good.
Can I ask a question? It's not like a.
Sure.
It's like, what got you interested so much in like flat Earth theory? Because like, someone like me, like, I'm more like, I'm going through like the phase where I'm trying to figure out like specifically more like religious issues, and like I never considered flat Earth that like impacting to me.
It's about
and so,
knowledge.
Yeah, I guess like if it was true the Earth was flat or not, I really wouldn't like I feel maybe it would be like, wow, there's a conspiracy theory, but like, it doesn't seem to like impact me that much if the Earth is flat or not. I'm just wondering why the interest is there so much.
Well, in that case, it'd probably be a lot easier for you to analyze our evidence that we have and take a real critical look at it without, having such a massive attachment to the globe. That's kind of what I'm hearing, is that you don't have this, you're not invested in the globe model like 100% at this point.
I mean, I would say I'm like, I believe it to be true 100%, but like, I don't have any like psychological reasons to believe in it. Like, that's what I'm saying. So like,
psychological.
If someone like comes out tomorrow, like, oh wow, big sham, turns out the Earth is flat, we have pictures of it, and I would just be like, dang, that's super cool. I wouldn't be like upset. I wouldn't be like overjoyed. I'd just be like, that's really cool, and I just go on with my life,
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well, if we go on the street, and I show you a $50 million mansion, and you happen to want to buy a $50 million mansion because you saw on the mainstream media that it's so nice to live in, or you heard it on the radio. It's so cool to live inside a $50 million mansion. And I tell you, look, I sell you this $50 million mansion, I describe you the rooms, and I tell you, in the living room there is a couch with 3 stains on it and stuff, And we go inside, and you see there is no living room, there is no couch with 3 stains on it. So you'll be saying, dude, you're lying to me, You're gonna say I'm trying to scam you, correct?
yeah, I guess like one thing is though, like that's like money,
because
like
my story didn't verify, and now that actually you can say you tried to scam me, but you can't, because this mansion is actually mine, because you already know now what's inside. Okay, so you are more entitled to be the owner, because you have first-hand knowledge, and this is what they do. They hide the world. They make you confirm that you believe that the world is a sphere, when it's actually quite the opposite. And when you say that, they acknowledge that you don't know where you live, you are just here, but this place is not yours, because if it was yours, then you will have first-hand knowledge about it. And the funny thing is, they teach you how to deny the first-hand knowledge. They teach you all about this curvature, that you cannot see it no matter how high you go in the sky, and they can fake the curvature, They use fisheye lenses. They show you a couple of pictures, which you can see them only on commercial ads, LCD screens, monitors, That's the only place where you can see the world like that. But you never experience it in that way.
Yeah. All right.
If the globe is falsified, that means that all that nonsense story that they've told goes away. There's only one ground that can be walked on, and only one place where there's air to breathe, and that's here.
Then the next
and
point.
It's all flat.
Yeah. The next point. It should be a very nice point for you because in school you are already start learning to measure things, and do firsthand experience. So they tell you that you are spinning. When you are spinning, you are actually in a constant acceleration reference frame.
Yep.
But the problem is you cannot feel that acceleration.
Yep.
Yeah. And also there is no physical instrument or device or mechanism or apparatus or machine capable to measure that acceleration.
The centripetal acceleration?
Not centripetal. When you have a arm which is rotating, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That arm is spinning with 1 revolution a second or 1,000 revolutions per second, yeah? You have that arm is in a constant accelerating reference frame. When you are on a merry-go-round and it's spinning, you will feel that it pushes you outside of it. It's like it wants to throw you away from the merry-go-round. Yeah, you have to hold your seat. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you spin the merry-go-round very, very fast, you will not be able to hold yourself, and you will be flying off of it. It will throw you away, literally.
Mm-hmm.
That means you are in a constant accelerating frame because your vector direction is constantly changing.
Your tangent velocity.
Yeah. Yeah. So your tangential speed is constant. You can spin with 100 RPM. Yeah. But that means because you are spinning, you are in a constant accelerating frame, reference frame. You will always experience that push outwards.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to be on a ball, yeah, which is spinning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's impossible for us to actually measure that acceleration.
I'm pretty sure we can.
No, we can't. There is no device or instrument that can do that.
Oh, sorry.
They
I
even
meant like
forbid
mathematically.
Einstein even forbid us. He said that not any light apparatus or optical phenomena can be used to detect Earth's motion, motion of the Earth, or to measure it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I just find this really interesting because I just had a physics test on like angular momentum, and it has to do with this stuff.
Yeah. Another funny thing in physics, force equals ma, right?
Yep.
Mass times acceleration.
Yeah, the sum of
When
all
you look up,
forces.
when you look up the definition of mass, it's resistance to acceleration. And now you multiply the resistance to acceleration with the acceleration.
Are you sure that's what that is? That's what mass means?
Yeah. It sounds idiotic, right?
Well,
Because
hold
it
on. It
is.
might make a little bit of sense because I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out my butt. Like, so like force, right? That's like what's gonna push something, right? And so
Yeah.
like if something is accelerating, right? And so it's like going,
Yeah.
but like it has a larger mass, right? Then like the total force needed to push it, since it has a larger resistance to mass, is gonna have to be greater. Right? That seems to make sense to me. So I don't know if it's
Well, the mass is the resistance to acceleration. And the force is the resistance to acceleration times acceleration.
Yeah, so if you have more resistance to acceleration or more mass, you're going to need a larger total amount of force in that system, right?
So the resistance to the acceleration, it's the weight.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not understanding. It's fine.
Yeah. Why is weight? Why is the mass actually defined as the resistance to acceleration?
It is defined as that. I agree. I just don't know if there's a problem with it. It's fine. I'll just look into it.
Of course there is.
I mean, I don't know. I have to. My dad made brownies, so I have to go to catch them. But I guess I'll come back in here later to. I don't know. Thanks, though.
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Is there like?
Do come back.
I mean, alright. I'm just wondering where all the like. Do you have like a citation place, like for all the stuff?
I recommend you search.
Here we go. Yeah,
QE.
I found it. Flat Earth debates. All right.
If you should be able, you should find in QE's channel, in his videos, where he's talking about this. And he also provides you there with all the educational website .edu. Yeah.
Thank you.
Universities and stuff. You're welcome.
You know who he means when he says QE's channel?
I hope. Yeah.
Well, you might have to tell him. Quantum
Yeah. I think it's so default now. Like the whole world is supposed to know him yet by now.
Hey, he seemed very, very sincere to, actually look into this stuff though. That was pretty cool.
With what stuff? Which stuff?
I mean, most people taking physics classes or going to school for physics and stuff like that will just sit and argue and argue and argue. But he was actually listening to you. He's trying to understand
Oh
what you're
yes,
saying.
yes. He was curious about information and arguments. Yeah, but I think he was a little bit intimidated to ask all the questions because, you know. It is that heliocentric model that they pushed inside your mind, and you don't have anything else. Nothing was explained to you, a working model before or other than the heliocentric. This is like the default education that vast majority of people received at home and in school. So when they come here, it's really a paradigm shift. And to top that up, uh, you don't even need to search Flat Earth on YouTube or Google. Um, they explain it in these heliocentric documentaries, pseudo-scientific documentaries, yeah, with universe, with governing forces, how the stars work, what they are, black holes, you know. And people, they really don't have any other reference frame. That's all they have. And in those videos, they are often presented like those people are mocking flat Earth, even in those documentaries. They're saying like, how stupid were people back in the days? They believed they lived in on a flat Earth, you know. And they explain how that is impossible and how nothing could have worked if it was flat. With the model, with the heliocentric model or without it, they have no clue where they are.
Oops.
The hell was that? Hello? Anybody there? My mic not working.
It was God Rockin's mobile phone.
Hey, Dave.
Oh. I didn't know what the hell it was.
Yeah.
Any new people in here yet? Nope. Doesn't look like it.
What happened to Suave? He leave?
He suaved out the door, said he'd be back.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Loud and clear, Godric. Any curvature in California, did I?
No, but I'm figuring that most of these Glovers that come in here are atheists. Am I right?
Might be right. Hopefully, prove it.
I mean, technically they believe in Helios, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like a religion to me. They believe in something, you know.
Because, I mean, they'd be very, very uncomfortable with the biblical flat earth creator.
Yeah, I love that shit, but they don't like it to be talked about in here very much. I like to go to biblical, but usually people don't go into the biblical room to talk, so I just listen to the conversation here.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My
It's
brain's
locked up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois. It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this neutral buoyancy lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Len, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and you know, impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this. One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. You know, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. 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 So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline, and you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left. And I went on the other side of the plane, it was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Is that over yet?
All right, somebody say something before Cut the Shit plays another audio clip.
Yeah, I'll talk about it. I was going to text it on there so that way
I don't know. I was just
Something. Oh, rookie started. I'm sorry. Go.
All right.
Go
That
ahead,
was it.
rookie. I rumpused you. I rumpused rookie. Now you quit talking. Go, rookie.
stop talking. I'm just kidding. You didn't rumpus me. I didn't think you heard me at first because nobody responded. Okay, well, you want me to read what I was going to write or just write it? All right, so I was going to ask, is anybody else irritated that they act like children and they talk about it like as if it's some kind of joke, right? Like it's some kind of, big funny joke, like there's no actual other side of the argument, right? There's just some ridiculous people that happen to believe the earth's flat that's saying some crazy stuff and being taken out of context, right? But you notice there's one thing they don't say, and that is an evidence besides somebody looking out the window of an airplane or something, or spaceship photos that only astronauts can see. They don't really have any evidence otherwise. It's funny that they don't have an argument. They just make fun, right? Like, doesn't it make all the people who don't, who think that we're crazy, doesn't it make you wonder why they do that? Like, why is it such a big slap? Why not just go after it with science? Why not just show us the science, show us the measurements, show us all the stuff we're asking for? Why is that so difficult? I think it's ignorant that we allow this kind of media to exist in the world where we all live, and we trust it and we actually believe some of it. Like, how can you, right?
Look, rookie, it's because NASA is real scientists and they don't have to waste their time trying to answer your silly flat earth questions. Do you understand?
Yeah, I know, but they'll make all these other videos all about how funny it is, right? Pretty funny. Yeah, I know. It's insane. But whatever. I guess, you just kind of have to like think to yourself, well, I guess I have to just agree to disagree. And if people want to believe that, then there ain't nothing I can do about it. Even though it makes me angry for thinking that I live in a world like how many people are like this? Like, is it really that bad that there's so many people that really just literally just believe it just because they've been told it since they were a little kid? I mean, I get it, but I just don't understand why you can't at least look at the other side of it and take it seriously. At least for a minute. Like, give us a minute or give us 10 minutes. Watch a video, like take a look at some of the evidence we're showing you and tell us what you think, or maybe try an experiment for once instead of just believing some video you watch. Something like that. That's all I really got, I guess. Blame? Or would you blame someone?
All right, go ahead and play your clip. Cut the shit. Nobody's talking.
No, I was trying to talk, but it was me. I hate that.
We need. Do we have any Globers in here at all?
Yeah, maybe we should talk about buying property on Mars. That should be the topic of discussion, right?
Has anyone talked to this Keith guy today? He's got no roles.
I haven't talked to him that I know of.
Well, I'm gonna risk it. Hey, what's up, Keith? You've been on the server muted. Would you like to speak with us? Keith FX.
That sounds like a movie, right?
All right, never mind, Keith. Going to put you back on server mute. If you do want to talk to us, you'll want to jump up into VC verification, get verified.
Yeah, you could have made it easy and get it done right here if you'd have just commented and said hello to us for a minute, but oh well. Who else is new, Lou? Anybody?
No, I'm looking. No one really. Kotsura is VC verified, but that name has been around for a while, hasn't it?
I don't know.
Kotsura.
Yeah, he's been in here. I don't know if I've actually talked to him or not. I can't remember that, but I do know I've seen the name. Yeah.
He just unmuted his mic, or someone did. So speak up.
I did. Yes. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Getting over a cold still.
Oh, okay. Hope you get over soon.
Thanks. You've been part of the server for a little while, haven't you? Or is it another person with the same name that I'm thinking of?
Oh, that's me. About a year. Or...
Wow. Okay. I'm still sitting there with the VC verified. Let's see if we can do something about that. Where do you stand on the? It is flat. All right. I like to hear that. And you didn't hesitate either. So, what makes you so sure?
I've heard and I've seen too much to doubt it.
Cool. More specifically, is there any what are the things that got you the most?
Well, I would say long distance observations, black swan, laser test by FE Core. What else? Gas pressure with no container being violation of natural law, and I can go on and on.
Cool. Yeah, it definitely sounds like I said, I know I've seen your name around for quite a while.
Used to have Flat Earther role, but then someone tagged me with Globe Skeptic, and I just said, give me VC verified. I don't want to be Globe Skeptic. I don't have any doubts about the shape.
We're fixing that right now. So you don't need the VC verified anymore. You got Flat Earther. If anybody,
all right, thanks, Lou.
Unless anybody wants to argue about it right now, but that's good enough for me.
Thank you, Lou.
You're welcome.
So what time is it over there where you are in the US of A?
6:00 p.m. Yep.
Oh, okay. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I'm in Melbourne.
Where are you at?
Melbourne.
Melbourne, Australia?
Yes, correct.
Welcome in the family with capital FE from Flat Earth.
Yeah, thank you.
Where's your accent from, though? That accent doesn't sound Australian to me.
Yeah, not at all. How about you make a guess?
Oh man, I'm Japan. I don't know.
What?
I'm gonna say like Middle Europe, like Holland or somewhere like that.
Yeah, it's warmer. It's closer to where Get Big Ed is from, neighboring country from Ukraine.
Ukraine, oh my God! Did you hear there's a war going on there? Oh, we can't talk about that. No. Go ahead.
Whoops. Darn.
But I haven't been there for about 25 years. So
Russia.
yeah, Russia.
Mother Russia.
Vlad Flope, he does in Soviet Russia.
In Mother Russia.
Yeah, I'm working at the moment, so just unmuting for a moment. But thanks for fixing the role, Lou.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for speaking up. Have a good day at work.
And you. Thank you.
Cheers.
And he comes from the land down under. Women glow and men plunder. Anybody else know, Lou?
I don't know. Everybody's accounted for.
I don't know. I heard that that guy Napalm went back to the Globe. Did you hear about that?
Dude, he was sounding a little wishy-washy last time I talked to him.
He must not be near his mic right now. Just picking on you, Napalm.
Don't worry, his ears will start ringing.
Using napalm and going back to the Globe? Is that what you guys just said?
I didn't say it.
I didn't
You
say
just
that.
said it.
I said I was just trying to get a rise out of it. I'll shut up.
Everybody's not me. I didn't say it.
Words.
I said he was wishy-washy. Shit.
Well, 99% of the people on this channel are wishy-washy, my friend.
Which is the worst insult?
Myself, for fuck's sakes. My French. Oh my God. What a boring fucking day I'm having so far. Damn it.
But how is today different than any other day?
Haven't done much. Sat around and then twiddled my thumbs. I usually got something kind of going on. Guess I could go out to my mom and dad's and finish that lattice wall I put up for my sister on the back patio.
You're building a wall out of lettuce? Is that what you saying?
Lattice. Just covered it with lattice. Yeah, there's a deck. There's an upper deck that is made of aluminum from the master bedroom. It's a huge deck, and it goes out over the top of a back patio that's all concrete. So it's the roof of the bottom patio or the back area of the house in the backyard. And so between the floor, which is the roof of the floor of the upstairs outside patio, from that roof down to the concrete all along one side, to give more privacy from the back patio from the neighbor's house, which is just over the fence from there. I built a wall, the top to the bottom, all the way across, and then covered it with lattice. Put a doorway in it, and I got to put some trim around the door and a little design above the doorway, a little arch or a little. I think I'm going to put like a little half diamond thing up on top, kind of like a pyramid above the doorway.
Get it Illuminati looking.
Yeah, sort of.
Cool.
Put a big eye up there when I'm done. You got these trees that go all the way around the patio anyway. That when we keep them trimmed off real low, well, about 15 feet tall. There's privacy for the upper deck and the bottom deck. Anyway, they fill in and they're just, you can't see the fucking neighbor's house. But my sister wanted more privacy.
They filled in like almost too much.
Well, no, they fill in just perfect. They fill in really good. They block everything. They keep it real shaded, so it's real cool back there in the summer. Those, I don't think you could have too much. If we let them grow, we didn't trim them off, they'd be like taller than the house, and it would be like not what we wanted. So we keep them trimmed down, and they bush out down lower, like up
to like arborvitaes or what? Like they
I don't know what kind of trees they are. To be honest with you, but they're planted all the way around the back patio. The wall's not that big. I put there. It's only 8 feet wide, so it's only area that she wanted closed in. It's not that big a deal. I just got to go finish it off.
How about you, Seb? Got valued, but still wearing that Globe Skeptic. What's that about?
I'm here. I don't know. I still have the Globe Skeptic. To me, myself, to my friends and my family, I'm looked at as a flat earther. So, yeah, they all look at me like I'm crazy. So
you're the crazy family outcast, the black sheep.
Yep.
Good enough for me. All right, somebody can.
Oh shit!
How long you been here now?
I've been here since like, I'd say like Thanksgiving-ish time is when I got in this server. But like, I started looking at like flat Earth and stuff. Like, I would say around this time last year. So I've only looked into it for like a year or so.
All right, make it quick, but give me 3 good flat Earth proofs.
I think the horizon is short for horizontal plane, and I live right by the beach, so I see the horizon all the time. And like, I don't know why people would say that's the curve or edge of the Earth or whatever the fuck. Like, I don't know. I've heard some crazy people say stuff like that, and it doesn't make any sense. Gas pressure can't exist without a container. I don't know. I don't know what the third one would be. But the
sometimes
Black
it's
Swan
tough
kind
thinking
of is
that
like,
third one.
What? I'm sorry.
Sometimes it's tough thinking of that third one.
Yeah.
A lot of times you make 2 points that are kind of the same or whatever. But
Yeah.
come on, you can do it. One more.
I'm thinking. I don't know. I really don't know.
Water.
Oh yeah, water finds its level at all times. Yeah.
Water is a good one.
I'll back him up for Flat Earther Lou. I've heard him talk before, just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoy listening to the conversations in here. Some good conversations, and there's a lot of knowledge to be passed around, so that's why I enjoy it here.
Cool. All right, you're all set. Now,
all right,
before we I'm gonna unmute this Huey guy. All right. I want you to flat smack him.
Who is it?
Huey's got no rolls.
Sounds like you're saying QE, but
well,
Huey,
I sent
Huey.
Seb.
Okay.
Yeah, I sent Seb an image. What are your thoughts about the image I sent you, Seb?
I'm gonna look at it right now. I'm looking at it.
Okay.
The parent junction of Earth and sky. Where's the horizon in this image? It's behind the mountain.
That's not what the definition of horizon says, right? The apparent junction of Earth and sky would be wherever that Earth of that top of that mountain touches the sky. That's the horizon.
Okay,
so now that you know the definition of horizon, where's the horizon curving in the image?
Do
you know what curve means?
Yeah, not straight.
So what's the definition of curve? Now, if you don't know, I'll answer it for you because I do know. It's deviation. Now, hold on. Curvature is deviation from planarity in a smooth fashion, right? So again, the horizon in this image, it's not a trick question. The horizon is curving in the image, but until you figure out where it's curving, you've got a lot left to work on.
It would be
where are you looking?
I'll send the image here.
And you can put it in the chat. I don't have perms, so you can put it in live stream for them to see the image.
I will.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Up to Mock. How are you, buddy?
Hey, God Rockin'.
I sent it.
Like I said, you can see it. You can see the definition of horizon. Obviously, the horizon's curving in the image. As long as you know where to point to the curvature of the horizon, you got it going on. If not, you've got a lot to work. A lot of work left to do.
Well, the curves where the mountaintops are, I guess. Like,
well, I mean, that's common sense. That's where it deviates from planarity, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, you're right. But as long as you understand that under the English language that the horizon can curve, then we're okay.
Okay, I got you.
Okay, so just beware of flat earthers. Okay, I'm not one of them.
Beware of this guy. Beware of tea drinkers too.
And beware of flat earthers.
Oh, I'm very.
They'll try to tell you that the horizon doesn't curve, which is a lie.
Dude, you're completely friggin' derailing from the actual argument. Like, what? Again, you did this the other day. Your argument is that because there's hills, the Earth is not flat.
I never said that. I just said that the horizon can curve. That's
all.
What
did you just show? What did you just show?
Well, he said he posted the image in live stream voice.
Yeah, he did.
All I showed was the horizon curving. That's it.
You didn't show a curving horizon. You showed a mountain.
No, I saw in that image, the horizon curves.
Where?
I don't
know. At the top of the mountains, exactly where he said it does.
You don't see the horizon because
Seb told you where. Like I said, if you don't see the horizon curve, you have a lot to work on.
That. At least Huey spoke up so that we would know who he is again.
So here's what's going on, bro. Because you can't see any horizon behind the mountain because it's not visible. Horizon, the definition is where the sky meets the ground. So the sky is meeting the ground at the top of the ridge of that mountain, and that mountain is curving. It's very simple what he's saying. He's not saying the Earth isn't flat. He's not saying he's trying to make where Things aren't finite. It's not as finite as you're saying, because there is a picture of the horizon. It's where the sky's meeting the ground. It's curving because it's on the top of a mountain. It doesn't mean anything other than that. It's all he's saying. He's just trying to get a rise out of you, I guess, or whatever, because I know him quite well. He knows what the fuck is going on. He knows the earth is flat. He doesn't want to identify as a flat earther, but he knows what the fuck's going on. He's just giving you another example of where the sky is meeting the ground and it's curving because it's a mountain peak. Doesn't mean anything other than that.
Yeah. It's just some topography.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's funny.
You could also show a fisheye lens horizon.
So, Seb, no, don't apologize. You can ignore Huey and everything that he just said.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't have anything to do with the horizon that we speak of. Horizon we speak of is the one over the water.
Yeah, I'm talking about like the horizon, like with the ocean, and
right.
That's what I'm referring to.
Actually, that is the horizon. That thing where you see mountains, you just see the mountains, but that's not horizon. I'm not sure.
Well, technically, it is where the sky meets the ground, and the ground just happens to be the mountain. So there's an error in the definition there. In some way,
yeah, but
it doesn't mean that you're talking about horizon. It can only be over the ocean. Then you're going to have to put that in the definition.
Wait, when you stand beneath a tree, and when you look at the tree, does the tree look like it meets the sky? You can see it's below the sky.
Not the ground. Tree is a tree.
A tree, a tree is pretty much like a mountain. The way we perceive it.
Mountain is part of the earth.
Yeah, when it's high, it's a higher elevation than your feet. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So it's a thing of perspective.
The thing of definition. You're going to have to be more specific with the definition.
Yeah, but when I look at the tree, and because I'm below it,
the horizon is where the sky
I
meets the
see
ground.
behind the tree, I see the sky. It doesn't look like the tree meets the sky,
Because it's not the ground.
They don't join.
Jeez.
Yeah. I know. I'm not arguing. Just trying to explain more in depth. Yeah.
When you're trying to locate curvature, you don't look at topography. That's one cardinal rule. That's one cardinal rule. You don't use topography to identify curvature. Not of the globe, not as far as the entire globe goes, like the shape of the ball you stand on. Topography does not reflect that shape or that not a shape, but that image. Topography reflects the image that the topography is. If you want to look at the topography of the Earth or the flatness or the curvature of the Earth, you've got to look at out over water, because you can't use topography or land to do so. It doesn't work.
What's that microdot thing you think?
I guess it would work if you did all the math and sit and figured elevation for your standing, elevation at the top of the mountain, and then did mathematical corrections as to how far above the you could definitely still detect curvature. You'd have to come up with a baseline flat line below where you're standing and the top of the mountain, and then determine how more extreme the mountain is than what the model would dictate. It would be like an opposite reflection of the model. It could be done. You could mathematically figure out the situation there. And still determine whether or not there was any curvature, which there wouldn't be any, I'm sure, when you were all done with the math.
How much you want to bet Larry is another Huey? No, I'm just never mind. It's not.
Larry.
I like that better, but he sounds just like an Hank Hill.
What's up, Hank? Larry.
Damn it. I'm going to take a piss. I can't even do that.
You like, I don't care.
Get that either way.
It doesn't matter. I didn't catch the joke in the beginning though. A Huey?
No, never mind. No, yeah, Huey or whatever that is. Yeah, that's the latest name for the pea drinker.
Now I'm confused.
Oh no, I don't be drinking any of those bodily fluid beverages. That's not my style. That's not how I roll. I prefer distilled water and tea. Sometimes lemonade with no sugar.
Well done.
Oh yeah, I got it now. So when you have mountains, that's not horizon because that is actually obstruction. You don't see the whole sky.
What happened?
Everyone stopped vocalizing, I think. What happened to you?
I basically got busy doing something else at the same time. Three things, actually.
You're a multitasker. It's impressive.
Not really. That's why I'm such a bad job of it.
Go somewhere and get us a heliocentric believer to discuss facts with. You got 10 minutes. Go.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
It's never going to get any better. Don't look for it. Be happy with what you got. Because the owners of this country don't want that. I'm talking about the real owners now. The real owners, the big wealthy business interests that control things and make all the important decisions. Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. It's a big club, and you ain't in it. You and I are not in the big club. And by the way, it's the same big club they use to beat you over the head with all day long when they tell you what to believe. All day long, beating you over the head in their media, telling you what to believe, what to think, and what to buy. The table is tilted, folks. The game is rigged. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. Good, honest, hard-working people, white collar, blue collar, doesn't matter what color shirt you have on. Good, honest, hard-working people continue. These are people of modest means. Continue to elect these rich cocksuckers who don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't care about you at all. At all. At all. Well, we know what they want. They want more for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. That's against their interests. That's right. They don't want that. You know what they want? They want obedient workers. Obedient workers. People who are just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork and just dumb enough to passively accept all these increasingly shittier jobs with the lower pay, the longer hours, the reduced benefits, the end of overtime, and the vanishing pension that disappears the minute you go to collect it. And now they're coming for your Social Security money. They want your fucking retirement money. They want it back. And nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care. That's what the owners count on. The fact that Americans will probably remain willfully ignorant of the big red, white, and blue dick that's being jammed up their assholes every day. Because the owners of this country know the truth. It's called the American dream, because you have to be asleep to believe it.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
I can't figure it out, man. Remember the Most Fucking American songs that MacGyver did? I cannot get it to play through the bot, no matter what I try.
Oh man, that's a classic. That one's lost.
I've got the video here. It's on my list. I cannot get the bot to play it.
It's being racist.
You know, there is a YouTube setting that prohibits like downloads and like external playing.
Oh yeah. He might have that clicked on his own end, right? Like, what's that? Third-party applications can't run it.
Exactly.
Damn it, MacGyver! Why would you do that?
There's also the possibility: is it age restricted? So I don't know if the bot will play age restricted stuff. Because age restricted stuff, you have to be logged in. Well, you should log out of YouTube and try to access the video. And if it tries to force you to log in, then it's probably age restricted. You could just open up an incognito browser. That would work too.
Sure. All right, that's what I'll do. Sign in to confirm your age. There you have it.
That's why I get paid the big bucks, man. Troubleshooting tech problems.
Ask the IT guy.
Yeah. How long was that diagnosis? 7 seconds?
That was good. You definitely proved your worth.
I know. Now I get CJ's pay. I think he's at that 9th decimal point now.
Well, that's too bad, though. Is there something you can do to make so that the bot can
there might
be looked at like an adult?
But there probably is a way to log it in and then use it. I think I remember seeing something like that. It might not have been that bot because I can't even remember where I got that bot from. So you know how YouTube shut them all down. So I downloaded the source code and I'm running it myself. But I kind of remember it having that feature where you could log in with an account, but I'm not 100% positive. I can't even remember what bot it is, quite honestly.
You don't know which one you took the source code from?
Yeah, I can figure it out though, because I can just like copy paste some of the source code into Google and that'll find it.
Does it have the same commands as whatever one you took from them?
Yeah. So I just
because it's definitely not the groovy commands. It's closer to the rhythm commands.
No, it like okay, when they shut it down, there was another music bot that was up that was still working. Remember, we were using that for a bit.
Yeah, I was paying for the premium service for Groovy for a couple of years on here. That's the one we were using.
Yeah, but then we switched to something else, I thought, and Groovy went down. And I think that's the bot, or it might even be a third one. I can't remember exactly. It was easy to set up, so it's hard. Like, you know what I mean? It only took me like 10 minutes to like download the code, and it worked instantly. So it's like I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Well, can't you just start over and design a new bot and set it up, or what?
Yeah, when I get home, I can just take it. I can just take. Listen, I can just when I get home, I can take a section of the source code, copy paste it into Google, and then that code will come up because it's on GitHub. I just don't remember the name of it because I changed the name.
Yeah.
I mean, it's in there somewhere. I can find it when I get home.
Or we could just try to get a hold of MacGyver and say, take age restriction off of this. But YouTube might have made him age restricted.
Yeah, that's possible. Could be. Might not even be him. I see that Leaky Soyuz got banned.
He just got banned? From where was he active?
Leaky Soyuz. He was the one that was here yesterday.
Yeah, no, I know. I remember the name last night, but what was he in the lobby just now, or what? How did he get banned?
All I saw the ban reason was waste. Insults and waste.
Yeah, I don't know how long you guys were talking to him during the day, but everybody had a really bad attitude towards him by the time I got home and logged on.
I guess it was a while because Elijah said he was talking to him for like, I think he said a few hours. When I logged on, I talked to him for like a couple hours, I think. And then I left, and I know they were still talking to him for quite a while. He was just like, one of those nuh-uhs. Nuh-uh to everything. Oh, that's just your opinion. Yeah, it's daylight here. That's just my opinion. That's how he tried to characterize everything we said. Like, dude, I'm talking about like experiments. Like, the result is the result. It's not my opinion that they got that result.
Yeah, I heard that part of the conversation, but like when I got home and logged in, I think he was talking. There was something about the ISS we were laughing about, and he was like, "Well, what is it that's funny about that? I can get a do you want to see the schematics for that or whatever it was that he was saying?" And he was just like a know-it-all. He knows about every bolt and every freaking O-ring on the ISS apparently.
Well, apparently he didn't because I asked him about the O-ring. Remember? Yeah, you were here when I asked him about the maintenance schedule. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they have to have a maintenance schedule. Anyone that's like worked in any place that has machinery, they have maintenance schedules for everything. Usually be like a sheet of paper, a clipboard, or something attached to the machine.
There was a guy that did mocked up a maintenance schedule for the O-rings in the space station. He said that it would take a crew of half a dozen men 24 hours a day just to keep up on all the seals on the space station in order to keep them functioning properly. He came up with the temperature variations and how much temperature variation those seals could take and what it done to the rubber and what it done to the seals and the O-rings and how long they would last and how big of a crew you would need to maintain the space station so that it was safe to be in continually. And he came up with it would take a crew of like 6 guys 24 hours a day just to stay up on that shit. Because
also think of this, like, say it's a critical piece of equipment, you got to shut something off to change the seal. You can't just keep it running.
Right. Yeah. If you're going to pull the seal
Hold our
out,
breath until we change the seal.
Yeah.
Right. If it's in your life support, hopefully you've got a backup, right?
But the thing is, I was trying to tell this kid yesterday, is that for vacuum chambers, they don't use rubber or plastic. They use metal seals, right? They use a soft metal, and that metal basically
mashes together.
Two certain types.
Yeah, like a lead almost, and it mashes together.
Or like copper compression fittings, like they use in plumbing.
There's a name for it. I can't remember the name for it. Where they bond together, the metals.
Yeah, that's exactly
right. They atomically bond. They're not just like glued together or just like really fit tolerance. They're actually bonded atomically. Don't mind that yelling. Someone yelling at the dog. Just trying to hump something. Another dog.
I was all excited this morning because I drove past a farm that has a buffalo, and I was like, "That's cool. I think that's the first buffalo I've ever seen in Wisconsin." And then he's got a longhorn in there too. Yeah, good deal. Guess which numpty?
Oh, you want your name? Hold on.
No, I already know. It's this Huey guy who's in the chat right
Huey.
now.
Yeah, Huey. Come on.
That's the pee
okay?
that's the pee drinker. That's the pee drinker. This is what he's been saying for days now.
Oh, Oh, you can't see the horizon. There's a mountain in the way, stupid.
That's what I said.
I put my face up against the wall. Where's the horizon? I can't see it. That means the horizon's not curved because my nose is touching a brick wall. That doesn't even rise to the level of dishonesty. You're not even smart enough to be dishonest. So obviously, P Drinker's a Gulliver, right? So, but he comes in and tries to play being a flat earther.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
I think he changes his mind from day to day. He changes his mind from day to day. I think he kind of I think he's sort of on the flat earth side, but he just loves to troll us. That's all. He's just a
Well,
dickbag.
no, it's desperation. It's abject desperation. We don't have any evidence of the globe, so we'll play mind games and gaslight and just do dumb shit. And maybe that'll be good enough. Because we got to keep our cult going. You know how many Globers have said, I'll never change you guys' mind? I should actually search that. I'm going to search that term. I'll never change any of you guys' mind. Why are you trying to change your mind? You're trying to convert us, dude. What is this, a religion?
Absolutely. They're a bunch of missionaries.
The one I get a kick out of is when they're like, I believe in the globe. You guys are an echo chamber. How the hell are you here then? How did you say that?
And dude, I mean, I get their argument. Like, we don't leave everything just a complete. I mean, we do stop them. We don't let them just say whatever the hell they want, and in most places nowadays, yeah, any kind of censorship or whatever, they're going to say that you're not a truther and this and that, echo chamber, blah blah blah. But yeah, their whole world view, their whole paradigm, like everybody around them is a part of their giant echo chamber. They can't stand the fact that there's a group of people somewhere who doesn't agree with them. Um, and like, I don't take offense really if they do call this place an echo chamber, which it's not. Like, I mean, why shouldn't people who have a common interest like gather and want to talk about it together? What's wrong with that? Nice. My high def black swan emoji that I made got used in a meme. I spent a lot of time on that stupid little swan.
Here, you got a picture of it?
No, it's just the swan emoji that he's using with the Chris Rock slap.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, I was the Chris Rock slap.
I don't know. That kind of looks like a goose to me.
Fuck you.
It's not a goose, it's a gander.
It's literally the swan emoji. Like if you type swan, your like Google thing will fill it out with a white version of that. I just added in the black on the outline. So it's a swan. It's a swan emoji.
That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the photograph right below it that got the shit put up there.
No, that's not a goose either. Geese don't have that long of a neck. I mean, they got long necks, but not quite as much as a swan.
So, I've been talking about refraction and how the wavelengths are supposed to be separated.
Yeah.
So I got another thing. So there's something called a dispersometer. So as far back as like the 60s, there's patents. I was looking at one. They've been trying to make one of these, right, to measure refraction, and they try to like use it with surveying so that they
hold that thought, Indigo. You robot it for a minute.
But you have to be able to measure. How about now?
You're good now. But yeah, you were cut out for a couple seconds there.
Yeah, it must have been I got good bars, man. I don't know. Anyway, so they've been trying to make one of these for a long time, but they don't work.
Okay. Why not? Or did we lose you again?
No refraction. Because there's no refraction. That's why. So what they would do is, right, they get two light sources, right, that are different wavelengths, and they view them through this dispersometer, and they measure the difference, the separation between the two light sources in the optic, right? So say they're separated by 1 millimeter. You go, okay, 1 millimeter. Now we know how much refraction there is because we know the distance, right? So that's a mile away. Over a mile, X amount of refraction means that there'll be the light, the dots of light will be separated by 1 millimeter. So now they know how much refraction there is. But these devices don't work. They don't work because they don't measure anything. They don't measure any difference in the position of the light.
So it's obsolete. No need for it.
It's because their fundamental premise that there's refraction is wrong. It's incorrect.
Right.
It's like this. Oh, we got to make this because we have to compensate for refraction. But then they go out and they go, shit, man, there's no difference. It must not work because refraction has to exist because we have a model.
How else are we seeing so far?
Exactly. So this is how I actually came up with this because I was reading a bunch of surveying documentation, right, about refraction, and I read one in 2011 from a German female was writing her PhD thesis, right, and she does like geo whatever, but part of her PhD thesis was designing and developing one of these. But then you look at the literature, and like you can Google dispersometer, and it comes up because it's a piece of equipment. But then if you go and look, like, where is this put in practical use? Is this like in a surveyor's toolbox when they go out and do surveying? They don't use it. Nobody's using this. And if you look at patents, the patents go back into the 60s, and nobody's using it. You try to look to see who's nobody's selling it. But this is how when I found out, I actually knew about this for a few years, but it never like really like struck me like what it really meant, right? Like, what are the implications?
Sure. Yeah.
But then I realized I read that other paper with that Hawaiian Island laser thing, and I'm like, oh yeah, like, yeah, you should be able to like measure this. Like, you should be the difference in wavelength, and we should be getting this, like I said, chromatic aberration, but we don't get it because what we need, right? So they're like, oh, refraction lets you see far. Okay, how do we know? How do we falsify the claim? What experiment can we do to really see, is there refraction present? Because as it stands, you're just saying, the Earth's a globe because we can see too far. You just said it yourself. Because we can see too far, that's how we know there's refraction. That's not an empirical test of refraction. That's just asserting.
Right. Because of presupposing
it's like,
living on
how
a ball.
Can we actually empirically test it? Yeah, exactly. So how can we empirically test to see if it exists or not in reality? And this is one method you can empirically test. You can see if the wavelengths separate. And this is the other thing, Dr. John Dee's laser test.
Dr. John D, I was gonna, while you were talking, I was thinking of that. That was my next question. I was gonna say you might have had a little hint to it also with his testing for refraction by using two different wavelength lasers.
Yeah, and he got the same result in both observations in both directions.
Right.
But I mean, that wasn't like a high precision test, I guess. What he would need, the larger the separation of wavelengths, the greater the difference will be. So what he should probably use is, I'd get an infrared T900 modified, and an infrared LED or infrared laser. You can buy infrared lasers, but you can't really buy them at high power because they'll fry shit, and I mean like fry shit. Like burn you. Like if someone hit you with an infrared laser, you'd get like sunburn instantly.
Really? Yeah, I suppose
That would be a UV laser. Scratch that. A UV laser. Infrared will make
I've got like a UV heater, a Mr. Heater that if you sit in front of it, you feel like you're getting sunburned. So I guess, yeah, I see what you're saying there.
So yeah, what you'd want to do is get like an ultraviolet and infrared, because that's a far separation. You're at the ends of the visible spectrum. You're at the far ends, and then you do a simultaneous test like that, and then you measure the difference in position of the light, one compared to the other. The beauty of the Hawaiian Islands one is because it's so far. Because it's like 149 kilometers. That's so far. Like it says in the paper, the model says the beam should be separated by 5 meters.
And then it's not separated at all in that?
Not at all. They picked up all three beams in the same telescope. It even says in the paper. It says this is a problem because it's beyond the diffraction limit of the telescope. Right, so you can't. Right, it's like this. You can't fit like something that's 10 meters wide into something that's 1 meter wide. So if I have beams that are separated by 5 meters, right, how do I fit it to a 3.4 meter telescope simultaneously? The spacing is too great.
You're doing some great research, man. When you first got into the flat Earth, did you ever think that it would, like, looking at how it is today with some of our arguments, it's almost just cut and dry. Like how the Glovers got nothing, and we get more and more like good stuff to show them for evidence. And did you ever think that it would be that easy? Like that it would be that obvious?
I don't know. I didn't really think about it.
Well, it's just I'm just thinking back to when I first got into it. You know, when I first joined into this place, you know, I was like into our last server. You know, I was on the fence for a long time. I stayed there, even though I was mostly flat. I just, you know, decided to strut that on the fence role for a while. But yeah, it's like I was just still leaving room out there for like, come on, eventually some PhD is going to come in here with something that we can't frickin' refute or whatever, right? And it just never frickin' happens.
Well, I think initially I thought like not only are we going to have like measurements showing it's flat, but I thought that we were going to have to show that the heliocentric model in astronomy astrophysics is wrong. But we don't even need to do that. Because, you know, in the beginning, like, it's like you don't have all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, right?
Yeah.
That the Earth is 72% water, right? You haven't put all the pieces together. Earth 72% water. Water's supposed to be curving. You know, I guess what I knew was just like, oh, the Chicago skyline. What the hell's wrong here? We're seeing too far. But, you know, then they always go to, oh, that's only a really, really insignificant part of the Earth. That's so small. And it took a while for, I guess, probably all of us to realize, oh, shit, the Earth is 72% water. It doesn't matter how small it is. Because their theory is water conforms into the shape of a ball because of gravity. So there can't be any part that doesn't do that.
Water. Yeah, that's the one word best proof for the flat Earth. Water.
That's why I love Ron Shackleton so good, because that's really, he just goes right there. He goes right, water's level, boom, he starts there. And like, what else can anybody say to that?
Yeah.
No, water's not level, damn it. Like,
now
like an idiot saying something like that.
Yeah, now they have to prove that water's bending somewhere. Like, go. What do you got? Who's this?
What do you? How do you prove water's bending? The orbit of the moon. They'll say something dumb like that, like Professor Dave. Oh, the orbit of the moon.
We do have a VC verified Globus hystericus in here. Good eye on that one, multi-tom-tom. Antonym? No, can't speak. Ah, he's got flatmates. That's ironic. Of course, it's possible, Antonym, but highly unlikely. Percentage of flat earthers that are atheists, probably less than 5%.
No, it's unanswerable. You need to define atheist first.
Sub 73 IQ.
Doesn't believe in the creator.
We'll try and get a definition for atheist, and you'll have
my definition.
Well, yeah, true. It's difficult to get people to actually define atheist and agree on it.
Isn't it amazing that there's so many like mainstream concepts that are hard to define, that nobody can define them, like evolution, gravity? I don't have like rigorous definitions or descriptions of any of these.
Yeah, it is funny. It is odd, but I'm not surprised anymore.
Define mass. That's always a fun one.
Weight. Define weight. Mass. It's a good question, Antonym. You should ask one of those weird atheist flat earthers that we have.
And I love it when they screw up and they're like, "Oh, it sinks because it's denser." Okay, thanks. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't want to like name anybody by name to like put them out there, but there's one person in particular that spends a lot of time in here that's basically an atheist. They can reveal themselves though.
Yeah, I still think we need to define atheist. So are we? Because it's funny because whenever I talk to actual atheists, they have two definitions. Some of them will say, "I know that there is no God," and other people will say it's simply a lack of a belief in God, more akin to agnosticism. So, Antonym, what are you actually asking? Are you asking the first or the second definition?
Damn, how could you say I know? That blows me away.
Yeah, some of them do.
Yikes.
Yeah, big yikes.
Scary.
If you say I know, then that means science is completely settled.
You know, to me, that's like almost taunting God, dude. It's like, "Oh, you don't believe I exist? I don't believe you exist either." Snap.
Well, thank God he doesn't do that, because if he did, we'd all be in trouble.
Well, I was being more personal, not like general.
Okay, fine. You don't like my joke.
Oh, that was a joke. Sorry,
I'm sorry. I was trying to
bring
bring attention there.
trying to do his humor, so my humor detector's busted.
Sorry, my bad. Should I warn you ahead of time?
You know, Lou, this the dispersion thing I was just talking about, I mentioned it down to probably, you know, ones that say, "Oh, you're ignoring refraction, dude." That is like the most annoying two words. Ignoring refraction. I'm ignoring the thing you didn't prove existed.
Especially with what you've been looking into. Yeah, I can see how that would irk you.
Yeah. It's like, that's like the, you know, the propaganda tactic, man. It's just like, you phrase things a certain way, like, when did you stop beating your wife? That type deal, where they phrase it a certain way. You're ignoring refraction. But probably to the 15 or 20 Glovers, including MC Toon, that I brought it up to do just crickets. They literally vanish.
Dude, like that guy that you were talking about who just got banned that was here yesterday. Like these guys, they all think they're all so smart, got everything figured out because they got the experts and whatever else. But you made it so obvious with him that 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 you would that he knows nothing about it. Basically, that he was making claims that he couldn't stand behind, and it was pretty funny once you heard the tone in his voice change when he realized that he was over his head going against you talking about refraction.
Well, I think the most I shouldn't say crazy. Just the weirdest thing is, at one point he admitted he doesn't know anything about it and kept arguing the points. What? That's like saying so-and-so punched so-and-so. Oh, how do you know? I don't know. I wasn't there, but I'm going to keep saying it. So-and-so punched so-and-so.
But like with mentioning McToon and all these other guys, they're all basically exactly the same with that. It was their arguments are just like that guy yesterday.
Oh, people like McToon will cite a paper they never read. That's the difference between like that guy and like McToon and whoever. Some of them will attempt to cite, like peer-reviewed stuff, but they never actually read it. So they'll try to bamboozle people, right? And say, well, this paper says it exists. And, they're hoping like whoever's listening, the audience will go, yeah, he does have the evidence. Yeah,
well, usually
actually read the paper.
Go to his website and look at all the evidence that he has on there, even though there's really nothing on his website that's evident. That's what he does to me, or he did to me anyway.
Well, okay, he has a page on refraction. If he ever like cites that, okay, his page, go to the one that was done in Greenland, right? And it's got two graphs on it. One graph shows what they measured, and one graph shows the prediction based upon the meteorological conditions, and then one shows what they measured, and they don't match. So what argument are you trying to make that like your model doesn't like predict what was observed? Like, what are you trying to convince me of?
Yeah, I pointed that out. I pointed the same thing out to him. I pointed out a couple of reasons why his evidence wasn't evidence, the stuff that was on his site, his collegiate site. All it was is like some kind of science club thing to make everybody think that he's a cool person. I'm like, what's this? I was like, dude, whatever.
Another one, they this is a little trick they do. They'll pretend. So there's this K value, right? And it's really, the K value is like a derivative of the 7/6R thing, right? So if you assume, basically it's like the radius of curvature of the ray, what is it relative to the claimed radius of the Earth, right? So if the ray is making like, if the ray curved, like made a complete circle, a ray of light, what would be the radius of that circle compared to the radius of the Earth? And this is its K value. And it'll say in these papers, right? It was like, what's the measured K? But they didn't measure K. They measured some change of height right through the theodolite, and then they extrapolated that into a K value. Yeah, if light came in at this angle, right? This angle matches a ray whose radius is, this. They didn't actually measure that, but these guys pretend that they actually, or maybe they're ignorant. They pretend that they went out and measured some ray of light whose radius is 7.6 the Earth. They didn't measure that. They would measure a mile, right? And when they looked through the thing was 2 inches higher than their presupposed radius. And because of that, they did the math and said, okay, so that would match a Earth whose radius is, X. So then they just divide they take that radius and then divide it by the Earth radius. And that spits out a value, a K value. But it's not a measured value. It's a calculated value. But they pretend that this was actually measured. Think about it like this, right? So I'm looking at a mountain 10 miles away, and I expect the peak of the mountain to be up 1 degree. Instead, I measure it upwards 1.1 degree. So I can do the math. Okay, what size ball would that mountain fit on where I would measure that mountain up 1.1 degree? Then they say that's the radius of the ray of light that reached the optic. And then they take the radius, and then they take that new radius, right?
The ray of light.
That contrived. They take that.
Yeah, we lost you again. They take that. You back yet?
I bet the people in this server know more about refraction than 95% of the PhDs in physics.
And most of us really have just a really rudimentary understanding of it too. But you'd stand by that, huh?
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, because when you get a physics degree and you take the physics courses, they just go over all this shit very quickly, right? They teach you the formula, and they're like, let's move on. They don't go into any detail unless you specialize in that, right? So, say I want a physics degree and I want to specialize in lasers or something. Then you'll be digging into it more. But even then, you're only going to learn the physics that concerns laser beams, right? Which is different than, say, the physics that concerns lenses and optics. because light is the physics of light spans a whole broad range of shit. So there's some people that work on light, electromagnetic radiation, and there's something called surface plasmon polaritons. So if you shine a laser at a chunk of metal, it'll make these little surface waves that are just like electromagnetic radiation, but they're kind of stuck to the surface of the metal, and they propagate. Some people just study that one thing.
Right. That never heard of it. How many people study that?
Well, I mean, probably very few, maybe 500 in the world, if that.
Yeah.
So it's related to a subsection of material science called thin films. So that's because when you have a thin film of something, like a thin sheet of metal, the way it behaves isn't it's very specialized. So say you want to make a film that goes on a piece of glass or on a camera or anything, because they have coatings, right? So coatings for metal and all sorts
tinted
of stuff.
windows, for example. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Anybody want to try talking to Monkey?
I'll talk to Monkey. My mic probably won't work though.
All right.
Don't you know you gotta shock the monkey?
There's no
What's up,
curve.
Monkey?
Hello, Monkey.
Yeah, there is. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Okay, let's see.
Monkey, you're live. You're unmuted.
It's your chance to be a star, Monkey. Don't blow it.
Yeah.
Welcome to the server.
He doesn't know yet.
Monkey. Hello, Monkey. Monkey.
Mom spaghetti. You're nervous. You're nervous. Mom spaghetti.
All right, we're gonna put him back on mute for now.
I don't think the monkey's gonna work out right now, Luke. We gave it a shot.
He said mom's spaghetti.
All this guy can do is monkey around. It's all monkey business with monkey.
Just monkeys on a spinning ball, right, Central Bunker?
I think he is.
What about Antonym? Have we talked to them already?
He was in the text chat, says he can't talk right now.
No, he's globus hystericus. That doesn't sound good anyway.
Well, he's conducting himself fine in the text anyway.
Fair enough. He must have earned the globus hystericus role, though, but anyway. The rest of it looks like the usual suspects, crazy globe deniers. Besides Huey/P Drinker, we don't want to talk to him, do we? Back to you, Lug.
Yeah, I'll pass on the P Drinker. I'm tired of him. We do got Raul, who has space AIDS and space herpes, but yet seems sincere. It's an interesting combination of roles.
Unusual combination, that's what I was going to say, yeah. Maybe he got something to clear up the space herpes, we'll see.
Raul, would you like to speak up?
Thought they used preparation G on that.
Preparation G, what, like gravity?
I admit it was a really bad joke.
Did I at least figure it out right? Is that what you meant by it?
Yeah, I meant like preparation H, for your hemorrhoids, for your butt hurtiness, yeah, you got it.
All right, I'm proud. I understood it.
I know. I'm really gonna have to tone him down a little bit, huh?
We've also got the monkey in here.
Yeah, we just tried. We could try again. You want to do it this time? He was hot mic and he didn't realize we had unmuted him and he didn't realize that he was live and he wasn't hearing us.
Don't you mean he was hot monkeying?
Yes.
It was Monkey Mike.
He said something about mom's spaghetti.
That was sick.
Yeah.
I love mom's spaghetti.
How dare you?
I'll unmute him one more time. See if he hears us now.
Who?
Hey, monkey.
Where is monkey at?
Are you there, monkey? Crypto would like to speak with you.
Hey, look at the right research. Oh my goodness.
Monkey.
We can even hear his friend. Yeah, we can even hear his friend on the mic, but he doesn't hear us.
Oh,
the normies are talking about what he's going to say.
I have a question. At what point is the vacuum compared to the non-vacuum, which is the atmosphere?
Yeah, that's a great question. We don't know, because that would be pseudoscience.
But how would you explain to the atmosphere though?
Very easily. There's air here.
Air can't block radiation coming off the sun, though. So it's the real question.
That what? That's got nothing to do with what we were talking about. We were talking about gas next to vacuums, right?
Yeah, vacuums, but
you know what a vacuum is?
Yeah, it's the vacuum of space. It's really hard to explain.
Okay, but do you know what one is?
There's one vacuum, and that's the vacuum of space.
No. Vacuum is a concept. Right? So it's the concept of... I mean, there's two different ways of understanding it. You can either say that it's just a lack of anything, or you could say that it's an area of extremely low pressure. They tend to use the second one for practical reasons, because an area where absolutely nothing exists is basically impossible.
There's a Czechoslovakia.
Okay, well, not saying that, but that still doesn't explain how the atmosphere stays in, the atmosphere.
Well, what you're asking is completely incoherent. Like,
hold on, I have to turn down my friends. They're not very bright when it comes to conversations.
Fair enough. Okay. Are they aware that Czechoslovakia is no longer a country?
In America, we have literally.
I'm playing a Hearts of Iron 4 game, so.
Alright,
okay. Anyway, my game's bugged. Anyway, but see, how would you explain? Like, do you believe in gravity? That's the real question.
Are we going to keep on skipping from subject to subject, or are we going to stick on one?
Well, it's still part of the same subject. It's just that it's like a tad bit off the bush.
Sure, but if we were talking about genetics and then I started skipping around to 10 different subtopics within genetics without actually getting to any one specific topic, you would feel like it was a waste of time, right?
Okay, alright.
So, let's stick with one subtopic. Now, look, I'm happy to talk about I'm happy to talk about the vacuum and the air pressure, or I'm happy to talk about the gravity, but please can we stick with one? I'm happy with either.
Alright. So, give me one sec.
Beautiful. Anyone else see that coming?
Yeah, that was Mountain Dew.
Oh, was it?
I think so.
Cherry Coke's my guess.
You might be right. I mean, Coke really does. It's even way more carbonated. It makes it burp really deep.
Yeah. So do you want to ban him, or shall I?
Monkey? He doesn't need to be banned yet, does he? For the burp?
Yeah.
I usually wait till the second.
I think that's
burp.
kind of extreme. I mean, but that's not always up to me. But you don't care what I think.
Yeah, fair enough, I guess. Monkey, are you gonna actually talk to us instead of burping? Oh, the burp wasn't Monkey. Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sorry.
You will be.
No, I'm only apologizing for jumping in the middle of your thing. I didn't mean that. I could have waited. I'm sorry.
Not that precious about it.
I thought it would be funny. I'm sorry. Did it work?
All right, so where were we?
Nobody
The
gets
air
my joke.
retains the air.
Yeah.
The air blocks the radiation. What else does the air do?
Who knows? Oh, Raoul did a big fat burp. Right, that's probably why he's got space herpes and space AIDS. Okay, Monkey, you there? Monkey, I need your oh, he's left. Oh. Right, Lou, I need your assistance.
Yes, I'll do what I can. What's up?
I'm gonna give Raoul either Space Criminal or Space Turd. Which one do you think?
Criminal. It was criminal for him.
Space criminal, definitely.
Yeah, fair enough. Space criminal is.
I just still want to know how he got the Seem Sincere role. If he's also got those roles.
That's a great question.
That was a sincere burp, though. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I'm not about to lie about a burp, you know what I mean?
Have you ever done a burpee before?
A couple.
Sweet. Yeah, burpees are pretty good.
They fuck my calves, though.
Yeah, same. So, Raoul, do you think you live on a spinning water pair in the middle of literal nothing?
No.
Sick. Where do you think you live?
On a flat plane.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because everything I've learned in this server.
Yeah, but you don't just take what we say as for granted, do you? Like, surely you've done your own research.
Well, yeah, I was presented a shit ton of research.
Okay. Including?
Flat.
I'm not sure the Seem Sincere role has really found its place, found its home with you.
How would you go about? How would you go about demonstrating the flatness of the Earth?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know. I'm sorry. I'm high as fuck.
Happy 420.
Same to you.
Did you guys know that the 20th of April is Adolf Hitler's birthday?
I did. It's also the anniversary of Columbine.
Sweet.
So, I mean, Raul, like, you don't think if you just put a little thought into it, you might be able to devise some kind of a way to demonstrate that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, being high is no excuse. I'm high all day.
I'm not usually high all day. It's a special occasion here. I'm just here to listen, man. I'm not really up for it right now.
Fair enough.
I mean, I know we're still outnumbered to the Globers, but it doesn't really feel like it anymore. Kind of think we kicked their ass and it's over. It's just going to be a long time before the world catches up and realizes it.
What's up?
What's that?
Somebody got their asses kicked. Wonder who that could be. I do say there.
That would be the online anti-flat earthers. They don't seem to be too enthusiastic about coming here anymore.
Nope.
So sad.
We still do have the Inquisitive. For a while they are, anyway. Till they find out we're for real and that they don't know what they're talking about. I mean, it must be shocking to once in your life discover that like everything you thought and believed was wrong. That is shocking. Have somebody telling you that reality is there in front of you, that you've experienced it your whole life, and you're deciding with your own rationale or whatever it is to decide that you are somewhere other than what your experience is showing you every single second, that you're conscious. I use that term conscious loosely.
Well, we tried. I think I'm gonna head down and see what's going on in the cinema. Jump in late to a movie.
The monkey is back if anybody wants to try to talk to him again.
Hello,
Not
monkey.
me.
Did Czechoslovakia take over the world yet? Beautiful.
Had this little thing in there like I don't know if you heard it too. Who told you Earth was round? Don't know curvature was ever found. Little musical interlude for Wednesday afternoon. Wait a minute. Is it Wednesday? Yes. Glad I got that right.
I think you mean Thursday morning.
Thursday morning. That's right. You are correct. Results may vary according to your area. You may think you're living on a spinning ball in space that cannot exist in reality. Letting the days go by, let the water under. Same as it ever was.
Once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was.
Flat as it ever was. Flat as it ever was.
It's not.
Saying the horizon's physical. That ain't ever gonna happen.
You know, Globers don't even care about the Earth.
I know. It's not even an
That's what's
argument
sad.
anymore about the Earth, is it? It's really
The Earth could go away for all they care.
a
There's plenty
rectangle.
more
Yeah,
plenty
it
more
could be
places to go visit out there.
could have a rectangle quadrodecahedron oscilloscope. They don't care. What a strange place to be in. I mean, as far as like a period of time to like be questioning these things and realize that the whole rest of the world is just freaking out of their freaking minds. And that we were in that too. Like you couldn't get any closer to the Matrix movie. Pretty darn close. Got those little creatures, the little trolls running around in the caves. Try to find you. Then they get bashed to bits. Crash. I don't know. What's up with no one else talking? Jamsey. Rookie, are you still there?
Yep, I'm here.
Alrighty then. Wow.
Sorry, I was kind of like zoning out. I'm texting and talking to people.
What'd you say, Dave? What'd you say, Dave?
I said I'm still here with that golden mic.
Yeah, you're just breaking up a little bit. Not too bad. Probably good the next time you speak. That's what usually happens, Dave. Hey, we have someone here named the Monkey. The Monkey! Monkey!
Go ahead, Sonny. We tried him like 2 or 3 times. See if you can talk to him.
Hold on. Just had to do Mick Jagger impression just then. Hold on. We'll unmute the Monkey and see if he'll speak. Hi, the Monkey. How are you today? Are you there? You are unmuted at our end. You just have to unmute yourself.
Anyway, hello.
Hey.
Do you wish
he's
to debate?
Hey, he's a monkey. All right, wait a minute. We're just joking. Yeah, anyway, what did you say? You said you're doing great?
I said, do you wish to debate this subject?
Some people in the panel may want to. Crypto may have a couple questions.
No, we tried earlier. He couldn't stick to one topic.
Yeah, I was also like in another chat doing like 6 other things at once. Anyway, I got like one question only. Actually 2, but it's one question. You don't mind me asking it though?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So about this flat Earth and like the government trying to hiding it. Why would they go through so much trouble to hide it?
Okay, so do you think the government always tells the truth?
There's certain things they can't tell the truth about, but
such as
yes.
Right. Okay. Well, I don't think. Okay. So here's why the government lies: because you believe them without questioning them.
Yep, that's why.
But I did question them, and
You just told me that they don't have any reason to lie apart from specific things, right? So presumably this isn't one of those specific things, which means you don't question them. So the answer is because you don't question them.
That's why they would. Yeah, that's why they would lie.
But why would they spend so much money to?
Why they're making money? They're making money head over fist. They're making money for doing nothing but CGI that a 15-year-old could do on Photoshop.
But there's private people who go in the space.
They're not private people. You think NASA's private?
They're talking about
but people like me who send rockets to just front up there.
No, you don't.
Can you do it
right now? Or
yeah, go on.
I don't have this. It's broken.
Your rocket's broken.
It's broken. It's sent it into space. I mean, I don't really know what you expect in 3 pieces.
What are you talking about?
The rocket I have is in 3 pieces because it's a 3-stage part.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is like a model rocket?
No, it's a working rocket I took the time and spent on.
And like, what does this rocket carry?
The GoPro.
Does it have a payload?
Yeah, the GoPro.
Oh, the GoPro. Okay, very good. So when's the launch date?
When I get the money to buy the fuel.
Okay, very good. Now, getting back to maybe Earth.
Sure.
What do you think the condition of the surface of Earth is?
The condition of Earth is
the surface.
Habitable.
Geometrically, what is the surface condition?
Round, I guess.
Is it curved 8 inches per mile square?
That would be extremely curved.
No, it'd be curved about just around all the way to 90 degrees. So that's fine. 1,200 miles or 1,500 miles or something.
But 4 inches per square would mean that when you're on the equator, that you're below a 90-degree angle. But
no, so where there's supposed to be an obstruction over a certain amount of distance, right? That means your geometric horizon is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Do you agree with that?
I mean, if you really want, I guess I can agree with that.
Pardon me?
I said it's not really agreeable since there's bumps and there's mountains.
We're talking about over water.
Over water?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it really depends. The ocean currents. And
Do you know of any time in history when the Earth's curvature was physically directly measured?
You can't measure something that's always moving.
Earth's surface?
The surface of the Earth is impossible to measure, but you can get estimates of the measurement.
No, you have known heights and known distances between objects on land across water. That would be a pretty good test, wouldn't you say?
Well, I don't live near any body of water, so I couldn't really tell you.
So you can't tell me just as of right now, you can't tell me exactly how and when and where Earth's curvature was ever measured then. Is that correct?
I mean, I personally couldn't tell you, but I could probably get people to tell you. It'd be hard.
You don't know. So you don't know?
I know mostly about space.
Okay, great. So you don't know when Earth's curvature was measured. Great. Now, do you know when Earth's rotation was detected and what method was used to detect axial rotation of Earth? When was that done?
Well, if you want to be precise like that, that was done around. When was he born? Like, like 70, 80, I believe. Around what's it called?
70 AD. We're talking about the axial rotation. That means the motion of Earth's surface in an axial fashion of rotation. Do you understand that, right?
Yeah.
So when was that actually measured, physically measured, detected? And what method was used?
I don't know what the method is called. I can tell you how it's performed.
Okay, I don't know. That's good. That's a good answer, actually. Good answer. You said you don't know. It's fair. Anyway, go ahead, Crypto.
It was just a very simple device that was using. It was called a 18-mile plank. That was actual plank but stakes. That was marked via measurements, and they would use that measurements for the data that they used for 2 years.
We're talking about rotation of Earth, axial rotation.
Yeah, the rotation of Earth. You could tell by the reflection that off the shadows.
Oh, so you're going to shadows as well? Okay. Do you realize that those shadows can be the same on both a curved surface or a flat surface?
Pretty sure that's how reflection of light works, but yeah.
You can get the same result on both surfaces, curved or flat. Did you know that?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so you know that if something can be done on both surfaces, it doesn't prove either. You understand that, right?
Well, all right. Let's say your proof too, but your proof is saying that the Earth is flat, and using my measurements would be.
We're not talking about. We're not talking about my proof. All I asked you is, do you know when, where, and how axial rotation was detected? Like what method was used? That's all I asked.
Yeah, the stake method.
The stakes, sticks, and shadows. Okay.
Well, it was mostly used for the proof of the rounding, but it was also used for that. But it wasn't really the best accuracy. But
and what were the presumptions before Eratosthenes left the house that day?
What?
What presumptions did he make?
Well, he made very simple.
He presumed a few things. Do you know what they are that he presumed?
Not exactly, but I can tell you mostly.
Okay, tell me one thing. We'll start with that.
All right. Well, he presumed that the movement of the sun wasn't correlated with the way the Earth was flat, which is what he said.
What? I'd like to see the documentation for what he said. Please show that. But in addition to that, so he presumed the distance to the sun Did you know that
You
he
presume the distance
assumed
of the
that it
sun.
was infinite amount of distance away? Infinite distance away? Did you know he presumed
He
that?
never presumed the distance from the sun. He
No, he
presumed
did.
that
Yes,
the
he did.
rotation of the sun does not match up
We're
with
talking
the
about,
theory
you're
of
talking about sticks and shadows, which is supposed to be showing that Earth is curved.
Yeah.
But it's done on a flat Earth. That's the funny part. But anyway, listen, you don't have any source data from this, whatever it's supposed to be. It's not a measurement. Using secondary means shadows, light and shadows. We're talking about a surface condition of motion. Two different things. You're trying to go to something that's a non sequitur to what I'm asking. Doesn't even correlate. It's not even that's not even it doesn't cognate, doesn't match what I asked.
Monkey, are you aware that you can calculate a radius on a flat surface with Eratosthenes' methodology?
Yeah.
Okay, so then what does it prove?
Hold on. What is this guy want? I know it. One sec, I have to mute myself. Yes, I know that we're pre-hosting.
Yeah, so there's no problem. We agree. You didn't know on counts 1 and 2. That's fine. Have you ever heard of a gas pressure system existing next to a vacuum or near vacuum without a physical barrier?
Yeah. Well, not really. I don't really know about that, but I don't see how that really correlates to the
It
fact
does
that
because they say Earth is an open system existing next to a vacuum when we have gas pressure here on Earth. How is the gas pressure being contained?
Pressure.
The pressure? No, pressure. The definition of pressure of gas is the molecules of the gas.
Obviously, yes, that gas is leaving the atmosphere.
When
But there's
and where
also
and how? When, where, and how is it leaving? Where?
Where? Everywhere.
Where?
There's not
Where?
a pinpoint
Everywhere.
place.
What do you mean by everywhere?
It leaks through the atmosphere. It's
Where
not a
does it
solid
leak through
contained
the
dome.
atmosphere? Tell me where it leaks through the atmosphere. How did you measure this leakage?
You measure it.
How did they measure it? You're stating something that as a fact. How did they measure it to know it's real?
What they did is they shot balloons and aircraft, and they flew into the not troposphere. What's the name of the sphere now?
Gases don't have a shape, so you're saying atmosphere is it's the opposites. Gases don't have a shape. So you're implying, you're presuming a sphere with it. You're presuming you have to have a curved surface in order to have a sphere. Where's your curved surface? You didn't have a measurement of curvature. So you can't claim
measure
atmosphere.
gas.
What?
You're saying that you can measure gas, but you can't measure.
No, you don't have gas curve. God, you don't have gas sticking to a ball, with no container. You don't have gases that are being contained by gases. Can you show a demonstration of this, please? If you do, if that's what you're saying.
I mean, it's a very simple demonstration, but
okay. What is a very simple demonstration? I want to make sure we're understanding.
Gas around the atmosphere is contained via gravity and pressure.
That's not a demonstration.
You said a few things.
That's you begging the question.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, could I just say, oh yeah, I've demonstrated unicorns because you just have a horse with a horn and magical powers. Like, is that a demonstration of unicorns, or is that just stating what unicorns are?
Well, it's a statement.
Exactly. So you just made a statement. You haven't demonstrated anything.
I don't know how I'm supposed to demonstrate it without going.
No, we don't expect you to, because it's an impossible task. Because if you were able to do that, you would be violating a natural law that has never been violated ever in all of known human history, the second law of thermodynamics and the gas laws. So, which is about a half a dozen different gas laws that you would be violating if you're saying that you're in a spinning ball out in the outer space and it has gas pressure at the surface, but no container. That's all. So, yeah, you can't provide a demonstration because it can't exist in reality. Therefore, the place they told you was space does not exist. It's made up. It's a story. You believed it just like we did our whole lives as well. We went through the same Rockefeller concentration camp style education camps.
Excuse me about the cough. Anyway, you have to repeat that. I was doing something. How does that have anything to do with Rockefeller, though?
That I just made a statement. It was kind of rhetorical, but you'll have to do your own research. But we're talking about Earth here, so we can get back on topic.
All right. Back to what I was saying about the Earth. Oh, what was the question about the Earth again? I was talking to someone else.
Well, you failed to provide any proof on the 3 main points of your globe, so...
That actually is the point. The point is, what was the question is, why in your paradigm that you're believing is true, you don't have curvature. In other words, no ball. You don't have motion or axial rotation, so no motion. And you don't have any gas pressure without a container. You would have to show a practical demonstration of this to tell it, to show that that is something that is true in reality. So your space doesn't exist. You don't have a ball to start with. Your whole foundation is faulty.
All right. Would you like me to prove to you how, well, your presumption of the dome?
I didn't make any presumptions.
You said that the dome, which is around with the pressure.
We have pressure, period. Yeah. What's the definition of gas pressure?
Exactly what it is.
Yeah, it means pressure against the walls of a container. That's how you have pressure. PSI pressure.
We have no
pounds per square inch. Wow, how do you think that pounds per square inch?
Oh, I didn't know.
Square inches of what? Do you have square inches of gas just floating around? Do you have square inches of that holding other gases? When did they ever measure that?
See, gases are not together.
Like, absolutely, you're right. They go omnidirectionally, right? All directions. You're right. They will seek entropy.
But you know what they don't do? They don't disperse into the vacuum that you say is adjacent to this open system.
Yeah.
So
it's because it's held down via pressure and gravity.
So, okay, so where would you say gravity is strongest, at the surface or further away from the ball? Which one? Which one's stronger?
Stronger. Let me see.
Stronger at the surface or stronger further away?
You're stronger closer to the surface.
Okay, good. Then gases are not staying at the surface, are they?
They're staying relatively close.
They are not staying, and no, they're going upward mostly because the ground is below, so they can't go down. So they have to go up omnidirectionally, laterally, and upward at the same time. That's what all directions at the same time. Escaping immediately to the available space. So
if there were a vacuum right there, that would be the available space, and that's where they'd be escaping to.
Mm-hmm. So how are you still breathing? And so the gas is escaping. So why are all of a sudden the gases going somewhere far out away from the surface and then retracting and coming back down? So where they just stay there?
Well, they don't stay there vertically.
You're saying they stay there.
It sounds like they're just up and leaving into space.
No, you're saying they're containing other gases, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying they're containing other gases.
Then what's containing gases?
Gravity.
We just talked about that. You need a ball for gravity. You don't have a measurement of curvature. So, ixnay.
Anything can be formed with gravity as long as you have condensed material.
You don't have proof of gravity. If we want to go into gravity, what gravity are you talking about? Which gravity?
Gravity? There's only one type of gravity.
No, there isn't. You're wrong.
Multiple
There's 3 different kinds. Do you want to know which one are you using? Newtonian gravity?
Why would I use no? I'm using regular gravity.
You mean general relativity? So space and time, that can be warping, bending of space-time fabric. Is that where you're on about Einstein from 1915 paper, general relativity? Is that where you're on about?
No, obviously not. See,
No.
basic of gravity is explained the simplest way, explained by a cloth sheet and a ball. Simply take the ball.
That's
spread out the cloth
Einstein.
sheet,
That's Einstein's
clip
theory.
clip it.
That's Einstein. Great. So you're going with Einstein? Okay, great. Awesome. Is that what you're saying?
That's cool.
Fabric of space-time warping because the ball's in there, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, good. So from the 1915 paper from Albert Einstein, could you please pull out that experiment? We need the independent control variable in the experiment to show that a cause and effect was determined through experiment. You could start with the independent control variable. What did he vary?
No, he said, I'm not remilitarizing the Rhineland. So this is going to be a fun game, boys.
I can't hear.
What were you saying?
What did Einstein manipulate in his experiment of gravity?
He didn't manipulate he proved that gravity exists.
That's what I'm asking you. How did he prove it? He would have to have an experiment that proved it to show it has a cause and effect.
All right, so I want you to cut out a piece of a desk, okay? Let's say an 8x8 square feet of desk.
Oh, this is a cool proof.
Okay. Red herring. Red herring. Non sequitur.
It's a new proof, see, at least.
Okay.
Original.
So I want you to take an 8x8, a cloth sheet, right? And I want you to take a 3 pound, let's say, be round. So a dumbbell.
Non sequitur. Non sequitur. I'm sorry, you're going off into the weeds somewhere. I don't even know what you're talking about. It's incoherent. So I'm asking you for the independent variable of Einstein's theory from the 1915 paper that he wrote in November of 1915. That paper, that one.
Yeah, well, I'm explaining to you how he uses theory.
No, I want the experiment. You need to pull it out of his paper. It should be easy to find. It would have a Nobel Peace Prize attached to it. It would be easy to find because he proved gravity existed with cause and effect through experimentation. That's the only way you can prove cause and effect is through experimentation. You have to have something you manipulate in order to show a cause and effect.
I'm going to show you.
So you're going to show me. How are you going to show me? I need to see the paper from Einstein, not from you.
I'm about to show you it.
Okay.
Well, you should have already just named the independent variable that was manipulated.
Why can't you name it? Yeah, that's a good question. Why can't you name the independent? What is it? We're like speaking through like microphones, so you should be able to just say it. What is the independent control variable?
Independent control variable
in Einstein's experiment.
Yeah, his independent control. What am I dog doing? Anyway, independent control variable is freaking flunked science. Let me think.
Yeah. Did he manipulate space or did he manipulate time?
He manipulates space.
Oh, really? And so how did he manipulate space? Did he stop space? Did he coagulate some space? Did he like concentrate space or contract it or expand space? How did he manipulate space?
Simple, very simple. What do we call it?
Thoughts.
Basically, what he did to show the proof of gravity is he took a sphere, an 8-pound sphere, a cloth, like an 8x8 cloth.
Is that what he did?
Well, you let me explain. I can tell you.
No, is this what he did? Is this what Einstein did?
This is what he did.
Oh, really? Okay, great. I'd like to see the citation, but go on.
We haven't said anything. What's this? that he did.
Okay.
Playing with balls and fabric.
Well, if you
that
let me
sounds like-
explain, maybe I can explain it to you.
No, I don't want an explanation. I want the independent control variable, or
that
you
is
tell
the
me
independent
how did he
control variable.
manipulate space
Because
or
here,
time? How did he?
I'm
Do
trying
you
to
think
explain.
space? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Simple.
Wait a minute.
He's using fabric as an example.
Wait a minute. It's a non sequitur. Once again, you're going off into the weeds. It's not coherent what you're saying. So listen, I need to know how he either manipulated space or time. There needs to be a mechanism involved that he can manipulate. So we want to know, how did he do that? How did he manipulate space and time? And if you're saying that space or time could be manipulated, aren't space and time both concepts? Man-made concepts.
Okay, so what he did
is space and time man-made concepts.
Space and time is not a man-made concept.
They are, or they aren't.
Aren't.
They aren't. So somebody discovered space.
They discovered the space.
How did they discover space?
By Newton's law of gravity.
They made it up.
As
Thank you very much. You conceded. Great. So now how did they do time? How did they manipulate time? They would have to either stop it, slow it down, or speed it up. Which one did they do? How did they do that?
Physically cannot manipulate time.
Then your premise is faulty in logic.
Yeah, you just debunked
Dr.
yourself.
Spock would not approve.
Who is Dr. Spock?
Holy crap. Star Trek? Hello? You're talking to a bunch of space nerds here, okay?
Your space is
There's two Dr. Spock. Mr. Spock, not Dr.
There you
The
go.
doctor's the doctor's
Yeah, but you all know he was a doctor. Okay, Mr. Spock.
When Dr. Spock's on TV, he's got his show. So
Oh, really? Yeah. I apologize.
That's why I said I was like, yeah. I'm like, what?
Anyway.
So anyway, no experiment, then I guess what you're saying, and
I'm trying to explain to you what the experiment is.
You would have to explain how you could manipulate either space or time.
You can't manipulate time.
Then it's not an experiment. You know what? Guess what? That's why it's still, listen, something that is proven, monkey, is not still called a theory.
I never said theory.
If time can't be manipulated, then I guess gravity as defined can exist. So good job getting yourself.
Special relativity theory, general relativity theory.
The fabric of space. It's
never been proven.
Yes, it has.
You just said
gravity has not been proven. No,
you just said
you could tell me
it couldn't be manipulated.
You could tell me that. Then, if it could be proven, then you would be able to tell me what experiment proved it.
I'm trying to tell you. It was
Okay,
the fabric,
I'm
the
listening.
ball, and the smaller ball that went around it.
That sounds like Newtonian physics. Are you mixing the two, my brother?
Not mixing the two.
Never mix. Yeah, you can't be mixing your gravities up. Can't be using Newtonian and then switching over to Einstein. Doesn't work.
Not using Einstein.
You're using Newtonian?
I've been using Newtonian.
Oh my gosh, you're 107 years out of date. Oh my god. Do you know that Newtonian was superseded in 1915? Superseded means replaced. It's obsolete. Doesn't work. They don't work together at all. They don't work together.
For your brain to understand.
What's that?
Well, you're obviously not letting me explain, so I had to switch.
You had to switch because of something I did?
Okay, you're not letting me explain how the sheet of fabric affected.
Okay, please do explain. We're all listening. I'm all ears. So I'm gonna mute myself. I want to hear what you got to say. Honestly, I do. I'm gonna mute right now. Go ahead and tell.
Let me take this. We get this drink. The fabric of space is manipulated by the fabric of gravity, which was proven.
The fabric of gravity.
Just saying.
The fuck are you talking about?
We're talking about the fabric of space.
There's no such thing as fabric of gravity. What are you talking about?
I said fabric of space, and then how it's affected by gravity.
Well, grab the fabric of some gravity and use it to manipulate some space for us to show us that this can all be done.
It's very simple. I want you to imagine it as
Why
a
are you having so
clock
much
sheet.
trouble? Just tell me.
Imagine it. Now we're off imagining.
I just can't magically just show it
Okay, good. So
I thought
I'm
it
going
was
to ask a
simple.
question about your fabric. Can I sew it with some space-time thread and a needle?
What? That makes it no.
Why?
Can't sew it.
You said it's fabric.
Yeah, it's It's. You know what your needle and thread is? It's gravity.
I have some space-time thread and a special rocket needle. Why can't I sew it?
You can't. Okay, you want to know what your needle is, good sir? You want to know what your needle is? Your needle.
A special rocket needle, just like you have a rocket. I have a rocket. Yeah, it's like you're going to hold some space-time thread, and I'm going to sew the fabric
You
of
can't
space.
sew things together. You can push in. You can push it in. Like a sheet.
Push it in.
Yes, you can push it in. You can find out a video of it. I'll show you.
Kind of graphic.
I was gonna say that it is graphic.
Here you go. Oh no, that's the wrong photo. Here it is. The image. I have to save image.
Can you grab me some
Just
gravity and put it in a
yeah.
bottle so that I can use it to manipulate some space-time over here? Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Go to. Oh, that's wrong.
Imaginary space-time. Awesome, man.
All right, let me just send it to you.
Send me some more imaginary time because I'm going to go use some more of it tomorrow. Can I have a qubit?
Here, you want like a
cube? I want a cube of imaginary time. I need some extra tomorrow.
I just sent it to you. That is your fabric.
I need to elongate some time. Can you help me out? Give me some of that Einsteinian gravity.
Oh, that was delicious. Anyway. Your fabric, like I just explained, and sent the photo to your good friend Sonny over here.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm going to post this wonderful little cartoon image of something that no one has ever seen and no one ever will, but you can imagine it.
You can't see air, but is it there? Yes, it is.
You can measure air pressure.
It's almost like no, man. Air.
You can measure air pressure, bro.
You can't see it. You can't.
What is wind speed?
Wind speed is affected by currents.
You can see air because when it heats up, you can see the steam. You know.
You're not seeing air.
see the
You're
heat.
seeing you're seeing the particles.
So the particles
In the
I
air.
posted. The
In the
particles.
Hold on, are you saying monkey? Are you saying
water.
okay, monkey? Are you saying magic doesn't exist?
No, magic doesn't exist.
Oh, what? Just because you can't see it? Just because you can't see magic, you're saying it doesn't exist? You see, this is how you sound right now.
Oh, how you sound?
No, that's literally how you sound. You don't understand that just because you're definitely not going to talk over me without me banning you. So shut up while I finish. Now, just because you can't see something, therefore it might exist, doesn't mean that everything you can't see necessarily exists.
Yeah.
Right? These are two different things. You still have to prove the existence of that thing, whether it be air or something else. So just saying, oh, just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm using air as an example. You're saying that you can't see air, so it's so hard to explain. Anyway, you're saying
no one here has said that air doesn't exist. No one here has said it apart from me.
That's what you're because you can't see it. Doesn't mean it's true. That is what you're saying.
No, that's what you're saying, and we're saying that's stupid logic.
That's what you're saying.
No one here said that air doesn't exist. Nobody here said that.
I never said air didn't exist. I'm using that.
Yeah, no one here said that. So why are you bringing it up?
I'm using air as an example because you can't see it. It's there.
You kind of can.
What the hell?
You kind of can, though. That's why you can't see 1,000 miles.
You can measure it, bro. Can you measure space-time?
You can't measure time, but you can measure space.
Then how do they know it exists?
I just...
How do they know space exists if they can't measure
jump,
it?
Okay? Are you going
When did
to
they?
the air?
When did they go there, bro? When did they go there?
Where?
The space.
Oh, let's see, 1951, I believe.
Well, you're way off, but that's okay. No, mind that. Why in 2015 did NASA tell everybody with the Orion projects that they can't go past the Van Allen belts? Didn't we go through them in 1969?
Yeah,
they said we can't go past unless we get the shielding right because we will get fried. 2015, your priest in NASA publicly announced it.
Are you saying that we'll get fried or the mechanics in it will get fried?
No, everything would get fried. The humans would be little tiny French fries. The electronics are gone before you get through the thermosphere. It's over 3,700 Fahrenheit, which melts titanium and everything below it, including aluminum, high tensile steel, high carbon steel.
Yeah, you also have to see that's facing the sunlight. Sunlight is very hot. But when you face away, it's very cold. It's like heat.
So how much shielding did the Apollo mission have? Okay, the lunar tweaker shack. How much shielding did it have?
Oh, I know.
It was
all
all
4 sheets of tinfoil worth.
A quarter inch at the most.
For tile.
Yeah, you're fried.
Like a sun. Let's say your sun is your heater. And you have a heater, right?
Now you're just making excuses, bro. I feel bad. I'm trying to help you out. You're just digging a deeper hole for yourself.
You're being ridiculous.
A deeper hole that you're not listening to.
No, I am listening, but you're not making any sense though.
You're building a ditch.
No, I'm not. I'm saying on flat, firm Earth, just like your buddies NASA uses the Earth flat and stationary to do all their aircraft models over flat stationary Earth. Why are they doing that? NASA, the FAA, McDonnell Douglas, Boeing. Why are they all using flat stationary Earth to fly their aircraft over? Every one of them.
Because of gravity. Never experienced gravity.
I'm talking about geometry, not your pseudo force. I'm talking about geometry.
Good point, though. Why do they ignore gravity whenever they fly something over the Earth?
Yeah, why do they ignore that too?
It's not ignoring; it's experiencing.
Experiencing. Oh, you just experience it. Everything's static above your Earth, huh?
It's not factored into flight dynamics here on Earth, though. So no.
Why would something naturally be like birds? Naturally need a flight mechanic. Huh? It's because it's just reuse. Well, it's I can't. It's so hard to explain, man. Like you just basically when you're flying and you start like going over a curve. Let's say your magical.
There's no
micro curve, or you want to say it.
There's no curve, but anyway, why aren't planes tipping their nose down?
Let's go back to that.
You said planes.
You said that every square mile has a 4-inch curvature.
No, I did not say that. Anyway, it's 8 inches per, and the miles are squared. So why isn't the nose of all aircraft dropping down to accommodate for this curve, which would be 2,790 feet per minute of drop? Why is no aircraft over Earth's surface using that? Why aren't they pointing their nose down to go to negotiate the curve?
Because why would you point? Because it's naturally built into the system.
If you're going straight and listen,
let me speak. I'm not saying the actual system and mechanics. I'm saying the natural, like you wouldn't point down because it's the.
Yes, you would. If you're in level,
you're in the atmosphere and you're in the whatchamacallit, the troposphere.
Let me ask you a question. I'll ask this another way. If you're in level flight, are you flying horizontally?
Oh, you're flying flat.
Okay, so that's a straight line, right?
Yes, it's obviously a
Okay,
straight
good.
line.
So if I'm flying in a straight line, but the surface below me is dropping away because it's a ball, it has to drop away. You would end up in space in level flight if you didn't negotiate downward to negotiate the curve of 8 inches per mile square. Period.
Hold on, you have to repeat that. My friend's just like screaming in the mic.
Why aren't planes negotiating the 2,790 feet per
Because there's
minute?
gravity. The gravity is pulling you down. You're at a certain point.
It's pulling you down, geometrically pulling you down. So is the angle of the angle of the aircraft with the angle of the aircraft need to negotiate that curve? Yes or no?
Because you don't need to negotiate the curve when you're
Would
closer.
the aircraft need to negotiate the curve? Yes or no?
You wouldn't need. Yes. Yet
it would have to negotiate the curve. Okay, great. Now what?
When you're in the literal atmosphere in the gravitational pull of the atmosphere,
Atmo doesn't have a sphere shape.
You don't need to point yourself down since the flat Earth, because the curvature.
Okay, because the flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth. Thanks. That's
Yeah, so it's like it doesn't exist. Thanks.
It does exist.
Oh, but you don't have to account for it in any way. It's not apparent in any way. It's not something that we, have to do any accounting for whatsoever. But yeah, it does exist. That's not really a great argument, bro.
Look, if Earth was a ball and it was doing all the things they're saying, it was this thing they're saying that's in this place, you would have that information at hand. It would have been easy to find for you this day and age. You would have had that easily available to you. It would be ubiquitous. That means everywhere you look, that information would be there. Unfortunately, it's not anywhere. I've been looking 5 years. Some of us in here up to 8 years and possibly longer. Been looking for this information. We asked you. No one's been provided it in almost a decade. Do you understand?
What is the exact question that you're asking that for?
Measurement of curvature, detection of rotation, and gas pressure without a container. Those three. Proof of those.
So you want proof of gas container, curvature of the gas container.
No, I want curvature of Earth's surface, axial rotation of Earth's surface, and gas pressure without a container or a demonstration. Those are the three primary claims that your globe Earth fantasy monkey spaceball religion is
a calculator.
based on.
I'll be right back. You can stay here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get myself a sandwich, paper, pen, and a calculator.
Sandwiches require a flat surface to make a sandwich. Yep. And the kitchen floor needs to be flat too. Counters are all level, horizontal, as well as tables.
I think he said something like curvature of a gas container or something like that.
Curvature of gas, like what?
That was good.
That was funny.
Funny to listen to these people come in here and they don't realize that most of the members of this channel have been studying this subject for, like you said, up to 8 years. Most of us at least 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
All of us been looking for the information you asked him for. It doesn't exist. And he just can't grasp onto that concept for some reason. I mean, he's lost.
They can't get it. They're stuck in the same. They keep saying atmosphere like that. That's something that's really deeply ingrained in the mind control system.
Yep.
That it just comes out atmosphere. It's just a robotic like regurgitation of information. You might as well be what was the freaking robot?
I bet he's never read. I bet he's never read Einstein's papers or Newtonian's papers. I bet he's never read them.
No.
And half the people here have, and it's just mind-boggling.
Even if you know the basic premise, and mostly it's just gibberish on a chalkboard, and it's like created by I'll tell you the type of experiment. It's widely known, thought experiment.
Yep, and
Einstein
says that. Einstein even said that it was a thought experiment. That's all it was.
He was probably in some hallucinogenic trance, and I'll do this.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
freaking know.
in his
Who knows?
paperwork.
Hanging out with a cousin and stuff, yo.
Yeah, it's in his paperwork. Read it. He says it right out of his own mouth. It was merely a thought experiment. That's all it was. Right out of the mouth of the man himself, Mr. Einstein.
I think Einstein was a bloated up numpty dipshit.
Of course he was.
I personally think he was a pretender clown.
Oh, well, then I'd like you to define the difference between the two. I don't see it.
It's a different variety. It's a bloated up peckerwood pretender clown. Red bellied. A bloated up, red-breasted, peckerwooded.
He sounds like a high school kid that just barely got done with the science lesson about gravity, and he knows everything about it now, and he's going to come in and tell the whole world about it.
Said because I didn't understand, he had to switch to Newtonian.
Anyway, I think it's pretty good. Let me go get this calculus.
I have to know what is in your sandwich, because if this is a wrong answer, then I can no longer respect you.
Oh, it's just bologna and cheese.
That's acceptable.
Oh, well, let's see this.
You know what's in that bologna, by any chance?
A load of bologna.
There you go.
That's an asshole.
Yeah, the rotation.
Boobs and buttholes, yeah. I would correlate that him knowing how. I would correlate him knowing what's in the bologna as much as he knows about what's in Newtonian or Einstein's paperwork. He doesn't have a clue about any of it.
26.
Sad.
What was the question again?
Curvature, axial rotation, pressure without a container, any evidence of any of these?
Okay, let's get pressure. I don't know, fucking guy or not. That's not what I want.
Like a big mouthful of bologna. Can you understand me? Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is, my friend?
Let's try another piece of my sandwich out. Here it is. Oh.
The definition of gas pressure is the collision of the gas particles against the walls of the container that causes the pressure. The pressure of them hitting the walls of the container causes the pressure. It's in the definition. So if you don't have a container, you don't have gas pressure, because in order to have gas pressure, you have to have the gas colliding with the walls of the container so you can read the gauge that says there's this amount of gas pressure within the container.
The gas pressure on the container, it's not the exact pressure. See what you're using. This is a pretty good sandwich. What you're using is the object of the pressure, and not actually using physical means of pressure. You're using force pressure. I'm using. Yeah.
I'm using the definition as it's written in the science books, my friend.
We're trying to push people from the 60s, is my.
Not using anything of my own. It's way that it's taught in schools. Pressure of the gas colliding with the walls of the container is what causes gas pressure. So thus, if you don't have a container, you don't have gas pressure. You can't have.
Let me just make
You
this
can't have
simple for you.
propane. How are you going to have propane in your?
When you put them together, right? They make
Listen,
pressure.
quit interrupting me, please. Are you going to have gas pressure if you're going to have a barbecue and you're going to use propane gas? You don't have a container. You don't have a tank. Where are you going to get the gas? Where's it going to come from? It has to come from the tank, right? Got to fill the tank up with gas. Then you've got gas pressure, right? Sure. Everyone knows that, right? Well, we have gas pressure here on Earth, 14.7 psi to be exact, at sea level. So in order to have gas pressure, it's in the definition, you must have the gas colliding with the walls of the container. In order to have gas pressure, you must have the container. It's like to have a steak. First, you got to have a beef. You got to have a cow. Without the cow, you don't have a steak. Without the container, you don't have gas pressure. It's just the way it is, period. So we have gas pressure on Earth. So where is the container? Or if there is no container, then can you show us gas pressure without using a container? Can you show me propane pressure? Can you hook up a barbecue to a gas pressurized whatever without it being in a container? You do that. Show us where gas pressure comes
Okay.
without a container.
A container? There's no container in space. You can't just throw an invisible sheet of blanket and just call it a container.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm asking you if you can show the gas pressure without a container.
You can use gas pressure.
The Earth is supposed to be an open system. The Earth goes from the ground to the stars, and there's no barrier in between. No container. So what's holding the gas in? Where's the pressure coming from?
Pressure is coming from the gravitational force, pulled by gravity. And that force is overlaying the other pressure that's there. It's like when you stick your fingers between each other, you push out.
Okay. You realize that when you look up gravity, it says gravity is not a force. In all the science papers, you want to go to college or whatever, they tell you gravity is not a force. So again, where's this force coming from that holds the gas down?
There is a gravitational force. It literally says it right here.
Where does it say it?
Usually, all right. Let me just grab this book right here. Page.
In order for something to be a force, it has to be shown to be able to do work, such as the buoyant force can make a certain amount of weight buoyant based on the square inch of the hull. The amount of displacement of water that the hull makes will determine how much weight the hull can carry. That's a force. The hydraulic is another force of pressure, water pressure is another force. The buoyant force, like I said before, those are real forces. If you don't have something that can show that something could do work, like it could lift something, push something, move something, so you would have to show that gravity has been able to be determined that the cause that it can cause motion, movement, or work. So I would bet a life savings that you could not find where that was ever proven to be true by anyone.
Never been done yet. You're right. No one's ever been able to do that in all of mankind's history. So how are you doing it? Please explain, because you'll be famous.
You want the you haven't let me explain this, but okay. Anyway, what was I saying? Do you want the the actual equation, or do you want the brainy aneurysm. The example.
I want the hypotheses and the scientific test that was done.
So you want the formula? I can't speak for my life.
I want the scientific method to be used. Yes.
Yeah, the formula. I can't speak. Okay, so it's F for force. So F equals F1 equals F2 equals G for gravitational pull. ML M1 times the M2 divided by E2. There. I don't know if you could understand that, but
Yeah, you're quoting Newtonian gravity. F equals ma.
Was superseded.
You don't have F. Newton's gravity was never shown to be a force either, nor was it ever proven by experiment using the scientific method.
I don't know who this kid is, but he keeps DMing me this, so I'm just gonna I'm tired of this kid.
Yeah.
He wants me to ask you about the what's it called? Explain the tides, because he's not gonna stop messaging me until you guys explain it. So he's also watching my stream. So
why do we need to explain the tides? Why don't he explain the tides? Why don't tides work on large lakes? The largest lakes on Earth, including Lake Baikal, which is one of the largest lakes and the deepest lakes, has no tides. Neither does Lake Michigan, Lake Superior, Lake Erie, Lake Ontario.
They want me to explain the tides? Like, you want him to explain the tides?
Why are there no tides in freshwater lakes?
Let me see if I can get him to join that. Let's see. Tides can be caused via many things, such as gravity from the moon, wind, and heat pressure. Stuff like that. Like
Wait, say it again?
winds. Tides can be formed from many things, such as the moon, global winds, air pressure, the heat, the steam, stuff like that.
Tides are different than wind, fetch and pitch, wind waves over ocean pushing up, and tides are all different.
Water pushing it along. That can help.
That's not what causes tides. Wind blows over large lakes too. There are no tides. It's only water being pushed up because the winds over distance will push waves up on the opposite shore. That's a known thing. That can be measured.
I mean, it's caused by many things, like I've been trying to say.
The tides can be caused by many things. Okay, could you just name one, please?
Well, do you want the gravity one, or do you want the...
Gravity causing tides? Are you serious? Really? Where did you hear that?
Gravity from the moon.
Gravity causing tides?
Gravity can affect the currents, which causes tides.
Currents? Okay, show me a citation for this, please. I need to see who wrote this. You're getting it from somewhere. I want to know where you're getting it from. Please bring up the literature, the citation, the scientific literature that you got that information from, please. Thanks.
Get this.
Gravity causing tides and currents. Please, that's what I want to see. Where was that from? Could you cite a source, please?
I'll say a source just for you, man.
Who's the source that said that? What?
The Kids Convention just for you, man.
So you don't have one. Okay, great. Keep going. We love it when you come in here and do this.
Source, but
it's sad because you're young and you're a religious chanter of the globe religion, and you don't even understand your own religion, which is
when. The real question is, since when is the globe a religion?
Since you believe something only in something that has no verifiable
I believe in
empirical
it.
proof,
It
you're
can be
interrupting
proven.
me. I was answering you. You interrupted me. So the globe fairy tale that you believe in, you can only believe in because you have no empirical proof that's repeatable, observable, falsifiable, and measurable. You don't have any of that. You never did. No one else ever did either.
Hey.
It doesn't exist in reality.
Can I ask
You're
a
out of your
question?
mind if you think you live on a spinning globe. You don't experience that. No one has ever experienced curvature, rotation, or gas pressure without a container, ever. So that's why it's a religion. Yes, and you are doing. You are dogmatically demonstrating to all of us and everybody listening live on YouTube on the 3 different channels that are live streaming right now with you and your wonderful little statements that we all love because you're supporting our cause much more than you could possibly believe. But you believe in something that cannot be proven, so therefore it is a religion.
Just because I believe in something doesn't make it religion.
No, because you believe only without any proof. Believe without proof.
You know, see, that example, I can believe in the spaghetti man who comes around and tickles people's feet. That is what you're saying.
It's the same thing. You have just as much proof as the spaghetti man as you do the globe.
I still can't make you spaghetti man. Okay.
There's
the
just as much proof. I could write up a story and I would have more proof right here in my little notebook.
I have a question.
Than the globe.
Why can't you spend $200 and send a camera with a, I don't know, weather balloon or rocket? What do you want to use? Well, why don't you just do your own research?
All I need to do is use other people using zoom lenses over long distances. Yeah, I could do the same thing myself. I've done it myself. Here, I live on the coast. I can have another black swan every day, just about, if I wanted to. So, yeah, Earth is not curved. It's not curved. There's no convex water anywhere on Earth. Never been shown. Never been measured. Ever. No one ever uses it that way. Navigators use a flat stationary plane. A flat horizontal datum to measure elevation angles. They've been doing this from centuries upon centuries since they laid out the sea of Baghdad.
That's why you can't do it.
They use an astrolabe, measured the angles of stars that you cannot do with a curved surface. Period.
Why can't you do it? They still don't explain.
To do what?
Spend $200 and just send a balloon with a camera up there.
A balloon with a camera is going above the surface. I don't need to go above the surface. I can look straight over water and look at distances that are impossible on your globe. I can do this every day.
What you're seeing, your eye only has about what? 25 at max? Not even 25. Like 5 miles? You can see about 5 miles with your eye.
Then why do we have images of mountains 255 miles away above the cloud line, as a matter of fact, in infrared? That means no atmo effects. How is that we see that then? Where's the Earth curve? Should be the top of that mountain should be more than a mile below your Earth curve.
Well, which mountain are you talking about, though?
Mount Canahu. It's called Beyond Horizons. That the long distance photographers, they're not flat earthers. They just wanted to get the longest distance photography on Earth, and they did. They won the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest distance photography. They're showing a mountain that cannot be visible on your ball Earth because it would be over a mile under the curve hump of Earth curve. Impossible on
the mountain.
There it is in the live stream voice text right there.
Live stream voice text.
59 minutes after the hour, Amish Earther posted it.
I mean, you haven't been watching the live stream voice text at all? You're watching that all the time because we're always posting stuff in there so it's pertinent with the conversation.
We have someone that goes up on aircraft and uses a Nikon P900 or P1000 and uses zoom lenses with infrared. He's seeing 1,200 miles off to Baja California from the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Texas.
Get
1,200 miles. Verifiable. Because you could see what the shape of that land is, and you can follow it down the coastline all the way to where he's saying it is, and it is exactly there. You know why that is? Because all water is horizontal. There's no place on Earth that is downward from your location. It's all horizontal from your location, everywhere.
The best long-distance photographics is coming from Mount Everest. Just from a simple camera alone, your iPhone camera, you can see the curvature of the Earth.
No, you can't, bro.
Someone load the Everest. What was that meme of Everest? I'm going all the way around a circle, perfectly flat horizon, 360 degrees all the way around from Everest. Let me see if that's it. Yep. That's one of them. This one is over 20 miles high. Horizon's perfectly flat. Mount Everest perfectly flat. And at sea level, perfectly flat. Where's your curve? Where's the curve at, man? Where is it?
I don't think you realize that I can't see the stream because I'm blocked from it.
Well, you should get in there. Get unblocked. You got to see this stuff.
Here, look, I'll VC verify you 1 second. He can't because he's not VC. I'll verify you. He's okay. Let me see. The monkey. You probably never even heard that song. The monkey.
Hey, I'm a monkey.
I wonder if that will work. Here we go. Now you should be able to see the hashtag livestream voice text above this live stream.
Yeah, bro, where are you getting this idea you can see curve with your iPhone?
Let's see this. Where's your photo at?
Caffeinated butt. Hey, good to see you, CB. Caffeinated butt. That's
hey, must be a Sunday.
Yeah, where's this curve at, man? That's what we're wondering. We're just wondering, where is that curve, bro? Who measured it? Where? When? Because no one's ever seeing it. Nowhere. We're not seeing it anywhere we look.
Okay, I'm looking at your. You can see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, that's the thing he's showing you. Is that you can't.
Where can you see the curvature of Earth? Where?
Let me scroll right down. Okay.
Did you know that in that Canagoo picture he just showed you, that you should see the horizon at 116 miles, but nope. So what you're saying is patently untrue. We're supposed to see the curvature, but the reality is we actually don't.
Oh, the line of snow.
We all see the same thing, dude.
I know. He obviously
One of us is being honest.
because you can obviously see the curve.
No, he's showing you that you don't see it. He's showing you what the curve would be, and then showing you it's not there. Like, for example, the Canagoo picture, the 253-mile picture to the mountains. At 116 miles in that picture, there should be a horizon that would be the furthest edge of the sphere you can see before it drops away. But it's not there.
That's right about at the shoreline, at the far shore, is where that would start dropping away.
Have you tried to go to a taller mountain instead?
Oh, come on, man. Just keep pushing the goalposts. It's over already. Forget about it.
There's no mountain you're going to see
your
curve
arguments
from.
are invalid because you think
can't
about
see it
one
from an
photograph.
airplane.
Argument's invalid. You don't have any curvature to show us.
Buddy,
there's curvature right there.
Oh, come on, buddy. 116 miles is where your geometric horizon would be if there were any curvature. It ain't there. Like, stop hallucinating.
Buddy, you're
take better meds or something.
That you can't see curvature, not from a mountain, not from an airplane. So, what the hell are you talking about?
Not from the ISS. It's not high enough. That's what your priest Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
Right. These aren't our arguments. So if it's invalid, that's your side. It's invalid.
Is your side that mostly what we're presenting you is your side, and you're denying it every step of the way.
Have we done the Black Swan with this guy?
Not yet, but he might be ready.
Might be time.
He's not ready. He's so zealot. He's such a zealot. There's no way. But I wish you good luck. Maybe you guys can get through to him, but
well, I just like this point that he's on. He thinks that he sees Earth curvature, so I just want to show him all the ways that we don't.
Right. I understand what you're trying to do. I just
There we go. I posted.
I don't think he's willing to open his eyes.
I'm a gun rock and I'm a
Does.
It's black spot.
Little reverse psychology there to try and get him to at least look at something.
Yeah. If we. Yeah. So if we.
Real question. All right. Saying you're a spaceman, you do know the Earth wobble, right? Just to make sure.
That's a cool story, but you don't even have. You're gonna need a globe for that, so no.
You don't need a globe. Like, do you actually the distortion in the photograph alone for the 9.41?
What we're falsifying here is your globe, so we don't care about your globe reification cool stories, okay? So check the live stream voice text. You said that you see Earth curvature. There's a picture of the 2 oil rigs. If you were seeing Earth curvature, there would be a horizon in that picture at 1.2 miles, but that's not what's happening, so...
Can I ask a personal question, though? How old are you?
Oh my gosh. That has nothing to do with the topic at hand.
Alright, well, worth a try.
Let's just weasel away.
Worth what for? What is that worth trying for? That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Alright,
so where's the horizon in the picture with the oil rigs? Let's just get right to it. You said you see Earth curvature. Well, where? Your Earth curvature geometrically has to be at 1.2 miles in that picture. So we don't see it. It's not there.
Take to the money.
Yeah. So maybe you can point to the Earth curvature in that picture, but no one else can.
Just take a photograph of this.
Yeah, here's a little darker one to help you out. At 7 minutes after 7 minutes after the hour. You see? Could you tell us where the horizon is there, Monkey? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
All right, what was the question?
Where is the horizon? Where the sky appears to meet the surface of Earth, or the water, or the land, where the sky meets the land, or the water? Where is that horizon in this image?
Okay, you want to see it so bad? All right, let me show you.
No, I want you to tell me where in this image the horizon is. Before the oil rigs, between, or after?
Right,
between, before, or after?
Between what?
Is the horizon between the oil rigs, before the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
Pay attention.
Look at this.
Before, between, or after?
After.
Okay.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Do you know what that 10-mile distance of that horizon does to your globe?
Kablooey.
Monkey? Do you know what it does to the size? Do you know what it does to the size of your globe?
Let's see. I'm gonna take a quick guess that you're gonna say it's gonna be flat.
No. It would make your globe at least 264,000 mile radius. That would be 500,000 miles in diameter. As you know, Earth is told to us that is 3,959 miles, not 264,000 miles, which is as far as the moon is supposed to be. That's what it does to your globe. So the radius has been falsified.
All right. Let's go back to this oil rig.
Well,
that's what we're on right now. We don't have to go back to it. And it's not the oil rig; it's the horizon. Just so you know, the oil rigs are just there as markers of distance, like a measuring stick, basically. The argument's not about those; it's about the horizon, which on your globe has to be at 1.2 miles. If what you were seeing all those times you said that you saw Earth curvature was actually Earth curvature, then in that oil rigs picture, the horizon would be at 1.2 miles. But no, so there is no Earth curvature. There's no globe.
Look at this. Curvature right there. Let's do the calculator. What was your thing again? Like 5 point whatever? The
what?
What was your curvature that you said that it was?
The horizon would be at 1.2 miles in that picture.
1.2 miles because he's 1 foot off the water, and you can look at the original video and you can see the camera setup. It's not in contention. He was at least if he was 1 foot, he was probably lower, but we'll just use 1 foot. Could have been closer. Here's the original video.
Sir, are you on a desk?
You have the original video at 10 minutes after there. You can look at that. Go to the timestamp of my still.
Can I ask a question? Are you on a desk?
Say what?
Is your computer or laptop on a desk, right?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay.
Why?
See, okay, so you know how when you're a kid that you put your eye up close to the desk, right?
Yeah, I have a big screen I mostly look at, but go ahead.
You look at it on the very edge or whatever you want to call it. It's flat. It's almost like you can't see a 3D rendering when it's.
Wait, when my computer rotates around my room, if just gravity, there's no desk.
So you're arguing for flatness now? Cool.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I'm glad you're so open-minded. You changed your mind so quickly.
Yeah.
Good on you.
This shows someone that's amiable to new information coming in, doesn't get closed-minded with bias distortions.
You're joking, right? You're honestly joking about this.
No.
When you look at a desk,
we're absolutely
I really
serious.
don't like flat things, so I made sure to
your
get
desk,
a
right?
flat desk.
Your desk?
No, I have
flat.
custom floors as
It's
well.
flat,
Not
right?
flat.
The floor is flat.
Floor is flat. Good job.
Yeah. Architecture's all flat.
Now see when you go up, right?
You know, getting closer to the surface of a flat thing only limits your range of view. So we're already supposed to be limited to 1.2 miles at that height.
Yeah.
But we're seeing at 10 miles. So I don't know what your little story here is going to do to bring your glow back from this.
Do you realize that 1.22 miles is absolute restriction of your globe that is a definite geometric physical curve edge that we're supposed to be experiencing? Do you realize that?
Yeah, but refraction makes me taller and more handsome.
It's supposed to be 1.22 miles. It's 10 times further. And in the same video, you can actually see the islands at 30 miles. I can't tell you, that would make your globe, the radius would be more than 2 million miles. So every time you look out and see these things that are impossible on your globe, there's no excuse for it. It's not a globe. Doesn't have to be any excuse. Stop making excuses.
It's not an excuse though.
You're making excuses that were created for you by dead white guys that you never met.
Oh.
His excuses don't even make sense though. He's talking about flat surfaces.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, so when you're in the air, right? You look down, it's flat, right?
Yeah, it's flat and
flat.
And the higher you go up, the more you can see. It's almost like the curvature
still
is
flat.
appearing.
Yeah, because it's flat, and the horizon rises as you rise up. Yeah, it does. You're right.
Yeah,
you're really on a flat
and it rises.
yeah, because you're opening up your angle of view. But no matter how high we go, we pretty much always seem to see further than we should ever be able to on your globe. So that's enough to do away with that concept.
Do you know how many people live in space, though?
Okay, so
0.
Yeah. Officially, actually about 0, because now they say the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. So, yeah.
The moon is not in the atmosphere. No one has ever claimed that.
That's what they claim. Check NASA.
You do realize how far the moon it is, right?
Yeah, well, they say it's 250,000 miles, but that's just a cool story anyway. Planets are just lights in the sky that you cannot verify the nature of.
Watching tips.
But what would you say if they came out and said that the moon is within the Earth's atmosphere? What would you say then?
Be false because it
well,
cannot be.
Not flat earthers saying that. Go to Google right now and just look it up. There's tons of
It
articles.
is not in the atmosphere.
Space.com.
It may be in the magnetic field, but that's also pushing it.
I can post it for you.
Post it right now.
All right. Well, I just want
Okay,
you.
you're gonna have to write the European Space Agency an email now, Monkey, and let them know that they got it all wrong. Okay.
Well, apparently it's false, right, Central? It's false, right?
Yeah. I mean, I agree. It's all
This is
nonsense.
so funny. You got to be
I
way
can't
more
tell
careful
if
when you
you're
debate
like
flat
just like
earthers
looking at the
because
wrong
you're just
stuff.
going to say we're wrong at
Because
every angle.
it's obviously
We're just citing your side.
magnetic
Okay,
field.
you're throwing your
Okay.
own side under the bus.
Yeah, and if he wants to say that the moon is in space, even though NASA now sort of disagrees with him, if he wants to call that outer space, then you've got 24 Freemasons in total who have been there. Now what?
I don't know how Freemasons come in.
Or who claim to have been there?
Claim to have been in the moon?
Yeah, they claim that they landed on the moon.
First we got Neil Armstrong. We got
actor.
Claims, full stories, actors.
They're not actors.
Actors.
Can't physically is impossible at that time to fake the moon landing.
That's ridiculous. It was impossible at that time to make a movie.
They're not
You should talk to
actors.
Stanley Kubrick.
Why, if they're not actors?
It took just to create that.
Wait a minute.
They can't go today with current technology, and you're saying it was impossible for them not to go then with a lunar lander with walls the thickness of 4 sheets of tinfoil through thousands of miles of deadly thermosphere and radiation. You're insane.
And if they're not actors, why did the whole Apollo 11 crew has a Hollywood Walk of Fame star?
Yeah,
I feel like that you're the people who just walk into
the star,
space
the star,
and be
the
like,
astronaut. The astronauts has a little TV with antennas on it. You know, like rabbit ears, or like we used to have. Yeah, it has one of those.
Have you ever heard of radio?
Yeah. Have you heard of the Marconi radio transmissions? You heard of that? 10,000 mile, 10,000 mile line of sight transmissions. That would be totally impossible given the curvature of your globe. That doesn't exist.
Ooh, shots fired.
Yeah, so yeah, I've heard of radio waves.
Got him.
How about you?
Radio waves? Oh my goodness, dude! Like the antennas. Did you also forget that they were recording the entire time?
Oh, another quick subject change.
They were recording the whole time. They made a movie. That's great. Now, where's your curvature measurements?
How does that have? We're talking about the moon.
Yeah. We were just talking about your cool stories about going to the moon and stuff.
Right? Just
Cartoons
walk outside
and
and
movies.
look up.
Walk outside and look up and see an unverified light in the sky, the same one, the same face of everybody around
man. Dude, you wanna know what that is, man? Don't worry. It's just 2 aliens in a costume.
What?
A big spaceship.
Okay.
And that's how retarded you sound like right now.
You're just jumping from one cool story to the next. So, found any Earth curvature yet?
Bro, where did you get aliens from?
Yeah, he's all over the map.
Aliens
This guy just needs a cool story to believe in.
Wait, you believe in aliens?
I don't believe in aliens.
Wait, why
Well,
did you
actually,
bring that up? Wait, you believe?
You're telling me that out of 10 quadrillion planets out there,
we're not on a planet.
How many of those have you explored directly? How many of those have you been to? Verified, confirmed that they're Earth-like, habitable, and all that? Or are you just telling more cool stories? I think what you're going to need to do before you start talking about distant planets and things that are like this Earth is find any likeness between this and any planet. Can you point to any likeness between any of the planets in the sky and the Earth that you stand on?
I don't see any trees up there.
Maybe start with curvature. You want to say that this is a spherical body that we're standing on. That would be the first thing that you would use to draw a likeness between the Earth and the planets. So how about that? Can you measure some Earth curvature? I don't think so. I think we just went over that. I think that if we could, that you would see a geometric horizon.
Expansion.
What?
I can't pronounce English.
Yeah, I know. It's hard.
English.
It's hard to English, bro.
Yeah,
we got to just power through it.
Bro, I used to believe in the whole, there's 4 billion opportunities for other planets. I used to believe that, bro. The problem is that's about as real as the movies. Okay, it's not real, dude.
Yeah, for any of
We
that to be
don't.
real, the first thing you're going to need is a globe.
But do you actually think that all these flat earthers in here think that the Earth is like some disk in space?
Well, Sonny did the gas pressure thing with him, so he should understand by now that we don't buy into space. We don't think that that's what the sky is.
Then what is the
Hell
sky?
no.
Is it just a magical dome?
Dude, no. You don't have to invoke magic every time to try to
Yeah,
grasp the Earth. Like,
we don't have to invoke cool stories of any kind about stuff that we can't go to and verify directly for ourselves. That's what you're doing with your stories about space.
We also don't have to replace. We also don't have to. We also don't.
oh my God, Monkey, shut up for a second. Let
We
Platinum
also
go.
do not have to replace your stories of what you've been told about what it is with new stories about what it is.
Yeah, you seem desperate to hold on to some sort of a cool story here. The fact is, we just don't know. And if you want to know, maybe you should, at the Freedom of Information request the U.S. government. They probably know. But we don't. We don't have the means to explore that stuff.
You can literally just go and see the curvature of Earth.
Dude, no, you
Oh my God. Do we have to do this again?
If you could
do you
do
not
that,
understand the geometry of your claim? Why do you keep saying you see something that we just showed you like 5 times we do not see? What's the matter with you?
And not because we're not.
Well, you obviously gotta be legally blind because you
No,
obviously can't
dude,
see.
no.
Legally blind. Okay, do we need to do the 1.2 mile horizon again? Do we need to go through that with you?
We'll get back to that, huh?
Yeah, let's see if you can see that 1.2 mile horizon. Let's try again. 1 sec.
Wait, Monkey, how are you not getting this? There's people on your side that say you cannot see curvature. So why are you saying this? Even if I just today I was like, all right, you know what? I'm taking my flat earther badge off. I'm going to pretend to be a globe earther. I wouldn't be going around saying you can see curve. That's just a blatant lie. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, the more seasoned liars know better than to say that we can actually see that stuff. Yeah. Level up, Monkey.
You're literally using this.
Okay, let's go through the geometry of your claim. Hey, Monkey, let's go through the geometry of your claim once again, because you still don't understand. So, given the radius of 3959 miles that your globe claims, at 1.2 miles at a 1-foot observer height, we must see a geometric horizon. Do you understand what that is?
Yes.
Okay. So, where's the horizon in the picture with the oil rigs? Is it at 1.2 miles or beyond?
Beyond. It's 9.4.
Okay. So you know what that means?
You smoke crack? Yes, I know that.
It means that we don't see the curvature of the Earth, and every time you say that, it's just patently wrong.
You can see it right there.
Okay, where do you see it?
It may be too small for you to see.
Okay.
Small.
It's not too small.
He's just straight trolling.
It's right there.
Basic Pythagorean theorem. It's not too small to see it. It should be at 1.2 miles. That should be the furthest distance, the furthest edge of this ball that we can see before it drops away. We can't see it anymore. That's not there. So you don't see it. And also you're double speaking because you said, we do see it. I see it right there. And then the next thing you said is, oh, the curve's too small. You can't see it.
Yeah,
like, are you trolling or are you actually just this stupid?
Yeah, I think he just snatched his wig off. You know, I think that the gig is up. I got troll vibes when I joined the conversation at first anyway. Like,
yeah, he's clowning.
As soon as he said, oh, it's right there. And then
I hope for his sake he's clowning.
Dummy.
Because this guy's got no hope if he's being sincere.
Well, if there's no point in arguing with someone, you obviously can't take facts.
Monkey,
So you mean? Yeah, I agree. There's no point in arguing with you, Monkey. You can't take facts. I agree. Glad we're on the same page on that, at least.
Another busted NPC. Get this one some new DLC content.
He's broken. Throw him away. Let's find someone else to.
Need to get that new globe update, dude. Come on, man.
Oh, he did.
Don't be the last one in your class, Monkey, to know that the Earth is flat, because that's going to be a really bad place.
Bruh, you don't even have to be a flat earther, but how the hell are you still saying you can see curvature? Like, dude, it's like you're just reading out of a book and not observing reality. But the book says, there's curve. Like,
Where
stop,
has he
dude.
seen curvature with his own eyes from?
He hasn't. He's just lying.
No, I just want to hear him say, I took an airplane
I'll
and I
believe
saw
that
it from the
then, man.
airplane window, and then I'm going to tell him how I jump out of fucking airplanes and I never see any fucking curvature. And then he's going to be like, what I meant was I watched some ISS footage and I saw curvature. Oh, okay, that's different then.
That
You can see the curve right there. It's too small to see it. See?
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's clowning us. Well, he succeeded because I engaged with him honestly, so joke's on me.
It's all right. Who's next? We got a couple names been hovering in the chat. Let's see. There's a traveler. Oh,
hi guys.
my goodness!
Can you hear me?
Your mic is buzzing. Are you able to fix that? Can you get headphones or something?
Hey.
Well, he could just use that to talk to us in Morse code.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's like leaving a beeping noise. It's
Yeah, it's like a really shitty fucking headphone. But
well, no offense, man, but we are trying to run a live show, and we are on air. So if you could find some other headphones or something, that'd be.
well, hey, I
awesome.
was looking to maybe get verified because I'm trying to learn about this stuff.
Yeah.
I'm interested in it.
Okay, well, yeah, I'll shoot you a quick message, and we'll talk.
Yeah, hop on VC check-in with me.
Yeah,
First or the second, it doesn't matter.
Don't worry about the mic. Okay, just go to VC check-in with me.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks,
Sorry.
Alvin.
Sorry, guys.
All good. Get out of here. All right. Anyone else? There's a life. Huey, why were you muted? There's a Sleepy Joe, hairy legs. And Keith Effects. Welcome, all the newbies. I'll be your host this evening.
Have you seen the latest Earth curve proof that's
Oh,
out there?
Hell no.
So the Globers are presenting some stuff today. I don't know if you saw the image. Did you get the DM I sent you?
I don't know.
Check your DMs. Did you see the DM from me? Now you can post the image if you want, but as you can clearly see, the horizon here does have some curvature. You do see that, right?
It's a little sharp, isn't it? Pointy.
I mean, if it did, it would be consistent.
Can you post the image, please?
It's in the chat.
Okay, so you do see the horizon with some curvature, correct?
Which picture?
Now, this is what the Globers are coming up with today, right? This is their latest thing. That's what I heard.
Curvature of mountains.
I'm just showing you what I found. That's it.
Yeah.
They're claiming the horizon and the Earth is curving because of this. That's what their claim is.
Well, it's kind of true. It's just the wrong kind of curvature. So, congrats.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to see some water hills. See if they can find some water hills. Forget the mountain. We've seen enough mountains. Where are them hills of water? Hello?
Hello, 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 hello.
We're still live? Are we still live?
That is a confirmation on your mic check. What say you? Round or flat? Curved or ball?
Well, I don't know who Mike is, but it's looking pretty flat out here.
Oh, okay. Sorry, what was it that you were questioning or asking about?
No, I'm saying
Who's
that
Mike?
they're saying that it's a globe, right?
Right.
They're saying it's a globe. Now, obviously, if you were to fill a globe with Earth, it would come to a level, right?
Wait, what?
They're claiming one of the containers is a globe. Like we all know this, right? The container has to exist. We breathe. Blah 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 blah. Everybody knows that. But they're saying that we're on the inside of a globe.
Who
Now
let this guy in?
I'm not talking about concave Earth. I'm talking about globe, think snow globe filled with Earth until level.
Bruh, you need to go take a shower or something.
That's what their claim is.
Well,
they're saying the globe is still at play because of this phenomenon. That's what they're saying.
and back to 2014 we go. What about the mountain? Guys, we need to see some water hills. Water hills. Water mountains.
I think P Drinker is in a time frame all of his own.
Who let this guy in?
He finds a way. He always finds a way.
Well, look, I was on QE server. These guys try to tell me that there's no difference when you take a glass of earth, like you fill a glass with earth, and then you fill the same type of glass with water.
What?
They try to tell me that there's no difference.
What?
That's what QE. That's what it's all recorded. We just got done doing a podcast over there. They tried to tell me that if you put earth in a cup and you put water in a cup, the dude fundamental whatever he tried to tell me that there's no difference.
No difference from what?
Can you see through the cup of water? Yes or no?
No difference.
Dude,
so there's a difference right there. Can you see through the cup of earth? No, there's a difference. He tried to tell me there's no difference.
I'm asking you a specific question, and you're still just shouting. Okay, I'm asking you, no difference from what?
Each other.
Uh-oh.
Each other what?
Look, listen. He was trying to say that they're operating underneath the model that claims
I'm
Earth is
asking you a
70%
specific
water.
question.
Uh-oh.
No different from what?
I already said each other.
What the fuck does each other means?
The glasses.
Just tell he Drinker, just tell Elbow you're working on your character.
One glass
right
is
now,
see through,
okay?
the other you can't see through because it's filled with the earth, correct?
He's working on a character. Feel free to put him on mute at any time, Elbow, please.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna get engaged if you can't give me a specific answer.
Working on this character.
Is this the same P Drinker that
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Like, bro, like, are you seriously like they blocked you, they banned you in so many different names? Are you seriously this mental, bro?
I think this dude needs to shower. He needs to shower, buddy. Soap. How did that check-in go? Did that guy leave?
It was pretty good. He said he's one that's here to learn, so he's looking for information.
So, Elbow, are you familiar with the Mercator map?
Here we go.
What about it?
Okay, so they say I saw something today. Now you can tell me if you've seen the same thing. Now these people say that it's supposed to be an oblate spheroid because of the spin. That's what they claim, right? But why are the pictures from quote unquote space from NASA not only using the Mercator map, but why are they also perfect spheres? What's up with that?
I don't know. You tell me.
This seems really fishy, dude. Seems really fishy.
Just don't ask questions.
I can
It all
smell
checks
NASA
out.
from here.
Trust the experts. Just trust the science. Trust the experts. Don't ask questions. If anyone asks you why it looks different, nasa.gov. That's it. That's all.
Somebody's lying. That's all I know.
Nobody's lying.
It's
Why
either
would they
you or
lie?
NASA. Somebody's lying.
Nobody would
Somebody's
ever lie.
lying. You don't have to believe, or we actually don't want you to believe. We believe belief is an obstacle to understanding. We'd rather you understand and be informed, not influenced. But yeah, it's. Sorry, I kind of lost my first train of thought there. I'm pretty stoned right now, guys. But yeah,
420 D.
Once you come to a better understanding of where you are, and you let go of all that cognitive dissonance and realize it's all bullshit about a rover on Mars and space travel and all that, a weight will be lifted off your shoulders for real, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe
But
in planets. I don't believe in planets. I get it.
but yeah, I didn't mean you
Oh my God,
specifically.
you
I'm
don't
just
believe in
speaking to whoever's
planets?
listening right now. Once you let go of all that, things become easier. Trust. But oh yeah, now I remember what I want to say. We're not paid to share any of what we've learned with you. They are paid to tell you what they're telling you. That's what I wanted to say.
Okay, but you've seen the one with the dude with the telescope. They were at the 6 Mile Canal, and the dude was on a boat, and he went 6 miles
Rothbard.
down. They were 6 inches above the ground,
Rothbard.
and he saw him the entire time. You were aware of that observation, correct?
Yeah, roll bottom. Yeah.
Okay, so what is your take on that?
More proof it's flat. Water seeks its level.
Yeah, but I'm saying, can you prove that anything beyond the vanishing point at any given time theoretically exists?
I would imagine only by moving forward towards
Not
that.
only is it beyond the vanishing point, but it also has to be computed by the Phaneron. So, I mean, even you can technically say that the stuff behind you, if you can't sense it, doesn't exist.
No. If I leave the west or east coast, which I am in right now, Ottawa, Canada's capital, and head out west, and when I get out west, I know Ottawa's still where I left it. Just because I can't see Ottawa doesn't mean it's not
But
there.
if it's spinning, it would have moved, correct?
But it's not spinning.
Fuck? And I thought I was stoned. Holy shit.
It's not spinning. And if someone was behind you, they could call you on their cell phone and say, "Hey, I'm behind you. I'm still here."
Well, listen, Sonny, you can't have your cake and eat it too, bud.
But if you're a glober, you can, right?
I didn't say what the cake was. You
Curvature cake.
Must imagine that yourself. I didn't do that. Don't put any cake in front of me that I didn't, cut myself.
Depends on what you mean by cake.
You just got to make sure you get a level scoop of ice cream, Sonny. And make sure you eat it before it melts.
No, wait a minute. You don't have spherical ice
You want a
cream?
level spherical scoop, Chabliss. You should know this better than anybody else.
Chablis.
Haven't you worked at Cold Stone or whatever?
Chablis.
Cold Stone.
There's one.
Now we've got Gopher coming out of his hole. What's up, bud?
Oh, shots fired.
Who?
Tell us why you think the Earth is flat.
Are you talking to me?
No, the other one.
Oh.
Go far where? Got him.
You were really talking to me? You were calling me a fucking gopher, bro?
I think you said go far, right?
Either way, my name's Glat Flobian here. You can call me Sean if you want.
Hey, how's my push to talk? Is it working?
Horrible. It sounds like you're inside of an airplane that's inside of an airplane that's got.
Are
No,
you on the
he's
ISS, sir?
just
Can
doing
you give us a
Morse
live
code.
feed?
He's from a a bunker, so they've got Morse code going.
You see any satellites up there, sir?
Well, I'm glad to know the push to talk works.
Well, we can hear your voice, and we can also hear.
Yeah, it's a very tinny sound. I know. Very tinny. Sorry.
Is that a
about
Hemi? Is that a Hemi?
It's my headphones.
No problem. You also sound like you're genuinely curious. Is the Earth flat?
I mean, it seems to be.
Hell yeah.
I knew it. I could hear it in his voice. So, what's your number one proof? What proved it to yourself? What was when you were like, holy shit, it's not a globe?
Funny enough, I looked at the sky.
And what did you think?
Well, I saw a plane flying away from me. It kind of appeared to be going down, right? But it wasn't. Obviously, it wasn't. And then that was when I was like, that's curious. Maybe these guys are right. And then
Wait a second.
It sounds like you're at the hospital. Somebody's just like died next to you.
Somebody is consistently dying next to you. Anyway.
Well.
Oh, we can put up with it. I
don't know if I flatlined or grandma.
Oh, you're talking about the
brother.
noise.
So listen, looking up at the sky is not really a way to determine what you're standing on. So can you want to try again?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna elaborate. So
no, I would say, how did you figure out the Earth is flat?
Okay,
and try not to talk about the sky.
All right. So how do I figure out Earth? Okay.
Again, no sky stuff.
All right.
Yeah.
So I was at a lake.
On the Globers for the same thing.
Wait. Do you even know what curve means, kid?
Whoa, yeah, I do. But yeah, I was at a
All right,
lake.
tell us.
Curve is when
Womp, womp, womp.
Glad's kind of doing a thing. So P Drinker, just let Glad do his thing.
It's cool. I was just gonna let him interrupt and go. I'm used to it. But anyway,
No, dude.
So here's what happens. The Globers will come in to us. They'll burst into our home all belligerently and say, "You guys are fucking liars. Look at the sky." And it's like, okay, well, we're trying to talk about the ground. We're going to measure the ground now, if that's okay with you.
Okay,
No, man,
so-
sun, moon, stars.
Well, you asked what the first instance was. So I answered you. So I can go on about.
Okay. So your first instance of holy shit, they could be right was some sky stuff. When was the first time, though, you realized Earth is flat? The Earth is flat.
Okay.
Like it measures flat. The ground.
I guess I
Did you
should've let
observe some curvature somewhere or not?
No, I haven't ever.
Have you taken a lot of plane
realized
flights?
that. I haven't experienced it ever, and I realized that, just from thinking about it.
Okay, cool. And have you performed any tests or observations specifically based on curiosity? Dare I say, have you performed any science on the Earth?
Good question.
That's a no.
No,
That's okay.
Well, hey.
All right, go ahead. No, you're right. You're right. When you're right, you're right. Go ahead.
You know what it is? I talk kind of slow, so
That's
sorry
fine, and
about
I
that.
interrupt every time. See, I just did it there. So anyway, I'm going to shut up. You go ahead.
So I was at this lake, right? And I did the exact same test that you guys do with the boats, right? Because there are boats on the lake. I did the exact same test. I had a pair of binocs, and I was like, oh shit, test works. I'm seeing further than I should. And
do you know how far you should be able to see, given the globe math?
Not off the top of my head, but I ran some numbers, as you do. And
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there you have it.
Well, all right. Why don't you stick around and get some better arguments? Because what I just did there is, listen, if you're genuine, if you're super, if you're genuine, you'll eventually want to talk to somebody else other than us about this, right? I got really excited. I wanted to tell the whole fucking world, but I didn't know exactly what to say. So if you stick around and you want to prepare some things to say to people in the real world, or just anytime, again, somebody on Discord or anywhere else asks you, about it, if you want to talk to someone about it, then stick around here and listen to what we talk about. We get usually, these days we get pretty nice people like yourself coming in. Sometimes we'll get a troll or two, but if you pay attention to the live stream voice texts and listen to what we're saying and how we kind of go about talking to folks about this, you're going to learn up pretty quick. So anyway, welcome to the server. You guys go right ahead. Thanks.
That's a really good idea. Thanks.
I like to flat smack people by pointing out shit like, what the hell? No signal on the cell phone here, but we got a rover
Consider
on
yourself
Mars?
enrolled in the GlatFlobe Accelerated Learning.
Yeah.
2
You guys are
thumbs
all
up,
fucking
5
phenomenal at
stars.
this. I love you guys. All right. Yeah, but get at him. He sounds genuine, right?
No, it's funny. Like when I first joined the server, I didn't have that much ammo. If you guys pressed me, like, "Hey, man, give me your proof," like I was like, Black Swan, maybe." So.
Just in case anybody thought that was sarcastic, it was absolutely not. I understand the inflection might be confusing.
Wait, is that sarcasm?
Listen to what the man just said, and it will serve you well.
Yeah, I mean, they debunked the Black Swan years ago, dude. Get real.
Oh yeah, there's no Earth in the Black Swan. I remember.
It's funny to me because I thought, just as of maybe 6 months ago, I was still saying to myself, that's Black Swan's fairly new argument, but it's like 3.5 years old now, isn't it? Or 3?
January 1st, 2020.
Oh, okay. So we're coming up on 3. That's crazy. Anyway. And the worst thing about it is the Globers will say, or I'm sorry, not the worst thing. One of the funniest things, in my opinion, but to them it's like the smokingest gun, is when they say, "Oh, the flat earthers, all you say is we see too far." Well, here's the deal. That there's a problem there, because your globe math is finite. It says specific, unmovable numbers. 25,000 miles circumference, 4,000 mile radius, okay? Those are things y'all say, and we keep debunking that. Now, if it's bigger, give us the math. If not, it measures flat so far.
You know what's so funny? Like, if you took one of these Globers and one of their job was to, work for the NBA, they had to make sure that the basketball was like regulation size. All they had to do was check, make sure it's the correct size, throw out anything that doesn't, line up with the regulations. It's like they would take their job really seriously. Oh, this ball doesn't quite match up with our standards, so, whatever. And when it comes to the globe, they're like, oh, whatever, oblate, spheroid, radius. We just assume stuff, It's just so funny, like, what happened? Where's all this specificity, Come on, guys. If it's a globe, it's got to be like this NBA basketball. It's got to have a regulation size. It's got to be a specific size. Can't just shift it around. One day it's a little bit bigger than the other. Like, no. You guys have a set geometry. That's what you got to work with, okay? Can't just have a vaguely big globe like you guys like.
Do you mean that they can argue the basketball should be one size for one argument, and then when it comes to a completely different argument, the basketball has to be a centimeter larger in diameter, and then they just ignore the first one and
they'll have like a basketball like that inflates and deflates. So like when you go to shoot it, it inflates a little bit, so it won't even fit inside they'll do stuff like that. That's how the Globers roll. Their basketball,
an utter lack of consistency.
They have it changing sizes on purpose. They're just gonna leave it vague. It's like a Glober thing to like not take a stance. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna plant my flag. I'm just gonna hover about. Like I won't.
And that screams, I'm super confident in my argument.
Doesn't it? Yeah. I know, right? That's just what they do, man. Like,
I would equate the Black Swan to Bigfoot. You can claim Bigfoot exists or doesn't exist. I don't care. It's irrelevant. But if I drag a corpse or a carcass of a Bigfoot to your fucking front door and drop it there and say, tell me it's not real now, That's black swan.
Hold on.
You can pretend it doesn't exist, but
If you go
if
to
I
the
drop
railroad
one
tracks,
on your
how far can you
doorstep,
see? Like if you
it
go to the
becomes a
railroad
lot.
tracks and it's perfectly flat, like for miles, right? Like perfectly level for miles. How far can you see? Like what is the distance of the vanishing point on a clear day? What do you think? Like 5 miles?
30.
I'd say 4.6 to 6.2, somewhere in
So
between.
say round about 5 miles, right? So like you're telling me that you can see on a clear day 5 miles at best. So how in the hell do you see the sun at 93 million miles away? Like that makes absolutely zero sense in natural
Well, it's
reality.
like really bright, you know.
93 million miles a day, and on a sunny day,
But
you can see
you're
5
talking about
miles
the
at best.
inverse square
You can
law.
see 5 miles at best, and they want us to believe that, really?
It's talking about it violating the principles of the
It
inverse
makes
square law.
absolutely no sense that you think that some object is 93 million miles away and you can see it when you can barely see 5 miles on a clear day. Like for you to think that, you'd have to be absolutely delusional.
Can't tell if you actually think that that's the case. It doesn't even matter though because the sun doesn't look that far. Same with the moon.
Well, have you seen the argument with the rays, where the rays go in different directions? Have you seen that?
Of course, dude.
Okay, so explain that, right? If you're a glober, explain the rays going in different directions. If it's 93 million
You just
miles
have to lie.
away, right? Shouldn't the rays be parallel? So how are they
You
coming
just
in
have
at
to lie.
different directions through the clouds?
Just lie. Just make it up.
Doesn't make any sense.
Simple.
Like you need to open your eyes and look at reality, okay? Like if you can see 5 miles, what makes you think you can see something that's 93 million miles away? Like why would you
Because
think
it's
that?
so
Who
big.
lied to you and why did you believe them?
Ron Jeremy fallacy. It's so big.
If you have a crappy flashlight and you shine it in somebody's direction over 10 miles in open terrain at night, they might not see it. It might be hard to resolve slightly brighter input into their retina compared to the uh, ambient light. Like,
Oh, it's so bright. 1
it's
million miles, right? Okay, I'll give you a million miles. Sure, NASA, right? But 93, come on, dude. Come
Yeah, that's
on. Come on,
ridiculous
man.
on purpose. I feel like it's intentionally ridiculous.
It's literally a clown carnival. Like there's more
they
TVs.
love
Maybe
resorting
that's
to
why they're
math.
so brainwashed. There's more TVs at NASA than in my house.
And don't even let me
If
bust
they
out the numerology, right? 9-3. Just rotate the 9. You got 3 6s, 666. Boom, right there. Like, don't even get started
Well,
with the
no.
numerology.
That's not the thing. They said, listen, they said that the tilt of the axis is at a certain angle. And they say,
23.4 degrees. That's
now see, what's the
666.
other side?
666. Boom.
There you go. See, what's up
Oh,
with
that's just
that?
coincidence, though. That's science.
Oh, no. We didn't
No,
intentionally
it's
put it there.
23.4.
Yeah, right. Well,
We're
Ignore
just
the
gonna
other
pull numbers
number.
from thin air. It just magically lines up with this ancient prophecy. Our mistake. Sorry about that. Oops. Oopsie.
Dude, I love it, dude. I love how like we're so far in the truth now. There's absolutely no going back. We know so much now. These new people that come in, they're like they just heard about Flat Earth 2 weeks ago. We're just toying with them like the little cats. We're human beings, you know what I mean? It's just like it's just so fun now. A few years ago, we were really in the heat of it, debating like rumpuses and different people like that getting, having tough debates, and now we're just having fun, man. We're doing a victory lap. At least we should. That should be your mentality. It's over, man. We won.
Yeah, Hunter Biden has just joined us, guys. Welcome, Hunter.
Get your guys. I'd like to raise my pipe to Hunter and Joe. And
Hey, you better put Flatman Can in there, motherfucker.
yeah, if Flatman can, I want to raise my pipe and to the Bidens.
I'm with you.
Did you guys get your free pipes yet? No, or am I just making that up?
No free pipes yet.
You're not making it up.
I heard that was free shipping or whatever.
Yeah, I heard they're supposed to send out the free crack pipes here soon. Where are they at, though?
I mean, you have to
Next
smoke it to work at NASA,
shipping.
that's for sure.
Yeah, that NASA space crack.
So next week, are we going to be authorizing $800 million to go to free crack?
We
Are
need
we
to
just
crack
going to have
down
a
on
governmental
crack.
Why do we have to wait till
organization
next week?
straight up buy the crack and distribute it to crackheads? Seems like that's tomorrow's agenda.
We need to make that today's agenda. Just kidding.
If Hunter Biden gets his way, then yeah. Shit.
Why are you picking on me?
This place is a whole clown show, man. I'm just so glad, like, we're not stuck in a daze anymore. Some of us are actually awake now. This place is an absolute clown show. Hunter Biden, Joe Biden is the president, guys. Like,
Did
dude.
anybody else notice that Joe Biden sent a bunch of oil in our National Strategic Reserve over to Europe, even though we already paid for that with our tax dollars, and they're giving it away to Europe to bring down their gas prices? But ours are still high, and we don't even get our own gas. You shouldn't be selling or using that National Reserve of petroleum at all, because it's for our military in case we get invaded and there's interruption to supply chains. I know that's a
That's
foreign idea
insane.
these days, but he's straight up giving it away. He's not even giving it to our national oil supply to bring down the price. But we paid for that. Your tax dollars paid for that years ago, and he's giving it away.
Somebody said
To
he was the
Europe.
president, but is he though?
No, he's not. He's not even conducting business from the White House. He's across the street on a fucking soundstage in a pretend White House with flowers and weather outside the windows that don't match up with the reality of the world.
That's just for
Yeah,
safety.
they're in a bunker
They
somewhere.
haven't
They're in
matched
a
up for
bunker.
20 years.
That's just
No,
for
I
safety
noticed
purposes.
something. I noticed something.
It's
out
also
there.
so
Fake
that
White House.
they don't. When you go into the White House, there are meticulous records kept of who goes in there, who's background checked, and all kinds of files and folders on any single living human being that is allowed onto that property. But you can come and go as you please from the soundstage across the street without any such congressional oversight or record keeping. So it could be anybody. But if you had to do it across the street, then we'd know exactly who was coming to talk to him and meet with him. Because he's not at his vacation home on the beach where other people can come. He spent, I think, 25% of all of the days he's been president just at his New Jersey or Delaware beach house. Delaware, I think.
But who is he though?
But
What? How many Joe Bidens are there? Is there an actor? Like, is the old guy? Did they swap him out? Like, clearly they're messing around.
Well, there's
if there was more than one, then the Easter Bunny wouldn't have to tell him, no, don't answer that question. Did you see that?
No, well, no.
On Easter, he was walking around and doing like a presser event on the White House lawn. They usually do an egg roll or some kind of weird thing with people's spoons and Easter eggs. But he almost took a question from somebody in the crowd, and the Easter Bunny grabbed him and was like, no. Shush. You keep going.
So
Some dude in an Easter Bunny costume overruled the president of the United States.
Yeah,
said, shut
we
up.
know who's really
And he
in
did.
control here.
That's because the guy in the Easter Bunny costume was probably a level 33-degree Mason.
Well, I'd like to know who he was. Who was in that bunny costume?
Like I said,
So you think the senile one's like the real Joe, the one that's like kind of like walking around with a cane? Like,
Mr. Mumble Bumbles, that's the real one.
so then, but do you think they have like another? They have like a suit that some guy can just put on and be him for? I think they do, dude. I think they do.
If they did, we wouldn't see so much of the bumbly fuck.
They had one for Trump too.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that.
These days, they could make any one of us look like him. Fuck.
For sure, for sure. They want you to think that it's like the movies, but it's way better than that. Way better than that.
They
That's
want
one
you
of
to
my
think that
favorite
it's
topics.
really hard to do, also when it's
Yeah,
not hard
yeah.
to do on TV
No,
at all
it's
anymore.
not.
You map a face, you pick a face, and that face gets put on there now.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite topics, but I feel like the reason is because I don't understand it at all. It's so mysterious to me why they even do stuff like this. Like you see celebrities doing it. Like celebrities will play multiple roles. You have
I've
like
asked
one celebrity who's different roles. Go ahead.
I've asked this question before. Does anybody know where any of these people live that we see on TV, especially on the news?
No idea. I did meet somebody, not really that famous, but the guy that did commentary for the Super Bowl, Chris Collinsworth. That's CC is a 33 name, by the way. Wink, wink, wink.
Oh, don't do that, bro. My name's Chris Chitteris. It's CC too.
Oh, who's that? Get him out of here. No,
What
I'm
was
just
it? It
kidding.
was. He said something. I wanted. Somebody said something. I wanted to. Oh, they're like gophers. They live in the ground. They only pop up when they want to go on TV, and then they go back into the ground.
Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know where these people are, but I just met him
All
yesterday.
the people that hear us broadcasting, and I've asked this over and over many times, nobody has ever come in here and said, my next door neighbor is this guy you see on TV every day.
I got one.
You want to know? Oh, sorry, Glat folks. Sorry. You want to know
They
something
know
really
better.
crazy? My last name is super rare. It represents less than 30 households in North America. And there's a dude in the
Super
States.
rare. That is a weird last name.
The dude in the States, there's a dude in the States has the same first and last name as me. That is nuts.
Kind
Are you
of.
sure that's not you?
Positive, because he plays the guitar way better than I do.
Okay, Radwin, were you asking a question about superstars?
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, kind of. No, CNN stars.
Oh, never mind. I know two. Well, I know one superstar, and then I had lunch with another one. But yeah,
I know sports people personally. That's not the same as these people that pop up on CNN that you've never seen. And
Yeah.
I didn't know you were talking about that.
Talk about their life like they're out with their neighbors. None of these neighbors are anywhere.
As if you should
where
know who they are.
That's
already.
the thing, right? That's the thing, Iron. It's like that's why they're like JVB. They're the people that you don't know. That's why that you probably maybe you have been to lunch with them or whatever, but you just don't know who they are. You didn't recognize them. That's perfect, right? It's right under your nose.
Dr. Anderson says blah 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 blah. And you probably disagree with Dr. Anderson, and you probably never heard of Dr. Anderson before, but we're gonna act like he's been here the whole time.
Exactly.
Give me a break. It's happened at least 40 times in the last 2 years that I can put my finger on.
That's not elder.
Newly minted authority figures.
When we rag on Biden, that's not elder abuse, is it, guys?
No, you'd actually have to hit
dude.
him.
We should be bringing light on stuff like that for people who don't know. I mean, I don't know.
He's a public figure, so he loses all pretense of being off limits.
Exactly.
He's the quote unquote leader of the free world. Meanwhile, he's burning the world down. But what, we're not allowed to mention it?
Well, can I say something about the leader of the free world? As far as I know, on Easter, the Easter Bunny is now the leader of the free world.
Yeah. It completely countermanted and superseded the autonomy of the President of the United States. The Easter Bunny told him, shut up, and he said, okay. Wow.
And again,
Can you imagine if somebody in a costume told Donald Trump to shush? It wouldn't go the same way, that's for sure.
You're fired. You're fired.
I knocked the head off of that little rabbit.
You weren't supposed to do that.
Did you hear Donald Trump's joke where he was being roasted, but then he responded, "What's the difference between a wet raccoon and Donald Trump's hair?" Wet raccoon doesn't have $7 billion fucking dollars in the bank.
Yeah, that's
damn.
It's a mic drop moment. Pretty good. Since we're being political and news oriented right now, anybody else really, really happy that Disney has lost their autonomy over their zip code in Florida? They can no longer self-operate with their own fire department, own police department, own tax and regulatory authority.
How did that happen? And yeah, that's a good thing.
Since 1967, they've been able to act like they're North Korea inside of Florida. And it's only gone through the state House of Representatives and hasn't gone to the state Senate yet, but it's more than likely to pass. And that would mean that the Disney World is basically fucked.
Oh, they must have secured up all the rabbit holes underground over there so they can go ahead and they don't have to have their own police force now. That's the only reason you would do that, not for the safety of the people.
Well, when it stops being a autonomously run police department, all of the backlog and records of crimes and investigations that never went anywhere when they were running their police force, they're going to be handed down to Florida State Police. And there might be thousands and thousands of people who end up getting put in jail for really fucked up shit. Now that they can't make it go away because the CEO said so. The rule of law will prevail again. Just keep an eye on it if you haven't heard about it. Gonna be a big thing soon.
Can I ask you a question? Have y'all talked to Life?
No.
We'll talk to Life, Redwin.
Hello, Life. Life. You got your microphone.
Hard to converse with somebody muted. Self-muted.
Guess he's not going to talk. Y'all go back to criticizing our smartest and most articulate president ever. I'm offended by you guys.
What's Trump?
You
Only 1 million votes.
If you haven't
Only
noticed my name,
29%.
Dave, if you haven't noticed my name, I support our president and his son.
Cocaine.
Literally, you're sending money up to the big guy.
Cocaine in Ukraine.
And to get hot, I got hairy legs.
And I find it especially insane that Joe Biden is going after ghost guns and other just another vehement charge against the Second Amendment when his own son tossed a fucking pistol in a dumpster behind a middle school. What the fuck? Are you aware of this?
They couldn't find that gun he threw behind a middle school in a dumpster.
Yeah, that means a middle schooler has it.
It became a ghost gun.
Spooky.
Happy 420, everybody. I'm blazing up here, even an old man. So there you go.
Thanks for reminding me. I need to get on top of that.
Yeah, Davey.
Can we just say that Joe Biden is probably one of the
Davey.
worst parents that ever existed? Just looking at the outcome of his parentage, Hunter Biden. Could you have fucked up more?
The thing is, I feel
Yeah.
like it's intentional.
I'll use Hitler as an example. His parents really fucked up.
But at least Hitler was gay and he didn't have any kids and he just kept a beard around named Ava.
Worst parents ever, Stalin's parents. What, he killed like 60 million people? Anyway.
Yeah, there you go. Pol Pot. There's all kinds of terrible parents out there.
If we're going to play the numbers game, then jump straight to Mao Zedong. What was that, 82 million?
Yeah, Mao might have him topped. You got a point there.
And they probably went to the grave jail free, yet some guy up the road takes out a piece of shit that has it coming to them and he does 20 years in the joint.
Case in point, the two lawyers that threw Molotov cocktails into a police squad car 2 years ago in Seattle, they got 6 months house arrest. Meanwhile, there are hundreds and hundreds of people who went into the Capitol peacefully on January 6th. They've been in 2 years of solitary confinement, have yet to have a chance to meet a lawyer or have a trial or anything like that. So fuck, fuck all your rights. If you make them angry, you just disappear in a gulag, essentially. Meanwhile, people actually throw fire bombs at police officers. It's just like, well, you can stay home and play Xbox for 6 months, and then we're just going to call it even. Are you fucking kidding me?
Compare that to Bernard Noble, a young man at about 35, and I'm only going to say this because it's the truth and it probably reflects on why it happened to him. A young black gentleman at 35 gets picked up with 3.5 grams or less of weed in his pocket, and because of 2 previous small crack convictions in his past, they gave him 13 fucking years for the weed as his 3rd felony offense. I can't fucking believe. And I signed petitions and shit. They did release him early, but he did a good chunk of time, and he had like a 14-year-old daughter when they locked him up. What assholes.
Where's Kim Kardashian when you need her?
Why does she get guys out of the joint that are locked up for a long time over nothing?
She tries to get the worst of the worst out. She wouldn't even have time for this guy.
We don't need her. Sorry. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. This guy shouldn't have even went to jail for a weekend for less than 1/8 of an ounce of weed. He shouldn't have even been given a fine. He should have just been let go. The cop should have taken the weed to go smoke at home and let the guy walk down the road. But no.
Amen. I 100% agree. If we're still acting like marijuana is a problem that's besieging this country and the population, anybody who says that, you need to take it with a grain of salt. They might be kind of retarded.
Yeah, in the states, there's states that still have very draconian laws, but in some countries, you'll be executed if you're caught with weed. Singapore's one example, I believe.
And they try to frame it as decriminalization. No, I'm sorry, legalization. Oh, they want to legalize it? No, it's decriminalize it. It shouldn't have been criminalized in the first place. You have no business telling an adult human being whether or not they can smoke some cabbage that they grew themselves. It's one thing if you're going to talk about drug trafficking, but if they cultivate it themselves and smoke it themselves, it's none of your fucking business.
Especially
How do you draw
when
that line, though?
Especially when on the flip side of the coin, legally, somebody over whatever age, 19 in Canada, 18 back, 21 in the States, they can buy a Mickey of hard liquor every day and destroy their body, no problem legally. They can brew it at home. They can brew homemade beer and destroy themselves. That's all legal and good, but no, don't smoke that.
Well, that's a little different, though. That's a gray
Eat
area.
Tide Pods.
I can't distill enough liquor to actually make an impact in sales. But when you're talking about growing,
Oh yes, you
even
can, brother. That's how moonshiners got the loot before they
and I'm
deregulated. Huh?
just playing devil's advocate because I agree with you, but I'm thinking about the other spectrum too, about other things like cocaine. If I could, there's no way it would just be recreational. I'd be trying to do everything I could to get money off of every illegal sale that I could, even if it was legal.
Do you know who the only legal importer of coca leaves to the United States is?
Oh yeah, I know how it comes in. Trust
It's
me. I
Coca-Cola
know how.
Corporation. They have a factory in New Jersey where they bring it in and they remove all of the cocaine from the coca leaves, but then use it as a flavoring agent in their cola.
I know, and that's bullshit.
So can you find me one record?
Because if the United States government
Hold
wanted
on.
to stop,
can you find me one record of how they dispose of what they removed from the coca leaves?
No. And you're misinterpreting. I'm not.
That's my point,
don't
not
want to
yours.
argue with. Yeah, no.
You can make your point. I just wanted to get mine in.
There was a cocaine plant in Switzerland. They controlled the cocaine market 100% way in the past.
Well, yeah, and why? It is so kind of funny, and it is mostly what like taboo, right? And for whatever reason, why they didn't allow it. There's no reason why they shouldn't allow it now, and even still profit off of it to take away from illegal sales, right? But you're still not going to
understand that you can't remove something from the plant and have it just magically disappear.
Absolutely, because even with the legalization of marijuana all over the country and all over the other states, do you know how easy it is now for me? I know so many people that dealt in that so long and illegally for so long, and now they're legal. And now it's just, but it's legal. It's illegal in other states though, but it's just made them more money because they get it legally now in other states and ship it to these other states where it's not
still
legal.
illegal for them to transport it across state lines
I
and
know
to
that,
resell it.
But
the
nobody's out there
only
stopping
truly legal form of it is to grow your own and smoke your own. And if that's all that was going on, then if you want to be a pothead, you need to be a gardener also. If you go and ask somebody for some of theirs, then you're committing a crime still.
So you
At the very
referred to
least, you're not paying taxes on it.
Sorry, somebody referred to crossing state lines with it into illegal states and making it illegal. Dudes have been locked up over cigarette tax stamps going over cross state lines. Forget the marijuana. Laws are draconian, bud.
Yeah, I understand all that.
Yeah.
It's just, so where do we draw the line then? So how do you? So is the only option then to just legalize?
I got an answer for that. So here's where we draw the line. The prison should be packed with rapists, pedophiles, and pieces of shit scumbag that deserve to be there. And in all other instances, dude knocked over a bank, whatever, stole a car.
That's the
Okay, you're
question of the
gonna
day.
get punished. We're gonna punish you, but it's not the death penalty, or it's not life in prison. But you did any of these unmentionables, it's a death penalty, or you're never getting out. Because we don't want your type of people in society. That's
So
the
how do you
solution
deal
right
with the
there.
people then that are knocking over a bank because they're so addicted on heroin, like my cousin?
No, but
Who
like I
he's
said,
so addicted to
If you're
heroin.
addicted to heroin and you knock over a bank, something tells
Brother,
me you're
slow
not
down,
getting
slow
shit.
down. You got to deal with each issue separately. The heroin addiction's another issue he has to face. He got pinched for robbing a bank. It had nothing to do. He's not in court over the heroin addiction, right? He's in over the bank job. So you give
Well,
the
that's why
guy,
he's in
you
court
give the
though, because
guy,
of
you
his
give the
heroin addiction.
guy a short period of time, but enough to help. Hopefully, when he gets released, he learns not robbing a bank is a good idea. It's not a good return on investment. 4 years for $2,000, that's not a good deal, right? So you punish him, but you don't throw him in jail for 20 fucking years because he did it 3 times. He didn't
But
murder
what if you?
20
But you're kind of
people.
playing with fire though, aren't you? Because what if the next time he decides to rob anything for his addiction, what if he murders somebody?
See,
So
that's where
then,
you failed in your
So
logic.
now
There
you
is
got
no next
murder
time
involved in
because
the
he's
robbery.
advocating
You
for.
got murder involved in the robbery. Like I said, they should be filled with murderers and rapists and pedophiles, right? So
If
you
you're
took
in
a
jail
life,
for life,
you're
What
how
in
I
are you
just
going to
jail
be
heard,
a
for life.
recidivist?
what I just heard you say is, well, he robbed a bank. Let's throw him away forever because in the future probably gonna kill somebody.
No, that's not
I'm
what I
not
said.
saying in
That's
the
what the other
future.
guy said.
Exactly what
I
the
didn't say that either.
It's
I didn't
You
say
were
that
saying,
either.
okay, the next time he
But
does a robbery,
if
he
you do
kills
an
somebody. I
if you
didn't
do an
say
armed
that.
robbery, if you do an armed robbery, whether you kill somebody or not, eventually that armed robbery isn't it going to lead to a possible death? So it's like,
It
how can
might.
you
It
just be
might.
so
Again, you went to
aloof?
armed. He could have robbed the
you're
bank with a
jumping
note
all
and
over
no
the
gun.
place.
So
Sorry.
is driving your car wasted.
He
Driving
could
your
have
car
robbed the
wasted what?
bank unarmed. Like I didn't bring a weapon into the robbery.
Oh no,
Either way,
I assumed. I'm sorry. I should have said
and
that from the start.
yeah, and
Because his
again, we're
robbery
talking
was
about
armed.
yeah, and we're talking different crimes and different situations. I said the prison should be filled with murderers, pedophiles, and rapists. So if you murdered somebody in the commission of a crime, you go to jail for life. Or a good period of time. I got an uncle
And by
coming home
life,
after a couple years. He committed a homicide. He's done about 20 years now. He's coming up on 20 years. He's going to come home soon.
by
Like
life
he
you
took a
mean
life.
life, right?
For it. He
Not
paid for
12
it.
years because of overcrowding.
No, I'm saying if he just robbed a bank with a note, nobody got hurt, give him 4 years. You don't lock him away for 20. Yes, if
There's
somebody
no
got killed in the bank
consistency in
robbery,
sentencing.
if somebody
That's the
got
real
killed in the
problem.
commission of the bank robbery, lock them up for 25 to
So
life.
if you're talking about 4 years for an attempted robbery, then what about an attempted rape?
No, even if
So
you were, did you hear what I said? The prison should be
Apparently
filled
not.
with rapists, pedophiles, and murderers. So fuck no,
attempted
the
rape.
rapist should not be out in fucking 2 years. Fuck, man.
Yeah, there's no reason to get that upset. I'm just, spitballing
I don't
here.
know.
There's no reason to get that
Well,
angry.
I'm not sorry. I'm not trying to
Listening
lose.
is an important skill.
Trying to lose control of my emotions. But I said it several times: murderers, rapists, and pedophiles. Lock them away forever, or put them down. Take them out. Don't feed them 3 square meals a day and keep them alive. Fuck that shit.
But isn't that subject to the justice system too? And isn't the justice system already
Somebody asked me,
bullshit?
how do we fix the justice system? I
Justice
said, this
system.
is how. We don't lock up an auto thief for
But-
fucking
but what
20
about-
years.
But there's plenty of people in the prison system for murder that murdered for their own self-preservation that weren't exactly out to
That's not
murder somebody.
murder.
Different case,
it
right?
isn't. But if you didn't defend yourself right and you couldn't afford the proper lawyer to defend yourself, there's plenty of people out there that were just defending themselves, but because they couldn't afford proper representation, went down for murder. You can't tell me that that's not a thing.
So
Bro, I know
somebody
of a
died when you
situation.
defended yourself, and the family of the person who died who broke into your house and put a gun in your face and pistol whipped you, and then you shot them. If they get a better lawyer, how does that factor into your logic?
So are you telling me right now that there's not people sitting in prison that have not even been to trial or even been convicted of a crime, say January 7th, that are not sitting there, been in prison for years now?
I don't think anyone's saying there isn't
Based
If
off
you
of
were
innocent people
court
listening
behind
time.
long
bars.
enough, you
There
would
are.
realize that I had invoked that argument earlier already, and it's
Well, I might
There
have
January
not
are.
been
6th.
listening, so I apologize for that because I just tuned in. But okay, I
We're
will
all
concede.
we're all aware there are people behind bars that shouldn't be. We're all aware of that. Nobody said there wasn't.
There are people who have stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from other people and retirement funds and all kinds of, like Bernie Madoff, for example. What did he do? 2.5 years in a mostly he got let out on the weekends. He only had to do Monday through Friday, and he got to go home on the fucking weekends for 6 months. And he stole $100 million. You steal
That's pretty meta.
$100 from a fucking
Well,
store,
you stealing for the right people
then
though.
you're gonna go
You
to
have to
jail
be
for 12
stealing.
years.
You have to be stealing for the right people.
If you applied the same dollar value to prison sentence time, Bernie Madoff should be in jail for the next 34,000 years.
Well, that's why the system, the way it is, will never work because regardless of how you set it up and whatever anybody else is saying about, well, we need to do this about drugs and blah, 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 there's still always going to be that element where if you have enough money and you have enough pull, you're always going to be able to buy your way out of the system. So how do
Yeah.
we curb,
You didn't
how do
even
we
have to buy it.
So I think the whole topic came up with the Bernie Madoff situation, right? The punishment did not fit the crime. He had less than an eighth of an ounce of weed and he got 13 years. That was not fair. So the question was, how do we fix that problem? And I was trying to answer that. First off, we don't put nonviolent offenders that possess drugs in prisons, period. That's one way. The guy didn't harm nobody. He had some weed in his pocket. Why are we locking him up?
So, okay, so is it different then if somebody that does those drugs ODs? So then is that a different scenario? Then you have to make a special exemption then.
Who the fuck
And put
OD'd
them in
on
a
weed?
different.
Time out. Did you just say
Who the
that
fuck
somebody
OD'd on
OD'd
weed?
on
Of
marijuana?
course, I'm not talking about weed. We're talking about drugs in general. Of course, not
Okay, and
weed.
if you did,
Well,
you
weed
chose.
doesn't deserve to be on the same fucking playing field as
And
quote
Okay,
unquote
so
listen,
then
drugs.
you're
I
making
don't
exemption
care.
for
I
different
don't
drugs.
care if
I
you
assume
overdose.
we were talking about
Listen, I
all
don't
drugs
care
No,
if
on the
you're
you
same
still
overdose.
calling
level.
it a drug.
Listen,
It's a
gentlemen,
plant.
gentlemen, please. I don't care if you overdose on weed, heroin, MDMA. You bought this shit and you ingested it, so you fucked yourself up, buddy. Freedom of choice. Sorry,
I
man.
mean,
Your dealer
that
shouldn't feel
makes sense.
guilty because you fucking shot a rig with a half gram of heroin in it.
You stick a needle in your arm, it's nobody's fault but your own.
Exactly.
Well,
You were trying to get higher than you were last time, so you put a little bit more this time. Uh-oh, mommy, I'm not home anymore. Your
but that
fault.
doesn't
Snorting, it's
always
not
ring
doing the
true.
trick
What if
anymore.
I'm just sticking a straw in my nose for one time, but whoever gave me the shit that I'm snorting in my nose has something in it that shouldn't be in it, and now I OD'd.
So
You
what
know
if
what I
I
mean?
had
And I didn't mean to
unprotected sex with
OD.
a stranger one time and I got AIDS? I'm now mad at everybody who has sex?
Well, I'm just saying, like, where do we?
Self-responsibility, self-accountability, my friend. Know your source. Did you watch a guy do a rail first and wait a half hour? Or did you just
Well, and
take the
that's
bag and snort some?
isn't that the conundrum though?
Amen.
Because drug addict, they're just gonna take whatever they can get, right? And so, is there some responsibility at all on the person that
And
is
I'll go a
dealing
little
bad
further
shit?
for you. I'll go a little further for you, my friend. Unfortunately, if their dealer ran out of supply and they couldn't get it off them anymore, they'd go and think of something to stick in their body or go find another source or another supplier, and they don't care. They just take the risk.
They'll snort hornet spray, neurotoxin, literally.
No, yeah, no. I'm not Yeah, and look, I'm not disagreeing with any of you fellas. I'm just fucking around playing devil's advocate because I like to hear everybody's responses. I'm not trying to say I agree with any bullshit that I'm saying, but it is an interesting topic and an interesting conversation to be had because it is, how do you define or distinguish all these different scenarios?
All right, so if I went to a truck stop in the middle of nowhere and I bought some sushi and then I shit my brains out, is
Got
that
food
my
poisoning?
fault or is that the sushi chef from 7-Eleven in the middle of nowhere's fault?
Well, I mean, realistically, isn't it the establishment that sold you the sushi? Because there is laws and regulations about how they're supposed to serve certain types of food. So I would think, I mean, yeah, you're a dumbass for trying it, but just because you're a dumbass for trying it doesn't mean that you just subject yourself to get ill. So
But at the end of the day, you have a reasonable expectation that you are going to get violently ill if you eat that. And if you're
you can
too
have the same
stupid to
experience too
realize
at your
that,
local
then that's
grocery
on
store.
you. It's not on the person selling it. Who knows? Maybe you have an iron stomach and it can sustain all kinds of poisons without making you ill. But
Well, and that's
if
my
you
problem
do
with the
get
whole
ill,
conversation too, because how many corporations do we have that on a day-to-day basis put products on grocery shelves that they know is poison or know
it's
is
not a
tainted, and
grocery.
people get sick, and then they have to recall them, but they didn't, and they knew it could be a problem, but they said, let's just do it and see what happens. Let's hope for the best. But then something ends up getting recalled. People get
It
sick.
comes back
I
to
mean,
personal accountability. And what you're describing is not being able to blame anybody. If you're talking about blaming the person who sold it, then you have to talk about blaming the person who bought it as well. They were retarded for buying it, and they're just as guilty as the person who sold it. And the person who sold it does not have any preconceived notion of how strong your stomach is. And it might be perfectly fine for some people, but you're a little sensitive and you're squirting water out your beehole. It's not their
I have
job. If
I have
you
a
bought
few.
it, it's your fucking fault.
I have one or two real life experiences and or stories I can share. One I heard was a gentleman that had hit the lotto big. So he fucking left his wife. He headed to Vegas. He got a number of escorts, quite a number, like over 10, and a kilo of Coke. And within less than an 8 ball of that kilo, he was overdosed and dead. He'd probably never done Coke in his life. Whose fault is that?
Even amateur.
Whose fault is that?
It's the lotto's fault. No, it's the guy who bought the fucking drugs, did the fucking drugs, and I'm sure the strippers took all the fucking money he had on him and then ran out of that hotel room.
And you'd think they'd take the yayo too, but I guess they didn't because
Not
obviously
if he
we know
died.
there was a kilo there, or else they would have. Well, the story would have been a quarter ounce, right? And the rest of the
Well, it's
kilo would have
mostly
disappeared.
fentanyl. Better stay away.
That
This
is
was
really
way
a
This was
weird
way before the
analogy,
fentanyl craze.
considering if you've ever
That
done
was
cocaine,
that
you
was
know
before the
goddamn
fentanyl.
well you ain't gonna buy no damn kilo for personal use unless you're trying to kill yourself. But at any rate, I
He was
understand your
trying to
point.
be Tony Montana, I guess, right? Hey, girls, look what I got.
Yeah, and that's suicide as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, and I mean, I do understand the point too that it really is a racket in the sense that we know where it comes from. We know how it gets into the country, and the government hates competition, and it's double, but it's better business for them. So they bring it in the country, they make it illegal, and then they tax the drug dealers that they get it from, and they tax then the fucking citizens that are stupid enough to use it. So I mean, it's brilliant business. It's brilliant. What can we do about it? Honestly, how do we really, can it be stopped?
I'm not sure.
Step one is take your kids out of public school so they don't even know what the fuck cocaine is by the time they're 15. And
Well,
The
hey,
rest of
that's
it
a
will
good
sort
point. Hold
itself
on, let me
out.
stop you right there. That's a good point because I grew up in the '80s, and one of my aunts worked for the FBI, and she was big. And this is when they started the "Say No to Drugs" policy, and it was super huge. And every time she would come around, and I was just a knee high to a grasshopper. She was all like, "Say no to drugs," give me all this paraphernalia, like little baseball bats that said "Say no to drugs" on them. All this bullshit, and it used to piss my parents off. And they hated that whole slogan because they said, "What are you doing? You're teaching the young children, they ain't even thinking about drugs before they're even told about drugs." And you know
Kind
what?
of
I
reminds
think
me of
my
groomers
parents were
and
right.
everything
They were
going on with
right. They
sexuality in
were
school
teaching
children
kids.
today.
They were teaching school children before they were even, you know,
Aware.
aware of these drugs, about the drugs before they were even, you know, asked to use them or brought into their circle. Because I'm talking about grade school. Like, who in grade school is smoking weed and being offered weed or cocaine or heroin or any of that shit? But I knew about it way before I got to high school.
I'll
Well, that's
give
the
you
whole
this.
point, is they try to get it into your brain before it would ever actually be experienced in your real life,
Right.
because they need to get there
Just like they're
first,
doing today
right?
with sex and then the
Grooming.
whole yeah,
Yeah.
yep,
I'll
yeah,
give
I
you this as
100%.
I'll give you this as a solution or an answer. This is what I've come up with. I know who I am and what it is that I seek or want. I could get a Mickey a day and drink it, but I don't do that, and that's legal, right? So if we took the labels off and said, like, I woke up tomorrow morning and the newspaper headline was all drugs are now legal, the first thing I wouldn't do is run out and try meth or buy a
Right.
sheet of acid and put
That,
it
yeah.
away. You know what I mean?
When in my entire life, because I'm not a fucking retard. You don't have to tell me don't smoke or inject heroin, because it's just bad. I've seen people that do it, and I don't want to be like them. So keep your PSAs to yourself. Unnecessary. Do you want to?
Give it a minute, I guess.
Somebody was in mid sentence and all of a sudden it just went blank.
Yeah, that was me.
What were you saying?
I was just saying is that I know whom I am and what I want, right? I don't drink a Mickey a liquor a day, and that's legal. So if I woke up tomorrow morning and the headline was all drugs now legal, I wouldn't run out and grab a sheet of acid and put it away or an eighth of meth and try it out. I know what I like. So I'm gonna, oh wow, good. Now I can not be worried about going to jail for a bag of weed in my pocket. That's good for me, you know? But and I think
Yeah,
in
but
Canada, I recently heard if you're caught with a small amount of any drug, there's no jail. So apparently, all drugs have been decriminalized in Canada, apparently on a small scale, like a personal level.
but
I guess
Platinum,
an
I got
eight
one
ball, I
question.
think it's 7 grams or less. Sorry.
One
You
question. How does it work on a globe? And they dropped. What's going on with Discord, man? Everybody got zapped, didn't they?
yeah, did I just get I just got dropped, but
We all got
anyway,
dropped.
my only
There's only
problem
like
with
6
everything
people
we
here in
talking
the
about is what we see in other communities where we have these just drug parks. There's needles all over and just drug addicts. You know what I mean? That's and I don't want my tax dollars going to pay for somebody's fix. Like that's the only thing that bothers me about like I don't care what anybody does. You want to legalize, let's legalize drugs. I don't give a shit. Do it. But I don't want my tax dollars, not that I even have a choice. I mean my tax dollars right now are going to shit that I don't approve of. But this is one more thing that I don't want us to see in our society right now.
Sorry, I that's what I wanted to add. With the caveat of there are extreme penalties for supplying it to underage people. You know, yes, it's legal, but responsible legalization, safe injection sites, so on and so forth. I'm trying to get Narcan on buses and cabs wherever you would see a defibrillator. So if somebody's ODing, somebody could save them the same way they could save somebody having a heart attack.
But that sounds great, but they can't even do that with alcohol, because
No,
how
I
many
know.
underage kids die from alcohol every day because of driving drunk, and they, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
damn. I mean, I understand it's a problem that we can never truly solve.
Yeah.
But does doing what we're talking about by making everything legal, could that possibly make it worse? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Well, here's the thing. Worse in what way? Right now, somebody can get their hands on whatever anyways, right? Right now, if they get
I
their
think it
hands on
depends on where you
whatever.
live at in the country, to be honest. But yeah,
Yeah, okay, yeah, obviously the supply and demand issues, but what I'm saying is, or if you get caught with whatever in your pocket right now, and your name's not Keith Richards, you can't do a benefit concert for the blind and walk away from it, right? So
yeah.
it's not equal as it stands.
Well, and that's another thing I was thinking about is like when my dad's day, they had beer bars and alcohol bars where you get in a beer bar which is 18, but and a true alcohol bar you couldn't get into unless you were 21, and maybe they could kind of swing some type of thing with drugs, and as long as there was a proper education and it wasn't such a stigma, because I remember when I was growing up, my parents telling me how horrible marijuana was and how it was like, I mean, growing up, I was told marijuana was like heroin. And then when I was 16 and I smoked marijuana for the first time, I was like, holy shit, this is wonderful. This is great. I hate my parents. Why do they lie to me? Why do they tell me this is the most horrible thing in the world? This is amazing. This is great. It's not even, it's not bad at all. I'm not a drug addict. I'm fucking fine. This is wonderful. Why did they lie to me?
But I
You
wouldn't
know
be
what I
too
mean?
hard on your parents if you look at from their point of view. They didn't want you trying it at too young of an age, right?
Right. But you understand what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
It's that initial lie,
And
and
then
they made it so big. And then
yeah.
then I can see how other kids would be like, well, they lied about weed, they lied about crack too. Let me smoke crack. And crack, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But I never
Yeah.
did that. But I'm just
Get
saying,
misled. So here's
yeah.
another way to look at it. I was given a poem when I was young called Mr. Heroin's Blues, and it really woke me up in the poem as to the life that you'll be dealt if you go down that road of putting needles in your arms, right? So that kind of
Mhm.
steered me away from it, as well as a book I read about a girl who tried a very small amount and then became an addict right away. Like, so those things combined steered me away from it. But also, if I was shown pictures of what junkies look like and how they live in filth or whatever, not all junkies, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to paint all people that use the same, right? But
Right. Because
some people,
there is functional junkies.
if
Like
you can't afford it,
work to get high, and there's people that get high to work.
yeah,
Like
if you
there's
can't afford it and you're spending $300 of your rent every month that should go to the landlord,
Mm.
no, that's not working, right? So,
Black man.
yeah.
You guys are having a very good conversation. It just doesn't need to be in this live stream, okay?
Yeah,
Let's
they
get
get
back to
mad 'cause
y'all.
we talking about, Flat Earth
Yeah.
live
Are
stream.
there any Globers in
Y'all want
there?
to go to chat and talk about that all day long.
Sorry, yeah.
It's probably not
Hey, if
appropriate
anybody
for
wants to
live.
jump down to another stream, I will come down here and we can talk all night long about this. Otherwise, I'm gonna stay right here.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
We're
me
just
too. We'll get back to
trying to
Effie.
stay on the
Sorry,
topic
gentlemen.
here.
But we can get into some glove shit. We can get into some glove shit. Speaking of which, I'm in the Midwest. I'm in Wisconsin right now. It's cloudy. I can't see the moon. So I'm wondering where everybody else is at. Can y'all see the moon? What shape is it? What phase is it in? Where is it at in the sky? Let's coordinate where the moon at and see if what they're talking about is real.
All right, I'm in Kentucky. I'll see if I can see my moon right now.
Every time they announce tomorrow is going to be a pink moon or a wolf moon,
Yeah,
or
you see all
super
that
moon, or
bullshit.
something like that,
Yeah,
it's
there's gonna be a
always on a night where you can't see it.
right. Hey, the other night though, we did this stuff the other night though. We coordinated this shit the other night. It was me up here in Wisconsin, somebody in Texas, somebody in California. The moon was in the exact same spot, the same shape, everything, in the exact same location, where it shouldn't be possible on a globe, right? It was in the exact same elevation, like it was like 45 degrees where I'm at, 45 degrees in the sky. It was like a half, not even. It was like 3/4 full. And then the lady that was in Texas saw the same moon, same part of the sky. And the dude that was in California said the same thing. And if the sun is setting in the west and the moon was in at the time, it was in like the I think it was in like the southeast. We're like, no, that shit doesn't make it doesn't make sense. It can't be lit up 3/4 of the way. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But if you
I
can
know
see
what
it,
you're
I
talking
can't see
about.
it.
You're saying that the occultation of the Earth could not be responsible for the shape of the shadow on the moon
Exactly.
from such drastically different angles. And you're
Exactly.
exactly right.
We were all over that night. Matter of fact, there was a couple people from a few other places. I can't remember exactly. I mean, around the globe that weren't even in the United States and was seeing like the same. You know, and we're like, wait a minute, nah, this don't make sense, man.
My moon report is from 15 stories off the ground, facing Canada, Bell's Corners, West Ottawa, and I just have a black sky. I can't see a moon.
Yeah, I can't see.
Nada. Sorry.
You know, I always thought it was funny too because a certain part of the year, and I think it's spring. As soon as spring's supposed to start coming around, summer started coming around my area, and I see that sun rising. It seems like I never see the sun. I can never see the sunrise because it's so full of fucking chemtrails. The sky is so cloudy with that fucking spray shit. I can never fully see a sunrise ever for all the months. I can never see it, and I swear it's been like that for the last few years. I get every morning because I live the city I live in. I live west of my city, but I work in the city, so I drive in east every day. So I'm staring at the sun every day when I'm driving into work, and I never fully see a sunrise. It's always just this chemical fucking cloud every morning over the sun. I can never see a complete, beautiful, picturesque sunrise. I just always see just this bullshit fucking smog. And I don't even live in a big city. I live in fucking Wisconsin. Or Madison.
They spray it where you are so that it drifts over big city.
Right.
8
So
hours later.
I never see the sun in the morning. I can't see it. But behind these chemtrails that are just they fog the whole sky every morning. In the spring, summer months, that's how it is every day. I can never see a full, complete sunrise and just see the sun rising. It's always clouded like that. I don't know if anybody else has that experience too, but that's my experience over here. And that's not new either. I mean, that is new. I don't that didn't used to happen when I was a kid. My parents and my grandparents, they don't that's new. They're like it's not like it's a you talk to older people, it's like this is some new phenomenon. It's not. Anyway, I'm rambling. So is anybody else out there? Can you see the moon? Anybody else out there?
And if you can, where are you?
And another thing, you think about all the times that I'm sitting out here on a daily basis, clear daylight, it'll be noon. I'll see the sun over here and the moon over here, directly across from each other. So how the hell the moon isn't as bright as it is on a full moon at night? I mean, I'm talking during the day. You got the sun. I have the sun right over me.
My
and the sun's
first,
shining right on the moon. There's nothing blocking the light from the sun to the moon. So shouldn't the moon be lit up like the fucking Christmas tree? But some nights, some days, I mean, I can barely see it. It's almost opaque. It disappears into the sky. I can barely see it. It looks opaque, like I can see right through it.
that
But
was
then
my
at night,
first.
it shines. Like, you know what I mean? Come on, man. Come on, man. It's not
Come
right.
That
on,
was my.
dog. Come on, man.
Come on,
That was
man.
my. That was my very first flat Earth clip that I made. Was okay. There's the sun over there. It's gonna set in about a half hour or so, and right over there is the moon. But I was told the sun's on one side, the moon's on the other side. We're on a big ball spinning, blah, blah, blah. How come I can see both the sun and the moon over the horizon at the same time?
Yeah.
And I'm standing right here on the fucking ground. What's going on?
And even if you can explain that, right? Explain the fact that it looks like you can barely see the moon sometimes, and at time it is so like you can see right through it. It looks like a piece of paper that you shine a light through. You know, you can take a piece of paper and hold it up and shine a light through it. You can see through the piece of paper. That's how the moon looks during the day. You see
You
right
can
through
close
it.
your eyes and still see light through your eyelids.
Right.
Kind of the same thing.
But the moon is supposed to be this solid rock surface that we can fly up there and land on it and walk around on it. There's a solid surface. Come
Play
on, man.
some golf. Drive a go-kart. Fuck you.
They make going to the moon and Mars and shit sound like going to the grocery store and getting a loaf of bread and milk.
For real. For real.
Yet they
And you know
can't
what?
even
You
do
know what?
that.
The better part about that is they make you think that looking up in the sky, and because you see lights in the sky that appear circular, well, that means that's their number one proof that we live on a circular globe. Because you look up and what do you see? Circles. So whoa, we must be on a circle. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, more often than not, when I look up, I see things with wings and a head and a tail. I think they're called birds. I don't think I live on a bird. You know what I mean?
Right. But you know how many Globers I've been arguing with that say, "Oh, don't you own a telescope? Have you not looked at Mars? Mars is round. It's round. Mars is a sphere. Saturn's a sphere. Okay, great. Is it? Because you looked at it. Okay, it looks circular. First of all, that doesn't mean that it's a sphere. Second of all, why would you think just because you look up in the sky and you see a light in the sky and it looks circular, that means that what the fuck you standing on is circular or a sphere? That makes no. You would only think that unless you were already indoctrinated with the idea that you live on a damn globe.
You would never come to that conclusion on your own.
Never. You would never think of that ever.
And what makes you think if you look up and you see something round and you never see the other side of it, why would you extrapolate that into believing it's spherical?
Yeah, you wouldn't unless you were already told and already brainwashed to think that idea. Like that idea was implanted in our brains from whatever the 1,000 years. Well, not 1,000 years.
214 years that the Rockefeller education system has been in effect.
Right. And before that, everybody knew the Earth was flat, right? Before any of that bullshit, everybody
Some people still do
it wasn't a
alive
question.
today.
Yeah, people, and even if it wasn't, even if they didn't think that it was flat, right? There was nobody running around thinking it was a fucking globe. It wasn't even a question. Why would you even question it? Why would you even care? Who gives a shit?
Why do
The
you
only
teach it
time
to
anybody ever
kids
cared.
before you tell them, you're afraid to tell them that Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy aren't real, but you're willing to tell them this other stuff because they're quote unquote ready for that information? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's kind of like, why didn't anyone think of trying to go wherever before when they presented it? And there was something else I wanted to add to that, but I'm pretty buzzed right now. Give me a minute.
Join the
What'd you
club.
buzz on? What'd you be buzz?
Buzz
On the
Lightyear,
pipe.
space traveler extraordinaire.
It's
Jesus.
420 and I'm not fooling.
So you're a criminal.
Anyways, the point is though, I mean, think about that. Think about if you were a human, like just I don't even know what to say, just a fucking naked human running around out here, and you never knew anything about a sphere. What the fuck would make you think? First of all, even like, would you ever even contemplate? Oh, the ground that you're standing on, the shape of it, and how it would be anything other than, well, I mean, flat is a weird term, but let's just say flat for the sake of
You're trying
argument
to
of
say
flat.
you'd never correlate the two ideas to be identical.
No, right.
And
Just
I
because
think
there's
that,
something floating around in the sky, that means I'm on the same thing, basically? What the fuck
Right.
are you talking about?
and
Yeah,
Where'd
that
you get
helped
that
my,
idea?
well,
that
yeah.
helped
Why
me.
would you ever? You would never. Why would you look at the sky and be like, "Oh, look at that! That light up there looks round." So I guess I'm on a light that is round as well. No, what?
That helped.
First of all, the Earth isn't a light, right? The Earth is not a
Doesn't
light.
glow
It's
like
not a
that, that's for
star.
sure.
The Earth isn't a light. It's not a star. It's not. It's not anything that we can look up at the sky and see. Things we look up at the sky and see they're just as far as we know, they're just lights. That's all we
That
know.
helped.
They're lights. I mean,
That
other
kind
than
of
that, what
helped
do
me.
we know?
That kind of helped me remember what I was going to say. If they wouldn't have lied to us about the moon landing, do you think anyone would have even thought about going there even to this friggin' day? Probably not.
Why
They
would
just
you?
would have went on with their lives
Who
as
would want
normal.
to
Like, no
go
one would
there?
have thought, let's go to the moon. Like,
Why you want to go somewhere with no oxygen, with no trees, with no food, with no yeah, like what the fuck? What is up there? Why would we want to?
We're
Why would you want to go to
explorers.
any of these bullshit planets? The Earth is
who knows?
beautiful. Why would I
And
ever want to leave Earth?
no,
That's the
wait,
whole fear of
can
dying,
I
right?
add
Is
something
leaving
to that
Earth.
real quick? Why would you demand that every taxpayer gives you hundreds of billions of dollars so that you can go there for no
Even
reason?
better question. Amen. Yes.
Exactly. That's why we need to bring a lawsuit against NASA in an actual real court, somehow, some way, to get
No
people
such thing.
to get heads of NASA to be deposed. I mean, imagine because I mean, think about it. NASA's been in what 60 years and $100 billion a year budget,
80.
and what have they gained humanity? What have we learned from that spendage? What have we learned
Two
from
things. We
Velcro,
got
Tang, and
Tang.
non-stick frying pans.
Yeah, we got Teflon and Tang.
right? For how much
And
money?
Velcro. And Velcro.
$100 billion
Trillions of dollars at
times
this point.
50. So fucking
At
bazillion
50
dollars.
million a day?
I do like your idea of dragging them into court and getting some people over the coals, but I think unfortunately the best we might be able to hope for is everyone wakes up to the bullshit and they stop getting funded, and unfortunately maybe nobody goes to jail.
Well, right. I'm
You do
realistic
realize that
in the
that's
idea.
impossible and
It's the same
retarded, right?
thing with Jim Garrison bringing the assassination of Kennedy to court, right? It's the same, like you it's a no-win situation, but at least you get a couple people pulled into court and get them actually to answer questions under oath and to force them to admit certain things, and it would be a bombshell, I think. I mean, not I mean, a
I
small,
don't spend
a
I
small.
don't spend too much brain power on it, brothers and sisters, but sometimes I do wonder how different the world would be if JFK, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, John Lennon hadn't have been taken out like they were when they were taken out. If they were still kicking live their natural life and pass away. What would they have given? How different would it be still, you know?
I don't
Still
think it would be
one
that much
person on that
different, but
list that could do
Well,
anything.
JFK wasn't big into the moon exploration shit, so I think that's one of the check marks on the box of reasons why he got taken out, but that's my personal theory.
I think he was taking out more about, I mean, well,
Monetary
it
theory.
doesn't fucking matter, but
Well,
yeah.
yeah,
The
they wouldn't
money.
have got the funding if he wouldn't agreed to it, right? So he got taken
He
out.
he signed a bill 2 days or 3 days before he was shot that would have allowed for issuing of currency on a silver standard instead of
Yeah.
a
Oh,
gold
that too.
standard.
That's another
Yeah.
reason.
That
Well,
was
maybe
the
possibly the main reason. Yes, sorry, go
He
ahead.
almost blew up a New World Order project that was already 150 years in the making, and
Don't
now,
forget
like
secret
another
societies.
70 years later,
You know
yeah,
what's interesting
they're
about that
behind
fact
it.
too is
But
he actually that bill was actually ratified and never unratified. So that is actually still on the books as far as
silver
law
can be
goes.
used
That
to
that is still on
pay
the books.
debts,
He
public and
signed it
private.
and it went into law, but it's never been published.
No currency has been issued on a silver standard, but you can still pay your taxes in silver
Yeah.
because of that.
Well, I actually have a silver certificate on paper in U.S. currency in my safety deposit box. So he
So
actually
not
did
actual
do it.
silver.
Yeah, that's right. It's a paper silver dollar.
Well, you
So
can
he
get
did
about what
do
it's
it,
worth
but
per
he was
month.
executed, and it
Cool
didn't.
toilet paper, bro.
Right. You can go to a pawn shop and get some money for it, but you can't take it to no bank.
Well, no,
A bank
it's got value on
bank
the
gonna laugh
coin
at you.
store, and
You
that's what
can't
I am.
redeem it for silver.
But you can redeem it on the value of the history, is what I'm saying. In a pawn shop, a pawn
Right.
shop owner for the history value and what it is, they will give you a certain value for it. But you can't walk into no bank and say, "Give me my fucking silver," certificate, the value of silver for it. That
Right.
those days is gone.
Correct.
Oh, but you guys are amazing, man. The conversations we're having. See, and this is the thing that is tough about flat Earth because we can talk all night about flat Earth as long as there ain't no globers in here. And that's the thing about flat Earth is it leads into every other thing, every other facet of our lives. Flat Earth is the essential lie, right? It is
It's
the
the nexus.
right. It is the fundamental lie which leads you into all the other lies. I mean, because we've all been down every other rabbit hole of every other conspiracy there is, but the only one that we can truly verify and prove is flat Earth. That's the only one we can speculate about JFK, 9/11, the jab, and the Gulf of Tonkin, every other conspiracy, Hitler, and any other conspiracy you can fucking fathom. We can speculate all day long, but the only one that we can truly pin down and actually prove is flat Earth. But that's the gateway. Flat Earth is the gateway to to unlocking all the
It's a shortcut
other.
for everybody else who is not like us, who isn't willing to put in 20 years into looking into
Yeah.
everything that
Well,
doesn't
and
make sense.
hey, bro, that's a
Flat
problem
Earth is
because it
their
takes us 20
gateway
years to get
into
to.
maybe
That's
everything
the
else is
problem,
bullshit too.
right? But that's a problem, right? That's our conundrum, right? Because come on, honestly, all of us in here today, we didn't start out on flat Earth. We started out on some other rabbit hole, and we went down
It's
that
the
rabbit
last
hole,
thing.
and we are like, "Holy shit! Okay, where does rabbit hole lead?" But we all ended up on flat Earth, and flat Earth is the only one we can actually prove. We can prove flat Earth. Flat Earth is provable with the numbers, with science, with mathematics. We can prove it. It's the only one we can prove. But is also the
They
only
still
one.
say,
It's
"Where's
also
your
the one that they
proof?"
use to ridicule us the most. There's no flat Earth funny movie about how flat Earth people are actually true. But there's other silly movies where they make the other conspiracies where they're like, the conspiracy guy, yeah, he's crazy.
Yes.
Oh, but shit, at the end of the movie, he's right. There's no other movie. There's
Some
no
high
movie about
cousin
flat
or
Earth.
uncle who's living in the mom's basement who pops out for 5 minutes in the movie and makes everybody else look retarded in his general vicinity. No, in fact, have you ever seen in Hollywood somebody make fun of flat earthers? I bet not. They're
Well,
afraid to open that can of worms. Think about it. Have you ever seen a movie where there's some lunatic who's talking about flat earth theory? No, they don't even want to open up that door.
yeah, it's too dangerous because that's the fundamental.
It'll undermine everything they're all about.
That's why I was so surprised when Dumber said it, when Obama said that shit. I was like, oh, they playing with fire. Come on.
Oh, we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah. They open the can of worms with that.
Apparently you do. You just said it. That's like the one exception to what I just said a minute ago.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. That is, but that's a big fucking exception because if anybody knows anything about government, the fundamentals about government, believe the opposite of whatever the fuck they say. I mean, my grandfather's been telling me that since I was knee high to a grasshopper. So I was fucking
They had easily spent 5-6 months trying to figure out when they can slip that in, and they finally found their opportunity.
Man, it had to be more than that. It'd been more like 50 fucking years they slipped that shit in.
But they're preoccupied
That's how
with it
far ahead
more
I
than
think they
everybody
are.
else.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! There are people who are, catching on, and I'm gonna have to be out there and defending you, dark, deep state people that I can't say the names of because I get in trouble. But you gotta give me something more to say, other than we don't have time to talk about it, even though I just took time to talk about it. That makes me sound dumb, right? Come on, man, give me something more.
Exactly. I mean, yeah. What else can we fucking say? What do we need to tell these globers to wake them the fuck up? Because obviously everything they say is a goddamn fucking lie. Everything they say is a lie. Why wouldn't this be a lie? Everything, because I've talked to plenty of globers, man, and they will concede to so much other shit. They will concede to so much, and I'll be like, and they'll admit, yeah, of course, government lies. Yeah, they lie about this, they lied about blah blah blah. Well, why wouldn't they lie about this? And what proof do you have? And then the proof that
If you're not retarded, you can come up with 15 answers in 30 seconds. But that's the problem, is most people out there are fucking retarded, and mostly because of the education system and or should I say the indoctrination system. Like the IQ test is a lie. I'm not going to say what my IQ is, but I would say that I pray to God that we readjust. We should readjust so that my IQ is 100, and then keep the same standards of retarded and disabled and blah blah blah. If you're
But that's
60
why they
or
have those
80,
tests, right? They have those tests on purpose because they don't want people like you and me to excel in those tests. They want people that
but I did.
regurgitate the information that they teach them and just regurgitate that and don't ask questions. Don't ask questions. Just tell. Just
I had
repeat
my
what the fuck
IQ
they
tested
tell
at
you.
an Ivy League school, and I did it twice just to compare the results of the first time versus the second time to determine whether or not I needed more time on standardized tests and stuff, because I
So
was kind of being an asshole and I wanted to sell Adderall to other kids, so I was trying to get a prescription. But my insurance paid for me to be tested at Stanford University, and I did it 2 times. It took me 4 fucking hours because I had to take the legit test 2 times. But even when I held myself down a little bit the first time and then held myself down a little bit more the next time because I wanted to guarantee I was controlling the difference within a margin of error between the results, even then, it's a number so high, I don't want to make you mad by even saying it. But my IQ should be 100 as far as we judge everybody else, and then readjust everybody else's IQ to you thought you were 100, turns out you're 64. So you can just shut up and not vote, and somebody else has to be appointed your legal guardian because you can't look after yourself because you're that fucking dumb. Like, that's the world I want to live in.
Well, and isn't that how they control the way things are now? Because they will take an a person taking the same test you just took, but because of their bloodline and who they're related to, doesn't matter what their score is. But they're going to push them.
But isn't that why they put all these IQ tests out online and on Facebook and like, hey, find out your IQ. Most people turn out smarter than they thought. And you click it and you answer some stupid questions in 4 minutes, and then bada bing, it tells you your IQ is 135, and you're like, hey, 3 more points and I would have been a genius or some shit like that. It's exactly what you're talking about. Endemic to creating stupid people that are overconfident.
Yeah. yeah. I mean, absolutely. I mean, why? I mean, because I mean, they don't need you. Why would they? I mean, if regardless of how smart you are, you don't come from where they come from. You're not a part of the bloodline, so you can't be trusted. So why would they entrust you, regardless of your test scores, when they can?
You know what they're more likely to say if they find out that they actually need you and you are smarter than them? They're likely to say, something that you said in the last week confused me, and I don't know what to make of it. So I'm just going to call you racist and say, stay away.
Well, that's a
I'm
problem.
going to live in the dark because you can't
That's
come
the
flip
problem.
a circuit breaker in my basement for me.
Yeah, that's the
Because
problem with
I'm
the entire
afraid you
setup.
might be racist.
That's the problem with the entire setup, because we've given them total control over our entire lives
By not caring about what they're
exactly by
perpetuating.
not caring, because people like you and me, we just want to be left alone. We just want to live our lives and be free. But in the society that we live in the structure that we've let them build up, we cannot do that. We can't be pacifists, and we can't sit
The walls are
back.
closing in. That's for fucking sure.
Exactly, because look what's happening. It starts out small on the local level, like local, small city council, school board level. Like we have to be involved in that local, small level in order to control what goes on in our small communities. And by doing that, that's how you branch out and then control, from the state level and then from the federal level. And that's how they've gained control, because we don't give a fuck. People like you and me, we just want to be left alone, man. We just want to make a living, take care of our family, raise our family, and just be left alone. We don't want to deal with that politic bullshit, but we have to in order to control and make sure we want to live the quality of life we want to live. We have to be engaged in that shit, because you see what happens when we're not. They have
We're
taken
finally
total
getting to a point
control
where
of every
ordinary
aspect
people
of our
are.
lives, from the local school board level, and that's how it starts. Local school board level, local fucking politics is fucking.
You have to look up when those elections and meetings are. They don't advertise it. It's not on the radio or in the newspaper. They hope you don't show up.
And that's done on purpose, man. They do that shit on purpose, because I've had family members
$300,000 a year for doing jack shit.
Man, and that's what happens. You get passive, and you get you get frustrated because if it's just say you on a personal level, you run for local. Let's say you run for your school board.
I've been tempted to do that for the last year and a half. I'm really getting close to the idea of I might do it.
I mean, do it, please, for the sake of wherever you live at, do
here's
it.
the biggest reason why I might actually do it. Up until 8 months
why you
ago,
do it. It doesn't
I
matter.
live in New York. I need to say that I live in New York. So if there was any reason that I would be afraid of running for office, it was because somebody's going to do some background check and interview people who claim to know me, even though I've been off Facebook for fucking 6 years, 7 years.
I won't let that scare you.
Regardless,
look at these
I smoke
retards
weed,
that run
okay?
and
I'll
win,
admit
man.
it. I smoke weed.
So what?
Before Andrew Cuomo abdicated his throne as a gangster in chief of New York State, he had in a panic, he legalized the personal cultivation of marijuana in New York
You
State.
can't
You can
let
have
little bullshit like
6
that bother you.
plants. So no, but because the worst thing about me, my entire existence, the worst thing about me is something that's now legal. I don't have to be afraid to get doxxed or enter the public sphere anymore because I could just be like, yeah, and then light a joint right then and there.
If that's the worst thing about you, you have nothing to worry about. Because I used to tell my dad that because my dad had
me out of
political
the public
aspirations,
sphere.
and I used to actually talk him out of it because of my misgivings and because of things that I did. And I said, "Look, don't do this.
You're gonna get me in trouble."
No, it was more about I didn't want to embarrass him because I was worried about dirt that would be brought up and they would come after me and then come after him because of what I
That's
did.
the foregone conclusion when you enter the arena.
Thinking back about it now, it was nothing. It like there's so much worse shit going on. And they don't even on the small local level. They don't. Man, that's not. You can bury that shit so easily. But
God forgive me for saying so, but compared to all the people that already are holding these positions, I'm a fucking saint.
Yeah.
And it's time that
no, you're right.
Moralistic and rational people even give them a money.
But that's the thing is we don't people like you and me don't do it because of laziness. We're lazy. We don't want to do it. We want somebody else to do it for us because we're so busy just living normal lives and taking care of our families and just wanting to live a free like God intended, just to be free.
I have a slightly different take on that. And this is probably the first time you and I have ever interacted. Huh?
Maybe. Go ahead. Spill it.
Well, 6 years ago, I bought a shipping container and a little piece of land, and I built a tiny house. I insulated it all out, put a regular door and wall in the front, and put a little wood stove inside, and I basically retreated to a place where people would forget I exist, just so that people would forget I exist. Yet the world has creeped down my fucking door in the last 6, 8 months again, and there's nowhere else to retreat to. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I went dark. I went ghost mode just to not be bothered by these motherfuckers or even be reminded that they exist in my daily life. And now, there's at least 3 different lawsuits I'm looking at filing. So
that's what I'm trying to say. Is we can't just hide in the dark. We can't disappear and just try to live our lives free and be free men in this world anymore. We can't do it. We have to engage. We have to get out there. We have to fight. We
hold
have
positions of power until stupid ass idiots to sit down and shut up, and then they'll listen to us because they realize, oh, caveman's strong.
Well, that's a problem. We don't see ourselves as the majority, but we are the fucking majority. We just don't speak up because we just want to be left alone. But these
Sit on our couches
crazies,
and bitch about it rather
these
than
crazies,
showing
they
up
don't
and
want to be
doing
left
something about it.
I
You're
know.
right.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say, man. And that's my point. Is we've left. We've stepped away to try to just live our lives and be okay. But when we do that, we open the doors up for these crazies to come in and take over, and that are power hungry and want to tell us what to do and want to control us.
They've got an agenda and they're working through their plan A, B, C, D, right on
Yeah,
the
and it might
pre-prescribed
not
path
even be a
towards it.
solution plan. It might be just these people are sick in the head and they
No,
need
you know what
somebody
the
to
number
tell them what
one
to
best
do.
thing
They
somebody
don't
like you or
understand.
me could do? Don't fucking volunteer at a soup kitchen. Those people are too old. It's too late to help them. How about you volunteer as a kindergarten teacher just to displace some loser who wants a salary in exchange for indoctrinating your kids? How about you just fucking teach them colors and numbers and whatnot like they're supposed to learn?
Well,
And
that goes to the
get
old
rid of the
adage.
fucking freaks.
Back in the day, I remember way back in the day in my community, there was a teacher. He wanted to be a teacher, but the only problem was he was openly gay. And people had a problem with that in the community. They were like, "Wait, no,
How
hell no.
open?
We can't
What do you mean
have
by
him
open? Hold
openly."
on.
I
Hold on.
mean by open, by
What do you
meaning he was openly gay. Like it wasn't a secret.
So if you asked him, he would tell you honestly, or
Yes.
does he come up to you and
Yes,
tell
he
you
was a
that he is?
homosexual. If
Right.
asked, he was a
No, it's
homosexual.
a specific question I just asked. By
Yeah.
openly gay, do you mean that if you asked him and he answered honestly, that's one, but is it the other way where he would walk up to you and say, "By the way, I'm gay," in case you didn't know? Like,
No. It was, like I said the first time,
which
it
version
wasn't.
of openly?
If he was asked openly, he would say, "Yes, I'm gay. I'm just a gay man. I'm a normal person, just like you and me. I'm a gay man, but I want to be a teacher. I want to teach. My teaching has nothing to do with my sexual affiliation. Has nothing to do with me being gay. I just want to teach. Can I teach?" And eventually, people said, "Yeah, why not? Why can't this guy be a damn teacher? Let him be a teacher." And now, fast forward 20 years, and look who we got. We got teachers that we can't be teachers that are openly not only gay but transgender, dressing in drag, going to children's schools like 5 years old, elementary schools, being openly drag and saying if I don't
Talking
open
about
my
their
skirt, you
own
don't look at my
personal
balls,
sex
you're a
life
homophobe.
to 6-year-olds.
But you see where
I'm gender fluid. That sounds like jizz. You're not just like a human jizz. What the fuck? Gender fluid. I, I understand what you're saying, and I totally agree. But at the same time, I have to disagree a little bit. And that is in the sense that I don't believe anybody who, unless you think you have suddenly become intolerant, if you didn't consider yourself intolerant 20 years ago and you still don't, then you probably haven't shifted. Culture has shifted around you. But
so what is
nobody
the difference?
cared
So
if a
okay,
teacher was gay and teaching their 6-year-old about 2 plus 2 equals 4
okay, but
and
the
6
difference
times
is
3 is 18. Nobody fucking cared because there
that's
was this
fine.
expectation that you don't talk about stuff you're not supposed to talk about. You can talk about math, don't talk about anything else. If your math teacher is giving you political diatribes, it doesn't matter if you're trans or gay or weird or whatever. You shouldn't be talking about anything other than math.
But
History
that's what's
teachers should talk about
happening.
history, not their version
But
of
that's what's
history.
happened. You open that door, and now that's what's happening. And now you can't fire somebody that is
I would
doing
say
that.
I would say that the door that was opened was when we allowed them to talk about that openly to their students.
But okay, but when was that door started? Because first you let this one dude in that is
The
just a
SWAT team
normal.
shows up behind the door a minute before they bust through. They get all ready and then they slam it and run through 6 in a column. You know what
But
I
it
mean?
seems like that's what's kind of happened, isn't it? I mean, just from
Yeah, they built up their forces for a long time, and now we're living in a world where they have rushed the whole SWAT team into the ground floor of the house, and it's our job to make sure they don't make it up the stairs.
But they did, right? Didn't they
Not
make
yet,
it up?
they haven't.
You don't think so?
They're still yelling clear in the kitchen.
So do you think? So you don't think that we should have stopped it from the start? Like even
No,
like
I think that there are people who should, as long as I have no fucking clue what your political beliefs are, your sexual orientation is, or anything personal about you. Okay, let me rephrase. There's one person in a classroom who matters the least. It's the teacher. The
Right.
children matter more than the teacher, each and every one of them. So the least important person in that classroom is a teacher. So if the teacher's constantly talking about themselves and, well, I and my life and my same sex, non androgynous, like polyamorous love, like, shut up. That's off the curriculum. What are you talking about? You should not be within 500 feet of this school.
But I feel like that's what a majority of the teaching is happening. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that is
No, you're right.
reality.
They have been recruiting all the worst people that you can imagine for the last 10 years, and we're seeing the results of that.
Right.
No different than Klaus Schwab's New World Order or George Soros is buying off of district attorneys in every major district and city in
So you do
these
agree
United
though that
States.
that is what is happening. I mean, regardless of how it started.
Absolutely. But
Yeah.
if you happen to be a freak when you go home, you could be the guy from Silence of the Lambs who tucks it back and dances to Goodbye Horses. For all I care. As long as nobody has any idea that that's what you do in your free time.
I know, but that's not the reality that we live in right now.
Right. And that's how we keep going in the circle.
Right.
I'm saying that I'm not making a personal judgment. I'm saying keep it fucking private and out of our children's faces.
Yeah. I agree with you, but I just feel like that's not the reality that we live in today.
Well, in your version of events or your world, we would have to do some serious background checks and interrogations and Soviet Union style, like.
Well, not necessarily. What I'm saying is, we
Just
need
to
to
be able
start.
to teach 2 + 2.
Oh,
What I'm saying is, we need to start like at the local level and start getting into positions of power again. And how are teachers hired? Where do they come from? What are their backgrounds? Where does that come from? It comes from school boards. So we need to start back at a local level, infiltrating these
you know what he's doing?
institutions so that these people don't get hired.
3 months of boxing.
As far as controlling the future hiring and
He already went.
policies
he
in
went
place,
down there.
absolutely.
Wait till Monday.
But at the same time, what if I said to you, how do I know you're not one of the perverts? Now you have to prove you're not a pervert?
Oh,
That's a
well,
dangerous
overboard on those
direction to go, you know what I mean?
I mean, that seems extremely. I mean that seems. I understand your point.
give him 3
It seems
eggs a day.
really extreme, but I feel like
Go in there once every
it's
month.
not
It's like
that hard to decipher either. I mean,
It's also not that hard to just ban the known perverts.
you can see these people coming a mile
they'll give
away.
you 3 8s.
Usually,
Yeah.
I mean, look at your own
oxygen.
Day-to-day life, like when you walk down the street, like today, people wear their
They offered
political
me that when I went there.
affiliations on their sleeve. It's all
I went
identity
in there, they
politics.
said, well, if you don't, you're used to going to the doctor once a month or whatever to the pain clinic.
Am I tripping, or I'm hearing somebody talking over?
I don't know if God Rockin is hot micing or if he's just turned down
Well,
a little
I'll
bit.
step aside if he wants to say something, but yeah, we're on the same page. I think I don't know how much further we want to go with this, but we are on a flat Earth server, so maybe we should chill out a little bit.
I don't hear any other conversation going on. It is 420, so I think that deserves a little
Not
extra
anymore
special
here.
dispensation.
Well, maybe we
And I cannot partake.
I'm chasing the sun. I'm driving as fast as I can to get to where it's still 420. I'm just kidding. I can't pack a bowl and drive a car at 112 miles an hour at the same time. You should have fact checked my math, all of you. Consider yourselves ashamed. And if you recorded that just to prevent me from running for public office going forward, you're part of the problem.
Some funny shit.
Do 1,000 times better than the fucking dipshits they have in there right now. Is anybody here vaccinated?
No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
Never? Not even when you were
Never.
a baby and your parents did it
I
to
mean,
you?
I did that and I got my vaccinations when I was in the military, but
So never, not at all.
We're not
In
actually.
fact,
Hold on.
quite a bit.
Whoa. I mean, honestly, I love this conversation, and I want to have this conversation.
Oh, we're not
But be
supposed to say it.
respectful. No, yeah. We're not allowed to talk about that. I'm not a moderator, but
Good call. Good
I'm
call.
trying to
I forgot.
respect the live stream. We can't talk about that.
all
Honestly,
good.
we can go somewhere
Hopefully
else
the
and talk about
YouTube
it.
people are just as high as everybody else on.
Yeah. I know. I mean, I would love to talk about this as much as you would, but
All good, man.
But I'm not a moderator.
I have zero problem answering that question. That's
Yeah,
just how I am.
We shouldn't though.
I don't either. But we had to respect the live stream because
Totally get it.
without that, I mean, we can go drop down in another chat and we can talk
all
about.
cool.
I'll go down with you guys. You want to talk about that?
It's all cool, man.
We
I'm
can. And
I
I'm not.
actually
I
would
mean, you
enjoy
don't have to
it.
listen to me. I'm not a moderator, so don't listen to me. If you want to talk about it, go ahead. But
I
I'm just
got
warning.
plenty other topics I can go to.
Yeah,
I don't need that one.
I
Where
actually
the fuck
would
is
like
me
to have
y'all
that
know.
conversation for a change.
I'm letting y'all know. Just please respect the live stream
That's all
because it's
good.
there for a reason.
Yep.
And
I just
and
happened to buy me a laptop and got it set up in here in this hospital, man. And this is one of the first places I came to.
Listen, let me stop
The
you there.
live stream is
Come on,
more
man.
important than
Yes,
what
please.
we care about at this
For that
given moment in
bullshit.
time.
Yeah, we can
I
talk about
hadn't
that all
checked
day long.
y'all
Like I
out in
said,
a long time.
all three of us, we can drop down to another stream, and I'll talk to you all day long about that. But on
I
this
don't want
stream,
to.
just
That's fine.
please respect, please respect.
I'm good.
And I'm surprised that there's not a moderator stepping in and
I think because the
backing me
moderator
up.
would know that we don't care. We're cool. We can
No,
drop it.
well, no. Yeah, I
It's
mean, I
done. I'm
understand we
done.
don't care because we don't give a
I'm
fuck.
done.
But at the same time,
I
we
think
have to care
as
about the
it
live
goes
stream.
right now,
I've got nothing to
the
say on the subject
moderator
anymore.
We have
is
to
It's
care
cool.
because at the end
It's
of the
dropped.
day, this stream we can talk about whatever we want to talk about, but at the end of the day, the stream is about flat Earth, so we have to respect that. And I mean, I know it's horse shit, and I hate it too. But like I said, me, you, and whoever else, we can drop down to another stream and we can talk about whatever we want to talk about all day long. If that's what you want to talk about.
Send me an invite because I've been dying to talk about that shit for a long time.
You know, you don't need an invite. All you got to do is drop down to go back to how you got in here. Go back down. There's a biblical stream.
Where
There's
you go, I'll follow.
There's like a chill hangout where you can just go in, you can chill and talk about whatever you want. I mean, I'm not the best ambassador on how to get down there. And how
Chill
to,
Chat's already got 4 people inside of it, right?
yeah, jump in chill chat. Let's go to chill chat. I'll follow you there. Go to chill chat. Let's see what they're talking about. We can talk about whatever we want. You
They're
bring that
not
up.
talking about anything. They're all muted. And
Well,
I'm
that
worried
don't
that they're
matter.
going to come off
Down
mute
there.
and say,
I'll go down there. Don't be
"You're
muted.
ruining
I'll
my
go down there. I'll
silence."
talk with you down there about what we're talking about right now. About whatever. You know, if you want to talk about the jab, you want to talk about the Rona, whatever, we can talk about that. But we just can't. You know, I mean, I hate it too, guys. I'm not trying to be an asshole and trying to be a stickler. And I'm
Did you
like I
get the
said, I'm not a
impression that
moderator.
we
You
were
don't have to listen to
suggesting
me.
that?
I can't mute you guys. I can't stop you from talking about whatever you want. I'm just letting you know that if you want to stay here,
Hey
you're
man,
playing.
I've been banned 5 times from this server and muted 3 other times, and I'm still here.
Well, I mean that's
You
your
can't
choice.
kill
I
me.
mean, that's your choice. I mean,
I'm a cockroach.
but you know, I try to respect the stream
Cucaracha.
because I understand the process and I understand what it's about. And there's a live. I mean, if we can have these conversations, is why we don't have to have them on live stream. I mean, you know, well, who gives a fuck if somebody else hears us besides us? Let's go somewhere
There's a
else.
lot of liability with it being recorded on YouTube.
Exactly. And as much as I hate that, is the next person. I'm gonna respect
The
it because
last thing we want to do is have this place that we've all met each other and found each other and
I don't want to fuck it up.
Intellectual conversations and filled some boring couple-hour gaps in our lives with camaraderie and community. The last thing we want to do is to have that disappear.
All right. So
let's respect it.
If you guys are gonna drop down to another chat, just send me a message. I'll follow you there.
My God, you're still doing.
Still doing.
It's still there.
I'm here.
I was just trying to see if anybody jump. Did anybody jump channels? Go down or no?
I don't know. I heard some bopping, some people going in and out, so I don't know.
I'm trying to find a moderator right now and just ask if if we're still okay to be in here.
We're cool.
Cool.
We're cool. That's just a topic that can't be breached, and it is what it is, man.
Well, yeah,
that's all it. That's all it boils down to. That's the end of the conversation. We move on to something else. What do you want to talk about now?
Flat Earth, I guess.
One of the things I wanted to mention that was they were talking about the marijuana and all that other stuff earlier. I had actually seen something today where during slavery they actually used blacks actually used hemp as a way to free themselves. They would do they so the government made you plant X amount of hemp as a plantation owner, and then once you met your quota, then you could they could work past their quota, and then they would get paid, actually literally get paid to continue to what they call break it down. And that's what they did with the stalks. The stalks would be dried out. Once they were dried out, then they had to put them in these presses and break them down. It was hard or arduous work, but they actually got paid for it and could buy their freedom.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough on that subject to go into that. So
I mean, I happened to see it on History Channel just today. I mean, it's just weird, just something else. You learn something new every day.
Are you saying that the History Channel still exists?
Yeah, man, absolutely.
I thought it went out of business 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm like I said, I'm stuck in this hospital. I got whatever cable television they have.
Oh, you're getting reruns.
I don't know what I'm getting. I just happened to be something that was on there today, and it was just interesting that there was that big discussion earlier, and I just couldn't get a word in edgewise. So I just thought I'd bring it up now.
That's cool. I used to love the History Channel.
Oh man, I used to watch all that crap, man. Growing up when it was actually real, man.
It's responsible for half of the crap that's stuffed in my brain.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Stuff you know, just the weird stuff that you can pull out of a hat. You know, just something to say at parties.
My parents hated how much I liked watching TV, but I'm a little bit autistic. So I was watching TV to study how human beings interact with each other so I could more easily emulate that. But
I used to sneak to the top of the stairs and look through the railings and watch them. They're watching In Search of with Leonard Nimoy, and it was too late at night. I was supposed to be in bed, and I was up there laying on my stomach just watching In Search of. And I didn't watch cartoons a lot when I was a kid. I watched PBS and all kinds of shows like that.
I think I may have forgotten my point.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, I remember now. So I wasn't supposed to watch TV for too long in any given day, or I would be rotting my brain.
Sure.
And they were right about that. I read books and played outside and did sports and tried to round up a bunch of kids from the neighborhood to play kickball. Like, there's a lot of fucking life that
Red
I
Rover.
lived because I wasn't allowed to just sit in front of the fucking TV.
Red Rover, Pickle, Hide and Seek.
So I was only allowed to watch half an hour of TV a day, basically one show that my parents didn't approve of. But I could watch as much as I wanted from Discovery Channel, History Channel, or any news channel.
Yeah, didn't have any of that. Didn't really have any of that growing up.
So if I wanted to watch 2 hours of TV, I would be able to I would have to choose between a few different channels, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I'd be getting more rounded as a human being, more intellectual, more worldly, more aware. And nobody told me which channel to watch. I just chose what resonated with me. And I think that it was a great thing that I was exposed to all of these things before some purple-haired fucking kindergarten teacher tried to tell me I was stupid before I even walked in the room.
Yeah, I had rabbit ears until I was at least in my teens. So I didn't have. There was there was no such thing as cable.
I'm so grateful that I was prompted in the direction of hear everybody out and decide for yourself.
Sounds good to
Long
me.
before I even hit kindergarten. And by long before kindergarten, like 1 year is eternity. 25% of the lifespan. Excuse me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we should tattoo people's IQs on their foreheads. Wouldn't you like to be able to look at somebody's forehead and see a number written on it and adjust your impression of this individual based upon, is it 63? Is it 145? Like,
Sounds
they're
like
telling
Nazi
you some
Germany.
story.
It kind of sounds
There's
like
an old
Nazi
saying.
Germany.
There's an old saying: better to
That
remain
kind of sounds like
silent and
Nazi Germany.
thoughtful than to open your mouth and remove
No,
all doubt.
I sound like Nazi Germany. Wouldn't you rather look at somebody's sleeve
Nah.
to know if they're a Jew?
That's not even a fair equivalent.
No, it is a fair
Unless you
equivalent. What do you
can,
mean?
no, it's
How
not.
is that not the
It's
same
a
thing?
false equivalence.
No,
Put
it's
a Jewish
not.
star on my mask.
How is that not the
Well,
same thing?
well, for
You rather
one,
look at somebody's head to know their
first of all, it was
what you determine as important as far as intelligence goes versus a star on somebody's
Yeah.
arm.
Hold on a second. Hold on a
first
second.
of
I
all,
mean,
they weren't
what
put
is
on the
your
arm; they were put
equivalent
on the
of
lapel
intelligence?
in the chest.
You
It had
no.
nothing to
Don't
do with
spin it around.
intelligence. It had to do with the religious or
So what are you
it,
saying though? Say it again. Say it. Repeat what you said. Say it again.
about an IQ being
Well, yeah.
tattooed
What
on
did you
people's
say? Yeah.
foreheads.
What did you say? What were your exact words?
I said
Wouldn't
it would
you
be
like to
nice
look
to
at
know.
somebody's forehead and to see
No,
what?
I said it would be nice to be able to see on somebody's forehead when you interact with somebody what their
Mm-hmm.
IQ score
Based
is. That doesn't
on what?
declare their
Based
intelligence.
on
That's just their test score, for one.
okay, but based
Yeah, so
on
what
whose
The start of
idea
your
of what
fallacy.
intelligence? Come on, man, you backpedaling because you know you're wrong. You know you're wrong for what you just said.
ugh,
You're mirroring.
No,
nah.
You're
you said
realizing
what you
that you
said. I
might
don't have to
actually be
read
wrong
shit.
and you're
You said what you
backpedaling.
said. No. You said what you said, and you know that's horse shit.
I
Because who? Come
invoked
on, man.
the intelligent
No,
quotient
I
test,
don't want to listen to
the
none of your.
IQ test.
I don't want to listen to nothing else you
See,
say.
you're making weird noises. I don't even.
Yeah, because you're full of shit.
Is that
Because
English?
you just no, you just played yourself. You played yourself.
Oh, oh dear. I didn't realize.
Yeah, you didn't
Yeah.
realize. You put your foot in your mouth for a little bit, and that's okay. We all put our foot in our mouth sometimes. But come on, admit it. You put your foot in your mouth. That's some more shit. You can't say, "Don't you wish we could all see everybody's IQ on their forehead before when we start talking to them?"
All right.
It's the same thing.
Can I ask you a question? If you're
Of
gonna
course, you
run
can
and
ask me.
rant
Oh yeah,
on
of
this,
course. Of course, you can ask me a
so
question.
would you not like to know if somebody is trying to sell you a car,
That
what
doesn't
that
have
number
anything
would
to
be?
do. That doesn't have anything to do
Oh,
with somebody's
I
idea
was
of
only
an IQ
30%
test.
of the question, but
No,
I
no, no, no,
guess
no, no,
that was
no,
too
no.
much for
You're
you.
deflecting. You're deflecting. That has
No,
nothing to
you
do. Your
interrupting.
question. Yeah. But keep backpedaling all you want. Keep backpedaling all you
That's
want.
not backpedaling.
You
How can
put
I
your foot in your
backpedal
mouth.
when I didn't
Nah,
even
come
say
on,
it in the
man. Come
first
on, admit
place?
it.
Because
it. You stuck your foot in your mouth. No, just admit it. It's okay. I've done it before. I've done it before a million times. It's okay to admit when you're wrong.
Okay. Nobody wants to hear people argue over whether we're going to put IQ tests on people's foreheads. The idea and the concept and the notion and the connotation is ridiculous. I'd rather have somebody's moral score, whether they're honest or have integrity, etc., which isn't belied by an IQ test. Keep in mind that the person that's talking about an IQ test and what a great score they got not 5 minutes ago said something stupid and retarded. I could play the timestamp if you want me to. It's irrelevant. Okay, so stop browbeating your chests and talk about something legit. Thank you. Oh, well, unmute you now.
I didn't realize I was browbeating my chest. I apologize.
Admit you were wrong.
Oh gosh.
Is this a trial?
Look, man, I'm wrong. I'm wrong 90% of the time of the day, man. Come on.
I am not.
It doesn't hurt. It's not gonna hurt you. You're not gonna die. You're not gonna. It's okay. It's. You might have a revelation.
Tell me
But
what
who
I
said that? Who stepped in anyway to say that? Hold on. I need to go back in the chat and see who that was.
What are the charges?
What are the charges?
The charges
You're an
are
asshole. Those are charges. You're an asshole.
The charges are move the conversation onto something more interesting. Those are the charges.
I didn't realize I was solely in charge of the
Hey,
conversation.
AI, are you a moderator?
No.
Let's find out.
I don't think I'm in charge of the
Yeah,
conversation.
you are, you liar. All right,
I
thank
am
you,
not.
man. It says you're a moderator in your thing. It says moderator.
On other channels, not on this
I'm
one.
not the
That's
one
for sure.
speaking.
That says 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 moderator. Gold plus.
If I was
Gold
a moderator,
plus.
how did I get muted for a few minutes?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about AI.
Paul, keep in mind, this is the guy that wants IQ scores on your forehead.
Right. No, I'm talking to you, AI.
It was a thought experiment. It was like, how would the world be changed fundamentally by if
How
that
would the
was a
world be
thing
changed
that
fundamentally by
happened?
putting stars on people's arms?
Oh, I'll tell you how. It
No,
would be changed. Condescending, self-assured pricks would be more prickish, and they'd get punched in the face a lot more often. That's probably what would happen.
And isn't
Never
that a
get punched in
movie?
the
If
face.
you wrote it, that you would go
I
to
would
a
never
theater
get
for the
punched in
first
the
time
face.
in the
Never.
last 3 years to go and see? Netflix would give you a $25 million holding contract just to
What's the point?
make
Even
sure
if
you
they
don't
did,
make it with
what's
somebody else. Write
I
that
wouldn't
fucking
accept
script.
it.
Do it. Make $1 million. Go do it.
So that makes it a good idea.
No.
If people pay for it, that sounds like a good idea.
Oh, well, a lot of people paid for the Nazi Party, and a lot of people paid for the Holocaust.
What's your obsession?
I'm just.
I would be the
making-
exception to the rule.
I'm making a
You don't
comparison.
have to be a national socialist
I'm
to
making
make
a
money.
comparison. A lot, but you're saying by your definition, because a lot of people pay for it, it makes it okay. So I'm just making a comparison. So if somebody pays a lot of money to make something okay, that makes it okay in your book.
So in your book, the National Socialist Party made a lot of money?
Did they not?
I'm pretty sure they all died or
Yeah.
got
How do you think they
hung.
afford to build all that crap?
They didn't make money?
They made tons of money. Lots and lots of
A
money.
certain demographic tends to buy BMWs and
So,
Mercedes
but regardless,
Benzes.
by your definition, if something makes a lot of money, that deems it okay and acceptable, regardless of the outcome.
Regardless of what their great grandpa did, yeah.
No. Okay, yeah. So you agree?
I forget how these conversations devolve.
Is this guy
This time of
retarded?
night.
Hold on. I thought I was talking to
So
a
now I'm retarded. I'm pretty sure we were having a pretty decent conversation.
Well, I thought
until
we were until you
4
just said
seconds
that
ago.
people need to wear their IQs on their forehead.
I was being
and somehow
rhetorical and saying as a thought
that's gonna make
experiment.
you.
I
Oh,
was
that's
asking you to imagine a world where you could see if this person is pretending to be stupid and actually wearing a tattoo of a high IQ. You could know this is a scam artist, and no scammers could exist. That was the conversation direction that I was trying to project and
you were
cultivate.
trying to project
We never got there, though.
Well, you never said that though. You said something entirely different.
Because I offered and proffered the opportunity for you to come up with it on your own.
Yeah, and now you're
and you
backpedaling.
didn't, and now I'm an asshole. Apparently,
Asked and answered.
Look, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you, buddy. I'm just saying, I don't know. If you want to talk hypothetical, okay. But that's not the way it came out. So I apologize.
That's how I prefaced it before I said it.
Oh,
So,
you did.
So,
did anybody else hear him preface? Okay, maybe I'm fucked up. Maybe I didn't hear that. Maybe somebody else did, and they can chime in and say, "Oh yeah, I'm fucked up. I'm retarded." If anybody else heard that,
don't even go there. That's not what I'm saying. Come on, man.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck what you're saying. That's what I'm
Maybe
saying
you
now.
weren't
I'm
paying as much
apologizing.
attention
And
as
if
you
I'm
thought in
wrong,
the
hey,
12
you want to talk
seconds
over me? You
prior.
talk over me. Whatever.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up. If I'm
Cool.
wrong, I'm trying to make it correct for you. If I fucked up and I'm retarded and I heard it wrong, and anybody else out there heard it wrong, that's their time to chime in right now. Tell me to shut the fuck up and say no, he's right, you're wrong. So if anybody out there and heard it different than I did, tell me to shut the fuck up right now. I'm gonna be silent.
I'm not even trying to say that.
Oh, and that's funny because I didn't hear anybody else chime in either and say that I'm wrong. So they all heard you being an asshole and said the dumb shit you said. So I'm just calling you out on the dumb shit you said. Admit you said some dumb shit. That's all I'm saying. Admit you said some dumb shit. We can move on.
How it is?
Yeah. Well, how else is it is? That's how everything is. You said some dumb shit. Admit it. If I said some dumb shit, I'd say,
What
"Oh
did I
shit,
say
I'm
that
sorry.
was dumb
I'm wrong.
shit?
I misinterpreted you. I heard it wrong. I got it wrong. I'd say, fuck, I'm an asshole. I'm sorry.
Call your
But you
mama.
can't do that, huh? You sound like a global.
I don't even know what to say sorry for because you haven't even articulated it. What the fuck?
Are you kidding me? Are you
wrong
forgetting the
with what I
conversation?
said?
What's wrong with what you said?
What did I say that you are so offended
now you
by?
want to put
Do
it
you
on me?
do you even remember?
You said it. You say it again. You said it. You say it again. I don't need to repeat it. You know what you said. Everybody heard what you said. That's why nobody's chiming in.
I don't think
and standing
anybody
up for
listening
you.
right
They all
now
heard
has
the dumb
any
shit you
clue
said.
what you're fucking saying.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. But now you got a short-term memory
So
loss.
say it. Prove me wrong. Say it right now.
I don't need to say it.
Do
I'm
it.
not going to repeat it. I don't need to
You
repeat
don't
it.
even know.
It was said. It's
Just making
recorded.
it
You
up.
said it. It was
You're just
recorded.
making it
You
up,
said
huh?
it. You said it. It's recorded.
I said
don't need to
something
repeat
that
it.
you refuse to testify about.
Why do I need to testify? I don't need to testify. I'm not on trial.
Well, if I'm going to be convicted, I need some testimony.
No, just rewind the tape and you can hear it yourself. I don't need to. There's no need to testify. It's recorded.
Imagination is a very powerful thing.
Imagination. So you didn't say what we talking about. You didn't say that.
about only
Totally
people's
said it.
foreheads.
Totally
You
said
didn't say
it.
that?
Totally said it.
Totally said it. Did you hear
I
what he said? He
suggested
said
it
you
as a
totally
thought
said it.
experiment.
Totally
I
said it.
never
Now you
denied
want to
it. I
backpedal,
never
but he
denied
want me to
saying
repeat
that.
it
You were
as
making
if I
up some
said it.
other fucking racist shit. What the fuck? Are you a fucking Jew from Ukraine? Like, what the
Oh
fuck?
my god!
Oh, I'm a Jew? Now I'm a Jew from Ukraine.
No, you brought up the fucking Star of David sewn on
Yeah, why
people's
did I bring that
lapels
up?
in
You
World War II.
damn.
Like,
It's
you
coming out. The
brought
truth
that up,
coming out now.
not me. You can bring up whatever you
That.
want, and I
He was
can't bring up
comparing
anything.
the tattoo of
Wow.
he was comparing the tattoo that you want of people's
Yeah, a
IQ
serial number
to
on a
the
forearm
star
is
and or the numbers that were
not at all
tattooed
the
on their arms.
same as a
I was
number
making
on a
a
forehead
comparison
based
to what
on
you said about
something you've been
IQs on
tested to
foreheads
be.
to stars on arms. I didn't even say
Why are
Jew.
you
I
so
said stars
offended
on
by the
arms.
idea of everybody knowing everybody else's IQ? Why are you
Could care
so
less. I
afraid
could
of
care
people
less.
knowing your
I could
IQ?
care less.
It's not about IQ. It's about, first of
That
all,
is exactly what I
who
said.
establishes.
That was
No,
all
hold on.
about
Let me
IQ.
finish.
Could care less.
Hold on. Let me
Fundamentally.
answer your question. Let me answer his question. My question is, who first of all establishes what your IQ is? Second of all, it's no different than making somebody wear a Star of David on their arm. It's the same comparison.
False and false.
It's not. It's the same. It's the same dichotomy. You doing the same thing because who says that you're
Labeling
smarter than I
somebody
am?
based on their religious affiliation is the same
No,
as
no.
having
It has nothing to do with
SAT
religion.
scores.
But you're saying,
Okay, what if it was
what's the test?
SAT, not IQ?
SAT? What does SAT have to do with intelligence? So because you have a higher
You're
test score on
proving
the SAT,
my
you're
point.
actually more intelligent than me, and I should wear that on my head.
No.
That's exactly the same.
If
That's the
you
exact
bothered to
same
have a
bullshit.
reasonable conversation with
Look,
me,
keep
you would
talking over me. Keep
understand
talking
that
over
that's
me, but you're
not what
losing.
I'm saying.
Bye,
I'm not
buddy.
saying that an SAT score equates to higher intellect or a
You did
IQ
say that
score
though, but
equates.
you said
No.
I wish I could
Oh my
see
God, you're
people.
missing the nuance. I really
Now
think
I'm
we
missing the
could agree
nuance.
with each
Oh,
other
it's
if
about
you would allow me
the
to speak.
nuance. Oh, I'm sorry.
my
Now,
god!
because I'm not intelligent enough to understand nuance. So now I'm missing nuance
Are
because
Poor
you
I'm so
Paul.
fucking serious?
stupid. I'm so stupid.
I'm
I didn't
sorry, Paul.
understand that test
Are
scores,
you equate?
the higher test
Oh my
score
God.
doesn't mean that you're necessarily smarter than me, but I'm going to judge you based on your score of this bullshit test that I made up.
Judge not,
Oh.
lest ye be judged.
Hey, you've been exposed. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not mad at you.
It's all
We
good.
can still talk about flat Earth. Let's talk about flat Earth because this
Why?
bullshit has nothing to do
Can
with
you
flat
say
Earth.
something that is an honest and truthful statement this
Yeah,
hour?
the Earth is flat and measurable by curvature. So let's talk about that.
Or lack
Measurable
thereof.
by curvature. That's interesting.
Or lack thereof.
Thank you. Lack thereof curvature. You can measure Earth all day long, and you know what you're never gonna
I'm
find?
so sorry I used my voodoo to make you say something stupid.
No, you didn't use voodoo. Vodka might have made me misspeak a little bit. I'm sorry. I like vodka. I'm drinking vodka currently, and I enjoy our conversation. And I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I didn't mean to call you out and make you feel like an asshole. But look, you're an asshole. Admit it. I'm an asshole too. I'm a fucking piece of shit. And when somebody calls me out and browbeats me and I say something stupid, I'm gonna fucking admit it.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause I have
curious
nothing to lose.
why you think I browbeat you. What did I do to attack you personally?
Well, you
Because
didn't
you've done
attack
a
me
lot to
personally,
fucking
but
say some
you're
shit
being
against me.
dishonest. No, because you're
How?
being
How?
dishonest. No.
What did
It's
I
just because you're
say?
being dishonest.
Can you just
Slow down.
please
Buddy.
substantiate that? And
support it in some way?
Just because you're being dishonest. What you said was a horseshit, stupid thing to say. Just admit it.
So I
was
said
stupid.
something horseshit and stupid, and that means I'm dishonest?
Yes.
So we don't agree on something that you can't
Everybody
even
heard you say the
articulate,
dumb
and
shit.
that
You
makes
said,
me
no, buddy,
a
please.
bad person?
No, I'm not saying you're a bad person, but you're
You
a bad
kind of
person if you're
have.
not going to admit it because everybody heard you say
Admit what?
the dumb shit you said.
What are the
No,
charges?
Come on, man.
No, you can't
It's
just say you
irrelevant
said some
at this point.
things.
At this point, it's irrelevant because you're not going to admit it.
can't
Everybody heard you say it. It was dumb as
admit
shit.
what?
I mean, come on,
Admit what?
man. Admit what the
Hey,
fuck.
if there was actually something you could
You
articulate
feel
that I could admit to, I
feel
might admit to
intellectually
it.
superior because
I
some
might say,
horseshit
you know
score
what?
you got on a bullshit
I
test
said
you
that
took
in
and
a
sent in the
moment
mail
of
and got back
disgust.
and said you're a genius. And now you wanna because if somebody doesn't get the same type of test you get, they're not smart and they're not intelligent and they're below you.
See, you're just creating all kinds of
No, that's what you
interpretations for
said.
things that I
Hold
never
on, buddy.
actually said.
Now we're getting
Replay
It
it
is.
back.
talking about
Everybody
bullying
else
people.
Say what you said to me. Play it back. Listen to it.
No. Everybody else. I'm not the only one, buddy.
Man, that
I'm
was
not the
ages
only
ago,
one.
man. I
I'm
ain't
the
going
one
back.
who said that I don't believe in those tests being even valid at all.
Look, well then why do
You
you want
just
them
heard what you
tattooed on my
wanted to
forehead
hear.
like a Star of David?
Oh my gosh.
You said that, didn't you? Does everybody else heard what you said? Okay, it's not just me. I'm not mad at you. I don't give a fuck.
I
Honestly,
don't
it's a
give a
fun
shit if you're
conversation.
mad or not. Just
Well,
be
you're
honest.
getting, but I mean, you're pressed about it and you feel bad about it. I understand. Come on,
You're
man. You said
talking
something
6
dumb.
times
You
more than
said
I
something
am.
dumb.
Don't
Admit that
you
you
keep
said something
telling me
dumb.
who I am and what I am and what I'm
Blah blah blah.
about
I
and
didn't
how
tell you
I'm
who you
being.
were. Blah 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 blah. You said
Play
something
it back.
stupid.
Play it back.
All right, we're gonna move on. I'm gonna jump out of the chat because I'm bringing this
I'm
chat
gone.
down. Yeah, you get going then. Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna get gone because I ain't finna try to fuck with some people who being assholes.
Okay, bye. 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 You would have nothing to contribute anyway. The fuck? Asshole. He said what the fuck he said. Everybody heard what he said. And then I called him out on it. And it was, oh, no, that's not what I meant. Oh, that's not what I meant. Oh, shut the fuck up. No, you said what the fuck. It was some stupid shit to say. Even if I agree with what he said, it was so stupid. But you can't admit that you said something dumb? I mean, if I said that, and believe me, that sounds like something I could say because I'm a fucking retard, I would admit at least, holy shit, damn, you're right. That's really fucking dumb of me to say. But he couldn't even do that. He couldn't even bring himself to admit that, oh shit, damn, I just sound like an asshole. I just said something really fucking dumb. But he thinks he's so smart. He's so intellectual. Get the fuck off, man. And he didn't have nothing to say about flat Earth. He had nothing to contribute to flat Earth. That's why we're here. What did he ever contribute to that entire conversation at all? Nothing. He's a glober. Get the fuck out of here. You're a glober and have nothing to even say about the globe. Excuse me. I'm sorry. And I've been looking for a moderator in the chat for the last hour. I can't find nobody to try to get rid of this asshole. And I've sent several messages out to people, but I don't know what it is. It's just the because it's what is it, Wednesday or whatever the fuck? I don't know.
It is the 21st where I'm at, 1 a.m.
Where you at, buddy?
Florida.
You're in Florida?
Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
I'm
yep, yep.
Wisconsin. So this
Oh,
is me and you. I guess I don't know what the fuck.
I don't
But
know.
you
I
heard
mean,
him,
it
right?
doesn't.
You heard what he said, right?
I
I'm not
full
an
on heard it.
asshole.
I
I'm
said
not a fucking
absolutely.
asshole. Yeah. What the fuck did he say? He basically said, people should wear their fucking IQ scores on their fucking forehead.
Wouldn't you like it? Wouldn't you like it if everyone had their IQ scores on their forehead? Like, I agree. Dumb shit.
Right. You heard what the fuck he said. And my
I agree.
response
Dumb
was. And my response wasn't that ridiculous.
I put it there in the chat. I said, Better to remain silent and thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt.
Right. And I wasn't even necessarily disagreeing with what he said, but I just said, hold on. That sounds like Nazi Germany. And then he got all pressed and got all upset. And it's like, whoa, come on now. I just watched it the other day. It's a great movie. Maybe it's just a movie. I don't know. But I like it. It's awesome. It's a great movie. But it reminded me of that. Why would you? Well, that's not necessary. And who makes these tests up? Who grades them? Who grades the tests?
I don't know. I took mine online some time ago, and I took my original one was way back just after high school.
Yeah,
and I took a second one. I took the second one probably about 10 years ago. I still scored crazily high, so I have no idea whether they're true or not. But I'm a pretty smart,
right. Even if
intelligent
you didn't,
individual.
you sound like an intelligent man. What if it
Right.
came back and said you're basically retarded? You're obviously not retarded.
Right. I mean, I don't take no stock in it. I'm not gonna sit out here and put it on my forehead and try to browbeat somebody thinking it's something it's not.
But then he wanted to get mad. Whatever. I'm sorry for bringing the chat down. I'm sorry for bringing the Discord down. But he
I'm just
needs to
waiting
be
for my
exposed.
meds to kick in.
I'm
laying
waiting
in
for
a
a flat
hospital
earther.
bed, dude.
I'm waiting for a Glover to come in. I mean, what I don't even know what I just spent my last couple of hours on. There's, I don't know. I think maybe I'm gonna bow out because there's no Glovers in here. I can't even find a moderator. I reached out to a couple of moderators that I know. And nobody wants to step in and control what's going on in the live stream.
Mr.
So
Anderson.
I feel I'm dangerous in a live stream because I don't trust myself. So
This is the first time I've been in the live stream in, I don't know, maybe almost a year.
yeah, I don't want to be a detriment, and that's that's me. That's what I am. So, what time is it? Midnight. It's midnight where I am. I can't see the moon, so I can't verify that. It's cloudy, kind of raining. But I know that I'm not on a spinning ball. All my experiences is on a flat plane. Everything that's moving is moving around me.
Look pretty
I don't know.
flat for 10,000 feet.
Yeah, what else can I say? I don't know what else to say. I think I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, which I know I shouldn't do. I should quit again for the second time in my life. But I'm a man of many vices. One of them is nicotine.
I think I finally quit.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I was trying so hard to quit before my surgery, and then I had all kinds of complications. Ended up in the hospital like 4 weeks ago, and I haven't had a cigarette since, and don't even care about it at this point.
Well, keep on that path.
I'm hoping that I can do that when I get out of here.
You know what I found that helps is the patches actually really do help. If you're really actually motivated to quit, patches. I've done them.
I got so close, man. I got so close to being quit, but then all the stress just started piling on me as I got closer to the surgery, and I went back to 2 packs, man, before my surgery, and then, like I said, then
2 packs a day.
yeah, I went back to 2 packs a day prior to my surgery, and I was down to like less than half a pack with the patches.
Well, shit, I quit cold, like in 2013. I quit cold turkey. Well, not cold turkey, but with patches. I quit in 2013 for about 7-8 years, and then I started again. I've been on and off again ever since. But I mean, that's a long stretch. I mean, 2013, I quit basically for like 7 years without any cigarettes, and but yeah, that stresses all kinds of other bullshit started creep in, and I fell victim again with a lot of other substances too. But it's I mean I quit once, I'll quit again.
Yeah, I hope that I can. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. I mean, I quit drinking, I quit doing a lot of other stuff, and I never really had any problem with it. I got some serious willpower, but this cigarettes, man, they kicked my ass. It was so hard. I'm so glad. I like feel blessed that I was able to go this route, to just, and they've offered me the patch in the hospital, and I was like, no, no, no.
Yeah, that's the thing about the patch
I'm
too.
just gonna ride it out.
It's expensive.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like $60 for like a 30 days or something like that.
Mhm. Yeah, the patch is expensive.
Well, I bought
But
it
I
on
mean, if
Amazon
the mind
before I
is
came in.
willing, if the mind is willing and you're serious, it
Yep, yep,
will
yep.
take that craving away because it gets that nicotine in your blood. So you don't,
Sure.
so the only other itch you have is just the repetition of just holding it in your hand and all that shit. But I mean the addiction part in the bloodstream. I mean that does the passion. I mean, at least for me, honestly, it did work. But I just can't do it right now because I got too many other things going on right now. I'm
I hear you,
stressed out
man.
and
I freaking hear you.
doing and I've gone through stretches of my life too where I quit alcohol for years and wasn't drinking and every other kind of vice too. But I don't know, man. The last couple of years I've kind of fallen off a little bit and off the wagon, and I'll jump back on in a minute. I'm resilient and but I don't know you, man. You just stuck in that you get stuck in a routine for a minute and
Sure.
get comfortable, and I don't know. You never know how things are gonna shake out. Well, no, enough about me though. But nobody cares about the fuck I got to say. Man. Anyway.
Same. Anyways, I think I'm gonna call it a night, man. I'm gonna let these meds take me to La La Land.
Well, I hope that's what they do for you, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay in here, and hopefully somebody else comes in here. And if anybody else is listening and they want to chime in and talk about something, I'm gonna be here for a little bit longer. Otherwise, good night to everybody, and it's a beautiful flat Earth that we live on.
Good
Beautiful, and I
night.
love it.
God
Good
bless.
night.
Peace out.
Good night, buddy. Well, that's disappointing. We lost. What else do we have in this live stream? There's nobody bringing Globers into. I mean, there's a lot of people supposedly that are listening but don't want to talk. Sleepy Joe said, Mr. Anderson, just nobody wants to say nothing. Uh, don't leave this up to me. You don't want to get me rambling. Matter of fact, I gotta go up tomorrow and some lead paint training, which is so important. Lead paint training. Oh, if I get into that, oh my god, it's a racket. Y'all don't even want to know. I'm remodeling business anyways. They want you to treat lead paint as if it's almost like plutonium, a little lead paint chip from a house built pre 1976. You're supposed to treat it like it's plutonium. But don't worry, all you gotta do is wash your hands off with a wet wipe and wipe it down with it, surface down with a wet wipe, and ooh, wow, everything is okay. Well, good night, Flat Earth. Hello? Hey. Hello? Earth Discord, where you at? Come on, ain't nobody out there? Hello? Shit. That's disappointing. That's sad. What day is it? Man, what is it, Wednesday? Where is everybody? Come on, man. Where we at? Come on, man.
Uh-oh, got a globe pilot in the lobby.
I like the sound of that. We're gonna open the mic and let Quantum just, you know.
It's really easy to be a pilot. I became a pilot last week. It cost me $5 in 5 minutes. Now I'd fly drones. I'm a FAA registered drone pilot. So
You're a drone
pilot means nothing. Let's find out what kind of thing he pilots.
Every time I open my microphone, you fucking start making noises. I swear to God, every single time, bro. I hit the mic button, start to say something, and I hear out of the background Dave going, "Hey,
don't know.
Hey, what are you doing over
I
there?"
think Brad's talking to him right now.
Hey, man.
I make the joke. I kind of steal from the movie Idiocracy. Like,
Hold
I'm
on, I'll
totally.
give you guys some context. Give me a second.
That's according to chart. You're retarded. It's okay though, Skrull. Plenty of retards live totally kick-ass lives these days.
Oh, check out the light coming over there by the bridge. See it?
Or was it?
See the light coming up over the bridge?
Now.
Fucking bright, huh? Looks trippy, bro.
It's gonna take me a minute to watch this video. Oh, he's already here. He's the Levi dude. Levi GJ.
Strauss?
You guys have fun.
All right. Let me give him a roll. Verified and unserver mute. Levi, DJ, you have ability to speak. Control of your mic. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh dear.
What brings you by, man?
Well, I found it kind of interesting that one of your friends, or whatever, one of the members at least, was
Yeah, he's a moderator. He invited you here. Yep.
Ah, okay. I just got a little confused at first.
No problem, man. So we're on about here the topic of the shape of the Earth, and it seems like he filled us in that you are a pilot. Is this correct?
Yeah.
All right. What do you fly, if you don't mind me asking? Being as that you're a pilot.
Beechcraft Baron.
I'm not familiar with that craft. Is it a small craft or a commercial?
Your basic turbine twin prop.
Okay. And how high have you taken that craft up?
It's rated for about 36,000 feet.
Have you taken it that high?
No, I think it was 35,000 feet.
Okay. So the highest you've been on that craft is 35,000 feet. Is this correct?
Correct.
Okay. And, we're on about the shape of the Earth here. So is there anything that within your experience of being a pilot that you could honestly say that you're flying over a globe?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And so what can you detail to us that exactly you're flying over a globe? What is it that that? Is there any instrument that can tell you that? Is there experience that you're looking at? Like what can you tell us?
So it's a little bit of both. Now, I'll add this to it. It's a little unrelated, but in aviation, or the FAA requires that you understand that there's a difference between true north and magnetic north. Magnetic north deviates to the rotation of the Earth. It's slightly off axis.
Whoa. That's not true.
Well, no, there's a difference between true north.
Yeah,
and
I know.
magnetic.
That was correct, but you said it was due to the rotation of the Earth. That's not
true. No, not rotation. My apologies. Well, personally, I don't know, but I know the difference, and it changes over time.
Yeah, there's declination you got to adjust for it when you're using maps and magnetic north. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, that's not answering the question.
How would you describe the shape of the Earth? I want your example on this.
Well, flat isn't a shape; it's an aspect. So we know it's not a sphere. That's for damn sure.
Okay. So do you mean like it appears to the human eye that it's flat, or?
Absolutely. So when you're making an observation from your craft at the altitude that you were in, you shouldn't see any curvature anywhere. Now, if you're claiming that because you were on the craft, and like I asked you before, was there anything that you've seen or gave you an impression that the Earth you're flying over is a globe? And you didn't really give me an answer to that.
Sorry about that. Okay, so hold on.
Okay.
I see what you're getting at here.
Yeah, I'm getting at,
will
like,
appear
how do you know you're
definitely
flying
that
over a
it's
globe? That's what I'm getting at. Like, pretty clear what I wanted you to kind of explain.
All right. So when you're flying over North Pole, you will watch compass. You can set a true heading, which is a gyroscope or a GPS. It will hold its hold its orientation no matter.
Okay, real quick. I'm sorry, Levi. I don't mean to interrupt, but I do have to.
Yeah.
This example that you're talking about, did you do this before you continue?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, continue,
Yes,
please.
This is something I've witnessed. Okay. So there's an instrument on the aircraft that allows for the setting of a heading. It is not affected by any sort of magnetic interference. It's a gyroscope. It goes off of gyroscopic rigidity.
Whoa! Stop. Before you leave out,
Yeah.
How do you calibrate that gyro compass?
Okay, so let me.
Are you talking about a gyro compass? I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, sorry. Go on. Forgive me. I thought you said gyro compass. Go on.
Is okay.
Sorry about that.
Let me explain. Not trying to sound like I'm dumbing it down, but I want to simplify it so you understand what a gyroscope is.
No, we don't need to know what a gyroscope is.
Well, it helps explain this. So,
well, it doesn't because we've listened to what gyroscopes have been for the past 5 years. He asked you for proof that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay. Well, anyways, I'll continue. Gyroscopic rigidity. So this heading indicator will only go off of a gyroscope. Gyroscope does not change. As you're flying over the North Pole, it will remain in the same spot, but you'll watch as your compass, your compass will flip. But the gyroscope will not.
So?
Okay.
Well, if you continue in that straight line, at some point you will hit the South Pole.
No. What I'm talking about, once again, Levi, it's cool that you did that, right? Because it's not, even though you're saying that you flew over the North Pole and you saw this flip happen, how do you know you're flying over a globe? Because that can happen. That can happen. Okay, think about this. If it's a flat and stationary Earth, right? And you're flying straight and that flip happens, it could actually happen on a level plane. You don't need to have a globe. So how do you know it is a globe?
Well, if you continue in that straight line and reach the South Pole and then fly from the South Pole.
Have you done that? No, have you done that? Okay, so we're talking right at this current time right now. What I asked was, since you're a pilot and you have done something like this example you just gave us, how do you know the Earth is a globe from what you know as a pilot, specifically you and what you have done, not what you haven't done?
Okay, well, all right. I have this example. Now, this example can be interpreted in many ways, but I'd like to point out one of those. That is, when you're in an aircraft, due to something called the Coriolis effect.
Oh, God.
If you are flying in a straight line, the Earth will move from under you. You will not. Eventually, if somehow you manage to fly in a straight line for long enough. Wait, hold on. I have, another question. So, you imagine that it's on a ball. What other shape could it be?
Oh, no.
We're gonna get to the Coriolis effect here in a minute.
Can
Can I butt in for 1 second?
Hold on a second, lunatic. I'm going to try to explain it to him one more time. We're going to get to the Coriolis effect, or the lack of Coriolis effect, here in a minute. He's asking you about the globe, about the shape of the Earth itself. I've been sitting here for 10 minutes. I have yet to hear anything.
The thing that I wanted to say was that I did tag you, Levi. It's not that long of a video. After this conversation, when you have time, I'd like you to watch it and tell me how it's wrong, because this is another international pilot that flew many flights and talking about the gyro. And she says that it's plain as day. She flew for 25 years or something like that. And just never saw it until a certain day, and then she realized it's just so clear.
Also, I got a question for you. Because are you going to provide evidence that it's a globe? Because we're going to get right to the direct evidence, right? Pretty quick.
I have a genuine question to ask.
Good.
Okay, so seeing as you don't believe the Earth is a round shape.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with belief.
No. Okay, so yes, you.
No.
How do I put this? Not
I
believe,
know,
but you know. Okay.
No, I don't believe that. I know. I'm going to show you here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. Okay, so I'm not going to disagree with your answer, but I'm actually.
Are you going off your own statistics or someone else's statistics?
No, I'm going off my own, but I'm
not talking about you. I'm talking about the other guy.
I'm genuinely interested in your answer to the question. Do you believe in NASA?
Do I believe in NASA?
We're not going to go to some random. Yeah, we're not going to go to some random. We're not going to go to some random. Levi, 1 second. Levi. We're not going to go to some random questions, okay?
Okay.
We're going to stick to what I had first asked you when you first came in here, and is that you're a pilot and you have experience flying over the Earth. I want you to tell everybody here how it is a globe because of your experience as a pilot. Now, it seems like you want to jump off to many other questions, but the more interesting one is how come you're not telling people now that the Earth is a globe because you are a pilot and you've flown over it at a certain altitude, 35,000 feet, as you said, from the craft that you're using. But you started going off on other different topics like Coriolis and all these other things. Now, we're going to have to address those because that's something you mentioned, right? So we're going to address that. I think Quantum's going to get into that here in just a moment. But that's why I was asking you these questions, because of you being a pilot. Not going and asking us any questions. We can tell you about Flat Earth. We want to know why you think it's a globe because you're a pilot, right? That's what we want to know right now.
I have an example. Right. This is a personal example. This has happened. I do know this effect does describe, an idea of the Earth being something. Okay, so this is used in aviation everywhere, known as the GPS. Okay,
Stop.
Now.
Stop. This has nothing whatsoever to do with the question. GPS, you're begging the question till the cows come home. Listen, can we make this quick, Miggy?
Absolutely.
All right,
I'm going to post it. Listen, I'm going to post. This is going to be real easy. It's. There's no tricksies in here. I just posted my website, and one of my proofs for a flat Earth is flight. And I want to go through this. I want you to go ahead and click on that, and I'm going to go through this real quick. Like I said, there's no tricksies here. It's very simple, and you should be able to answer this relatively quick. How about that?
Okay.
Tell me when you're on the site.
Are you going to send me a link or something like that?
I did. It's in the live stream voice text at 43 minutes after the hour under a Santa hatted quantum eraser. It says in big white letters, flight. It's got a little airplane right above it.
Yep.
Tell me when you're there.
Oh, I know exactly what she's talking about.
What?
I know exactly what she's talking about.
What she? I'm not a she, I'm a he.
No, the person in the video. I'm watching the video.
Yeah,
you
he's talking about the thing that I told him he should wait till after he's done talking with you guys, but he's watching the video of the
Sir,
Dutch
don't watch
pilot.
the video. We're getting on to the proof. I want you to go to the Globe Terminator's website, please. Go to the flight. This will be real quick.
Okay. All right.
Tell me when you're there, and tell me what the first 3 or 4 words say.
What the hell? Where is it? Oh, the Globe Terminator.
It's at 43 minutes after the hour. It says flight in white letters, and it has a little plane above it.
Yeah. Okay, what is this? What the hell is this?
So it starts off with "Since the Earth is." You with me?
Yeah, this website's a little comedic. The top.
Fucking comedic, really? How
Yeah.
so?
Well, no, the top looks a little eccentric.
The top? The top
the
of what?
the website. The top of the website. Globe Terminator.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
little
me.
eccentric.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I'm eccentric. You're gonna feel that here in a second.
Yes, I do.
All right. So see if you can follow along with this. I'm gonna go real slow. Since the Earth is, as we're told, a sphere of 25,000 miles in circumference, radius of 3959 miles, and pilots traveling for 1 hour at a typical cruising speed, this is a commercial flight, of 500 miles an hour to simply maintain altitude would constantly have to adjust their altitude downwards to compensate for the curvature and descend on average 2,789 feet every minute. Now, to negotiate the drop, I really don't care what the plane does. It can barrel roll, split S, wing over, tail slide, slow roll, Cuban 8, falling leaf, the Chandeli, or the hokey pokey, but it must descend, and everyone on the plane will know it. My example, how many miles of vertical drop? That's geometric drop. This is not a sight gag. This is actual geometry of the Earth. So how many miles of vertical drop must be negotiated over a distance of 500 miles an hour on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles? Answer, 31.7 miles. How many feet are in 31.7 miles? That would be 167,376 feet. So 167,376 feet of vertical drop must be negotiated over 500 miles on the Earth. My example, real world. I'm traveling by commercial plane from the world champion Pittsburgh Steelers to Atlanta, Georgia for the Super Bowl. This was a few years ago. Approximate distance is 500 miles. So the typical cruising speed is 500 miles. So 500 miles distance at 500 miles per hour is travel time of 1 hour. So how many feet of vertical drop per minute on average needs to be negotiated on my trip? The total feet vertical drop, as we went over, is 167,376 feet. Travel times 1 hour, simple calculation. 167,376 feet divided by 60 minutes. So the answer is 2,789.6 feet of vertical drop per minute average must be negotiated by the plane on my trip. Does this ever happen? Nope. The sphere is a Stone's Cold fairy tale. End of argument. Give you a couple minutes. Take that in. I got another example down beneath it. It's 1,000 miles, but we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. So you're saying there is a total amount of altitude that must be lost over a certain distance?
Yes, 500 miles.
Is the pilot drunk?
No.
Because quite frankly, what's known as an attitude indicator will keep the plane pointed towards the horizon, which should not indicate a climb or a descent unless there is a change
Well,
in
sir,
air
the
pressure,
sphere
temperature,
that you're
dew
living
point,
on is dropping away from you at 8 inches per mile squared.
What is?
The sphere beneath you, you know, the ball that you allegedly live on, as you're traveling, that sphere is the ground is dropping away from you. That means curving because it's a sphere.
Why is that?
Because it's a
Yeah,
sphere.
but if you're flying in a... Okay, all right. So
you're not following this, are you?
No, I am. So you mean you're flying along the horizon? You're
flying level, like flights usually do. Maybe 2%, 2 degree up, but that's neither here nor there.
Okay, so this is about to get a little confusing, but I'll try my best. So, when you follow the horizon, it will not guide you off the edge of the earth, and it will not cause you to enter a climb or a
I know, because it's a flat earth. What does horizon mean?
Horizon is a visible edge. A visible edge is pretty much as far as you can see.
So it's the appearance or apparent junction between the earth and sky, correct?
Yes, apparent.
Is it flat?
It's relative.
It's flat. Horizon, flat. That's another total problem. You're missing this. The ground beneath your feet as you're flying level.
Yeah.
If you're flying at 500 miles an hour, that ground is dropping, vertical dropping away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. So you have to adjust your altitude. You must, or you'll continue to gain altitude above the surface that's curving away from you. Right?
Okay, so I just don't know about that, seeing as...
What do you mean you don't know about that?
Because notice that flying in a straight line... Now, I do know that the aircraft is 200 miles an hour slower.
Doesn't matter.
But if you fly straight and level with the horizon, you align the aircraft with the horizon. There is something known as a vertical speed indicator. It tells you, or tells the pilot, via numbers, if you are in a climb and a descent, in the rate indicated in feet
and
per
it's
minute,
not
but
telling you
that
anything,
is
right?
level at 0.
Yeah, that's right, because the Earth's flat. Thank you for proving my argument.
Good point.
Thank you.
Good point on that.
That's it.
Oh my. I am...
He's got a lot of good points, my man.
It's as simple as that. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ's on the way.
What the hell?
Yeah, I know, right? Pretty mind-blowing, huh, Levi?
Bathroom's clogged.
These
Again?
dumb flat earthers aren't so dumb, are they?
Just a little odd.
Well, it's not odd. It's just something you haven't realized, Levi. And the realization of it is just now hitting you. Like, you've never really thought about it like this. You've only been taught that the Earth is a globe. It's been a foregone conclusion in your mind for such a long time. And so now that you can actually critically think about it, it does make sense.
I think he's experiencing cognitive dissonance. I'm not
Yeah.
convinced yet.
No,
I think we got a little ways with him.
I know this is a little off topic, but now I have...
But they lie.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. A little off topic. What shape do you think it is? Because I heard you originally say that...
We don't know.
We
don't know. What do you do to determine a shape?
Well, if you're really close to a massive object, the first...
What do you do to determine a shape with anything that is a shape? How do you determine the shape? By doing what?
Observe it geometrically.
No.
What?
Starts with the letter M.
You do two things. You can do two things. You get far enough away and then turn around and look, or you can M it.
Yeah.
What's
okay,
the M?
so you're saying you can get far enough away and look at it. However, have you seen footage from the ISS?
I'm sorry. Do we want to go down this road right now, Miggy, or we want to stick with the?
If you can figure out the M.
Yeah, if you can figure out the M.
I mean, if he's not going to give it to us, then we're just going to go ahead and probably take space away too. So
I'm going to take the vacuum of space away, if you don't mind, sir. Levi?
What?
Yeah, we're saying that every single image, because you haven't seen photographs from ISS or anything else, because they are allegedly in the vacuum of space. There's a little problem with that because that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Are you familiar with the second law of thermodynamics?
Oh, I know exactly where you're going with this.
I don't think you do. But go ahead.
I do.
Nah, me neither, dude.
So
okay, continue.
Yeah, I'm not going to, you don't have to be an expert in the second law of thermodynamics to understand and know for absolute certainty that you need a container for gas pressure. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, see, on the fairy tale spinning space monkey ball brought to you by Jesuit priests, you like that? That was my piece of flair, man. I have pieces of flair.
Wow.
You see, in this little fiasco, they forgot. Well, they just assumed that people wouldn't think about this. I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. They're friggin' lunatics. But no offense, Lou. That to have gas pressure, you need a container. However, in this fairy tale, it's an open system. There is no container. So my question to you is, how are you still breathing?
Good question.
That is a good question, and because the vacuum of space is allegedly, as we're told, 10 to the negative 17 torr. So according to the second law of thermodynamics, that the gas pressure here on Earth will quickly find its way to fill the available volume, which is, according to the fairy tale story, 3.58 times 10 to the 80th cubic meters. That number is unimaginable volume. So it should rush out in attempt to fill that and equilibrate with its surroundings. So at sea level, it should be 10 to the negative 17 torr, but it's not. We have gas pressure. Therefore, anything involving the vacuum of space, any of NASA's little fairy tale stories, the ISS, any little trips out there, anything involved with the vacuum of space is thereby debunked by the principal pillar of physics, the second law of thermodynamics. That's it. Again?
All right. So since you don't have space to actually refer to what the Earth looks like, there's another way that you could find out, which was the second way that me and Elijah were trying to get you to realize. It starts with the letter M. You know what that is, Levi?
A map.
No. Measurement.
Or observe it geometrically, which is
okay.
Well.
Do you understand that's a way you can derive what you know if something is, curving away from you, you'd be able to measure it, right? The curvature, I mean.
First, that's absurd that you can look at something and measure it by looking at it. I mean, look, yo, like what the fuck are tailors for?
Not something that big. Let's not get off on this rampage. You can't observe it. It's too big, correct? You can't observe the whole thing. So you can't do that.
Well, you couldn't observe the whole Earth because it's not a flat object, and if it's not a round one.
A flat object?
You can't observe. How can you observe it? The whole thing. We just destroyed the fairy tale vacuum of space, so you're not getting away from it.
Okay.
You can't observe it. So you have to measure it, right?
Would you believe, so if you said that we can't observe the whole thing.
Right.
Yep. Do you also believe that light has mass?
Light doesn't have mass. What the? That's not even
a hell of a
correct
tangent.
pseudoscience.
That was proven that light has.
Light has no rest mass. Wait a second.
off the cliff.
Wait. Hold up. That isn't even parroting the correct pseudoscience, sir. Citation, please.
Photons have mass.
Citation, please. Citation right here in voice text. Right now.
Right now.
And
Have
that
photons
doesn't have
have mass?
anything to do with your argument anyway.
Now we're just talking loony bin stuff.
Yeah. While you're doing that, we're going to head to the Black Swan and we're going to kill this quick. How you like that? What do you think about that? Maggie? We want to kill this quick or do you want to drag it out?
Nah, just end it, man. He's taking too long.
Don't play with your. Okay, so have you heard of Albert Einstein? Would you?
No, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there.
That's
D
the
to
man
the
who
V.
proved that energy-
Please delete your.
photons have mass.
Just hold off a second, sir. Unless you're going to post a citation telling us that light has mass, which has nothing to do with the argument anyway.
Where?
Thank you, sir. Thanks, D to V. Who is Albert Einstein? That's too funny. Okay. Are you looking for the citation or can we get to the killer? In fact, it's already dead. We already killed it with the flight, your profession, but we're going to really destroy it right now.
Okay, well, I'm looking for it. You can.
Oh, you'll never find it because it's horseshit. Okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I know Albert Einstein very well. Yeah. Are you talking about the general theory of relativity or special relativity? Or are you going with photoelectric effect? What are we talking about here?
The one where he married his cousin.
Oh,
If you couldn't see the whole Earth, what I'm trying to say is, for example, black holes have mass. Would understand that.
No, they don't. Okay, let's move on. You're not going to find it. I'll tell you what. At the end, you could post a citation, and we'll close the server if you could post something that says that about that. So at 00 minutes after the hour, are you with me?
Okay.
Do you see the Black Swan, Levi?
Let me
in
know
the
when you're
voice
ready.
text?
Okay. Let's see. Okay, why are most of these just quotes that claim that
They're not quotes. They're not. There's no quotes here.
It literally says quote Nova.
Quoting
Nova.
what?
Quote. There's literally an image that says quote Nova.
No, go to 00 minutes after the hour under quantum erasure with the Santa hat. It starts with a modus tollens argument.
All right.
Let me turn you up too, because you're mumbling.
Sorry about that. Where is it? You said
It's at
00.
00 after the hour under quantum erasure, Santa hat. Globe Terminator, the one you were that I was eccentric.
I do not see it.
Well,
never mind.
continue
It's
to
right
scroll
there.
down. It's 00 after the hour. Are you Central Time or Eastern Time?
No, I found it.
You found it?
Yep.
So I'm going to go over the modus tollens argument. You familiar with deductive logic?
The what?
Deductive logic.
Oh, yeah.
All right. You can either have modus ponens or modus tollens. I chose modus tollens. I'll go over this real quick. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. We'll get to that here in a second. Therefore, not B. P. The Earth is not a sphere. Any problem with the logical consistency of this argument?
No, but I might have missed.
Yeah, that's fun. Just a quick run through. Everything's on the up and up, man. It's watertight.
Okay.
All right. So now I'm going to head to the evidence supporting the modus tollens. It's right underneath it. It says bye-bye ball. All right. This is a still that I took from and we could post the video at your request. It's not in contention at this point. What we have here is the observer is at 1 foot. He put the camera right down at the water in near Sacramento, not Sacramento, Miramar Beach in California. And he's looking out at these stationary oil platforms. Now, these oil platforms are only there to demarcate distance for us. So what he did was he put his camera down and he zoomed in at 1 foot observer height. Now, the max distance to the geometric horizon on a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles would be 1.22 miles. Can you tell me, sir, in this photo, where the horizon is, roughly?
Yeah.
Is it beyond 9.41 miles?
Oh, yeah.
Can we safely say it's 10 miles?
Probably even more than that. I don't think the human eye could observe the
that's okay.
horizon.
All I need is 10 miles. We're good. Because this is the end of my argument. Because how on earth can the Earth be a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles with a geometric horizon max distance 1.22 miles be 10 times further than that?
How do we know 3950 miles is true?
That's the story that we're given from secular.
So we're going off a story.
What did you?
No, we're going off.
To get the geometric horizon?
Hold on a second. Leave. Who am I speaking to? That's in the background.
Unknown.
Unknown.
I'm just saying, we're kind of going off a story right now.
No, we're going off the story. You see, I'm putting the secular scientific community on the stand, and this is the story that they give us. Follow?
Or this is a story that we're being fed.
That they give us. So, it is well established that the radius is 3959 miles, conducted by Al Baruni, and confirmed. This number dictates everything about the nature of our reality. That is, rocket launches, day and night cycles, all your celestial bullshit out there. This is their story. I'm putting them on the stand, and I'm going to slap the shit out of them.
Don't forget more local things. The distance from one continent to another, the speed of which boats or planes travel, all of that.
Everything is based on the radius value, and the radius value is encrusted in stone.
But quantum, what would be the difference if?
Hold on
the radius.
Hold on. Yeah, I was going to tell him. According to Pythagorean formula, with the 1 foot observer height and just the horizon at 10 miles, the radius would be 264,000 miles. But back to the original. The globe Earth is dead of a radius of 3959 miles because there is no phenomenon in the history of
go off of the horizon, but you didn't go off of the diameter.
What? I went off the radius.
You didn't go off of the radius. Sorry.
I went off the radius, 3959.
But you said the observer height compared to the horizon distance is what you.
What are you
plug
talking
into
about?
Okay, so what you said was you took the observer height and the distance of the horizon that you assumed was roughly 10 miles, and you.
Did I seem to
used the
ascribe?
Pythagorean theorem on that?
No, I shouldn't even brought it up. Albacore tuna. Ugh.
Sorry.
Listen, sir, this is cut and dry. The max this is basic geometry. On a radius of 3959 miles on a sphere, the max distance to the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. It's over. You need citation for that?
I'm just wondering where because to measure
where
the
the ball
radius,
went,
you have to have.
Bye bye.
Oh my god. So 2 points. So let's say one of them's the surface of.
You have to have 2 points for what?
To geometrically describe a radius require
the radius is already established, sir.
an established metric, Levi. That's something that can be contested as far as what you believe the Earth to be.
Yeah,
it's
you
established.
don't know what
and
the
it's
radius is. Well, how are you flying?
yeah, that's weird, huh?
The black swan.
That's all right. Let's go with 2 citations. Let's just kill this quick. At 9 minutes after the hour, from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. He's a subject matter expert in this area, by the way. If h is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. We can confirm this by the University of Washington Department of Mathematics. So for all practical purposes, we can estimate the distance to the horizon using 1.22459 times the square root of the height, or perhaps even more simply is just 1.2 times the square root of the eye height, which gives the distance in miles when h is in feet. It's over.
The black swan.
What the hell?
Black swan.
This is a black swan argument, sir.
Irrefutable, airtight.
That's all I have for you today. You're very cordial and a good sport about it. So I'll leave you to Miggy. Thank you.
But you have been
But
erased.
Miggy, what about my refraction? My refraction, Miggy.
But it's just too big. And why would they lie?
Yeah. So in conclusion, you being the pilot coming in here thinking that the Earth is a globe, now you're realizing that it's something else, right? It's not a globe.
Yes. I would continue on the argument. Not around the curvature or not curvature of Earth, but the apparent lack of space.
Okay. So let me ask you a question, and you can answer this as honestly as you can possible.
All right.
Even though after the black swan that was shown to you right now, do you still think the Earth is a globe, Levi? Or is it in question? Or is it in question is what I should have said. Or is it in question?
It's a little in question.
Oh.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have an arena event. Tommy Gobblers versus Quantum Eraser. Hello, Tommy. How are you?
I'm great, man. How are you?
Yeah, very, very good. Thanks. And how are you, Quantum? You doing well this evening?
Had a rough day.
Oh, well, that's not a good thing for Tommy.
Good to hear.
I was expecting a debate, so I had like time slots for people to talk and all the rest. Are we just not going to do any of that?
No, it's going to be a documentary. He's just going to ask questions, and I don't foresee any problems with control of this thing. So I guess the floor is Tommy's. We can get started.
Yeah, go ahead, Tommy.
So right off the bat, just to get a better idea of your beliefs, just a few questions, answer true or false, and then we can probably discuss them in depth afterward.
Okay.
Basically, the idea is going to be I'm going to maybe propose some hard critiques that the round earthers would have of the flat earth, to give you an opportunity not just to propose your ideas, but to also defend some heavier critiques. Is that fair?
Let's roll.
Okay. So then these might sound a little silly, but it's in the interest of the documentary. So, is NASA lying to us?
Is NASA lying? They would have to be, because it's either they're lying or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Okay. If we can just do a bit of a rapid fire here, because I presume most of your answers will be no. Is the Earth rotating?
Negative.
Is it rotating around the sun?
Negative.
Is the universe heliocentric or geocentric?
Geocentric.
Is the atmosphere real?
Atmosphere is a paradox. It's a contradiction in terms.
Okay. Do density gradients exist?
Density gradients? You'd have to get more specific.
So is there a density gradient from the top of the atmosphere all the way down to the surface of the Earth?
Is there a pressure gradient? I guess you could say density. That's fine. I'll take it. Yes.
So yes. Okay. Is outer space real?
Space is real. The vacuum of space is not.
Okay. Are the stars real?
What are stars?
Fair enough. Is gravity real?
Gravity has never been scientifically validated.
So is buoyancy real?
I'm not a density buoyancy guy, but things, but let me rephrase that. Density is the cause of buoyancy. So relative density. How about that?
Fair enough. Is there kind of a container effect around the Earth?
Must be a container, or the second law of thermodynamics is false.
Is the container effect caused by gravity?
No, gravity doesn't exist, and gravity's not a physical barrier.
Okay. Are eclipses real?
Solar eclipse and lunar eclipse, are they real? See, this is a little tricky because their definition of the lunar and solar eclipses are not. Their explanations? How about that?
Their explanations are fake. However, you're not disputing the fact that a shadow does get cast over Earth, or shadow.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say that either. You can't validate that scientifically.
You can't validate that a shadow has been cast over the Earth due to
you cannot scientifically validate eclipses. No.
Okay. Are seasons real?
Seasons? Yeah. Yes. I experienced seasons here in Missouri.
Great. And final question. Is the flat Earth real?
Is the flat Earth real? The Earth is flat, motionless, domed, and geocentric.
Okay. So you believe in a flat Earth?
I'm losing your mic. I'm losing your mic. Get close to your mic.
Okay. So just to be clear, you believe in a flat Earth, not like a concave or a convex or a hollow, anything like that. It's a flat Earth.
Negative. I don't believe in anything. I know the Earth is flat, non-spinning, domed, and geocentric.
Okay. Do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is flat?
Yes.
What is it?
Black Swan. I'm going to go through 3 arguments. I'd like to start out with the big picture and then come back to flat Earth. So we'll destroy the entire heliocentric model quickly. Then we'll come to the Earth's rotation, and then we'll come to whether the Earth is flat or not. How about that?
Sounds good.
So it was in response to your previous question concerning the gas pressure gradient, right?
Yeah. Okay. You're responding to that?
Yes. The entire heliocentric model is based on a vacuum. You can't have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum, a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, without a physical barrier, without bludgeoning to a bloody pulp the second law of thermodynamics. Not even speaking to Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, parts of Dalton's law.
So you're refusing that gravity is holding all of the air.
Gravity doesn't exist. Gravity doesn't exist. I'm talking about the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity has no sway over the second law. Even if it did exist, it has no sway.
Okay, so can you go further into what is providing this container effect if it's not gravity?
If it's not gravity, gravity doesn't exist. I don't know what the container is. All I know is it has to be a physical barrier because we have gas pressure. Gas pressure is the compelling factor in the matter. Because
go ahead.
Because to have gas pressure, you must have a container. That's the definition of gas pressure.
So you believe in a container, or you know that there's
Negative. I don't believe there's a container. I know there's one.
Okay, so you know there's a container, but you don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
It has to be a physical. I don't know the makeup of it. I don't know the color of it. I don't know what its tail smells like. All I know, it's a necessary antecedent consequent. I'll give you a scenario. Right? If somebody slaps a filet mignon down on my plate, then I know with absolute certainty that a cow must exist. You follow? I don't need to know the color of the cow. I don't need to know where the cow is. I don't need to know the name, how big it is, how fat it is. But if I see that filet mignon, then that cow must exist somewhere. Necessary antecedent, consequent. Follow?
I follow. So if you don't have an explanation for what the container is, why do you not believe?
No. That wouldn't be an explanation. That would be a description. Do you know the difference between a description and an explanation?
If you don't have a description of what the container is, why do you refuse to believe that it is gravity?
It's a physical barrier. You're not listening to me. Gravity, we're going to get to gravity here in a little bit. I already told you gravity doesn't exist. Even if it did, it doesn't hold sway over the second law of thermodynamics. Number one, just because I can't describe the container, I guess you didn't listen to my discussion for the last 2 minutes. It's a necessary antecedent consequent. It's based on the definition of gas pressure and the second law of thermodynamics. I know there must be a container.
So I'd like to step in with just, something that globe earthers would respond to with, saying gravity would violate the second law of thermodynamics. They might argue that it does not violate the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics being that, you can't have a net decrease in entropy. Am I correct?
You can't have a net decrease in entropy. Entropy only goes one way in nature.
So that's what the second law is, right? A common globe earther rationalization for why the gravity being the barrier would not be breaking the second law of thermodynamics.
Time out. Stop. You have to validate gravity first. Right? Gravity, even if I gave you, there's 2 types of gravity in the narrative. Now, one was superseded 106 years ago, but the Globers still bring it up. It's Newtonian gravity, right? So you got Newtonian gravity and you got Einstein's bendy space-time. I could give you all of Newtonian gravity, everything you want, all the force in the whole world times a billion. Then I'm going to give you Einstein's general relativity, the bendy space-time. I'm going to give you 1 billion times of that. We're going to times them both together. You can have all of them. It will not affect the entropy of gases 1 iota. Follow?
Okay, so now that we're in kind of this, I don't know, other dimension where we are agreeing that gravity exists, just, to humor the argument. Basically, the argument is that when you condense the particles, you decrease the local entropy of the system. And in this idea, you're completely
That's not
correct.
entropy. That's
However,
not entropy.
outside of the system, there is an increase in entropy, which accounts for the local decrease in entropy.
Negative.
That's negative.
That's not
Okay,
entropy.
Can you explain why?
Because I can explain why. You need to define entropy.
I need to define entropy. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just up on Google. Okay. In statistical mechanics, entropy is a measure of the number of ways a system can be arranged, often taken to be a measure of disorder. The higher the entropy, the higher the disorder.
Incorrect. Entropy has nothing to do with order and disorder.
Okay. So what is entropy?
Do you need citation for that?
No, I don't need citation.
Okay. Nothing to do with the order and disorder, so your definition of entropy is incorrect. I got the
Can you provide an alternate definition, please?
An alternate definition. I don't need to provide an alternate to anything. You haven't provided anything yet.
Right. You asked me for a definition
but
of entropy.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
Entropy. In classical thermodynamics, it's the dispersal of energy from localized to spread out at a given temperature. In molecular thermodynamics, it's a change in a system or surroundings or their total from which there are fewer accessible microstates to one in which there is an increased number of accessible microstates.
Okay, so using that definition,
let's kill it.
Can you explain why gravity would violate?
Gravity does not exist. How many times?
Right, we're still in the dimension where we're assuming, like, this was your proposition. We're in the dimension where we're assuming that gravity exists. Can you explain why it would
I'm not assuming gravity exists. Sorry.
Can I just cut in for a second? This is meant to be an interview, right? You said at the
so I'm
top
posing hard questions, and it's fine if
you said at the top. No, but you said at the top you were asking Kiwi about his ideas. He's told you a number of times gravity doesn't exist. So I don't know why you keep referring to gravity.
He offered to kind of say he'll give me Newtonian gravity and he'll give me Einsteinian gravity, so I took it and ran with it. But we can move right back and talk about something else.
Okay,
we can stick with.
We can if you want. I don't mind.
If you want to invoke gravity, I have no problem. You're just going to have to scientifically validate the monkey.
Scientifically validate it. Let's not go there because I'm not going to try and prove anything to you. I'm trying to get your ideas.
You're not trying to prove it to me. You got an audience here. You need to prove it to them. They're the jury.
No, but this is kind of an interview type deal, so I'm not going to really try and prove anything to you.
Let's just end it real quick. If you are in arena text right here, you can read along with me. This is from the legend in the second law of thermodynamics, Professor Lambert, from the entropysite.oxy.edu. Listen carefully. Gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. Period. If we have a vacuum and we don't have a barrier, then it must increase in entropy, or it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Prosecution rests right there.
How would you, counter globe earthers who say we're in that dimension again, when gravity attracts the air molecules
Objection,
or whatever?
Your Honor, gravity doesn't attract the air. That's bullshit. If gravity existed, like you said, it would never rain.
Why?
Because of evaporation.
Evaporation is due to the sun.
Yeah, evaporation.
Can you let me finish my earlier?
When water, now you're still going back to gravity, right? Now I'm going to kill it forever. I'm going to kill it forever, right? You said What? Because of the sun? No, sunshine. Evaporation. When water evaporates, which vector does it go into?
It goes upwards.
Yeah. Bye-bye gravity.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
And would you not agree that when it goes up, it then cools and condenses and then falls as rain because it gets denser?
But that's liquid. That's not gas.
Right. So when it's gas,
false equivalence fallacy.
It's less dense, and we agreed, or we kind of.
No, let's go back. That's a false equivalence fallacy. You invoked a liquid. We were talking about gases. False equivalence.
No, I'm not. I'm not equivocating liquid and gas.
I didn't say you're equivocating. I said false equivalence. That's not equivocation.
Okay, my apologies. All I was trying to get across was that a liquid is denser than gas.
So when what?
That's why it's on the ground. And when it evaporates,
it doesn't have anything to do with the topic.
You brought this up.
Gases.
When it evaporates, its density becomes lower.
Referee. Objection.
Hello.
Okay, we're going to go to this point now.
Referee. I have to say this is actually right.
Objection. False equivalence fallacy. He's bringing the sun in, right? He's also bringing liquids, yeah, but the gases condense and falls. Who cares? Red herring fallacy with it. Who gives a shit? That's not my point. The gases vector is up when your vector for gravity is only where?
So can I explain to you what buoyancy is?
Oh my God. Objection. Not answering the question, Your Honor.
Well, I need to explain to you buoyancy.
And also, I would remind you that it's an interview and not a debate. So if you want to debate, we can go into a debate format.
We could. I'd be okay with that.
Yep. If you're going to invoke, you'll be okay with that. You're already finished. You're finished. At 17 minutes after the hour, I provided a citation for you that said gas expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. Well, the gas isn't expanding into the vacuum. That means entropy is decreasing. That's a second law of thermodynamics violation, son.
So I would counter that.
You can't counter it.
I can't.
You can't counter it.
Finish.
Okay, counter it.
Okay. So assuming gravity exists, right?
False. Objection, Your Honor.
Let me finish, please. I am begging.
No, you're not finishing. I'm not allowing you to invoke
something exists.
Okay, I won't say gravity. It's fine. Assuming the air molecules are brought down closer to the surface of the Earth due to whatever.
They're not.
Due to whatever. Okay.
They're not.
It would not be a decrease in entropy.
Yes, it would be. Objection, Your Honor.
Because the friction creates
Objection,
energy.
Your Honor.
Yeah, it seems like you're debating and not asking questions at this point.
Oh, right, we can go to a debate. That's fine.
I thought we agreed that we were kind of going into a debate.
That's
fine. I mean, if you'd like to moderate it, if we can set it up.
Cool.
Right
yeah,
now.
well, we can debate if you want. Yeah, fine.
All right, sounds good.
That's what we've been doing for the past 10 minutes.
Yeah,
that's me.
I went in to try and talk about some, globe Earth arguments to try and improve your argument, but I mean, we've gone down the rabbit hole at this point, so let's just keep going.
Yeah, you're just violating the second law of thermodynamics with every breath. Refute my citation.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do. You won't let me finish.
You're not. You're not trying to do it. You're saying that gas molecules are somehow attracted to the Earth. That's a decrease in entropy.
Right. So
you're starting out your sentence with imagine that citation doesn't exist.
Right.
Am I doing that? No, I'm looking at the citation right now. Okay. It's saying that there's no change in total energy due to a greater number of whatever. There is no change in total energy because when the air molecules are drawn in, the friction produces a heat, right? Heat is energy.
You said
know
there
what
is no
friction
energy. Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know what friction is?
Objection, Your Honor. He said there's no change in energy, and then he invoked heat.
Right. So
let me ask you a question. Can you have
decrease in entropy?
Let me ask you a question, there, son.
It's not expanding into the vacuum.
Don't interrupt me.
Okay, I would ask that you don't interrupt me as well. Moving forward.
Fuck off. You little fucking clown, you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Don't interrupt you. While you bludgeoned to death the second law of thermodynamics, you're reading half of the definition. You didn't know what entropy was to begin with. And now you're conjuring these gas molecules with friction. What the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Okay, so please, I'm trying to explain this to you.
You can't explain it. You didn't even know what entropy was.
So please let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Okay.
Fuck you.
Noted. Can I move on?
No, you can't. You have to deal with the increasing entropy of gases.
Right, that's what I'm trying to do, and you're not letting me finish.
One objection at a time. You're causing objection upon objection upon objection. Take it back to the first objection, then finish your sentence. You have to deal with each part of it. You can't just build. You can't just add stuff to the story. Does that make sense?
As the moderator, can you take me back to the first objection, and then I can talk about it?
Sure. Well, I can do that, but I mean, what was the first objection, Kiwi? Because you said objection.
Yes,
but...
he brought the gas molecules down by some imaginary means in the atmosphere.
Oh, I see. Yeah, and then said let's assume gravity. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, we can't do that. Do you know why?
Can I counter that? So basically, Kiwi is saying that there is a drawing of the gases in the atmosphere. That's what he's saying. That's why he's saying there's a counter into the second law of thermodynamics.
Say again? Objection. I didn't say that.
You're saying that that's what's breaking the second law of thermodynamics, is that the gases are being drawn into the earth.
Yeah, you're conjuring of the gases being drawn into the earth as a second law of thermodynamics violation. Yes.
Right. So when I respond, it's not. I'm not making anything up. I'm actually responding to your objection.
No, you're not.
How?
What causes the gas molecules to decrease entropy?
That's not your question. That's not even related to the question.
Yes, it is.
No. Okay. So if your question is what is drawing them in, we can talk about that.
Yeah, because you said that something was drawing them in. So what is it?
No, you're saying that it's drawing it in. You're saying.
Oh, for fuck, this guy.
No. Sorry, I'm sorry, but you're saying that this theory is breaking the second law of thermodynamics because there's a force drawing it in.
Objection, Your Honor. He invoked the theory. What theory am I saying that is drawing?
The theory of gravity.
The theory of gravity.
Or the theory that there's a container, or the theory that there is some force pulling.
That's not a theory. That's
not a theory. You don't know what is a scientific theory?
What is a scientific theory?
Yep.
This seems kind of like a red herring. Can we?
A red herring? You invoked a theory. I'm asking you what it is. How in the fuck can it be a diversion or irrelevant?
Well, we're not talking about what is a scientific theory. We're talking about what the actual specific theory is.
Oh my God, you Elmer Sophist.
Can I just?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, can I just get in with a? Okay, so we surely would need to know what a theory is in order to then discuss theories, correct?
Yep.
We need to know what a theory is?
Yeah, because otherwise you can't discuss theories without knowing what they are.
A scientific theory, by the way, not just a theory.
I don't
scientific theory. Yeah. There is no scientific theory of gravity to begin with, but go ahead.
Right.
So, I mean, do you agree with that? You have to know what a scientific theory is before you can discuss them.
Okay, so I'll tell you what a scientific theory is.
Do you agree with that?
We'll go down this road. I'll agree. Yeah, sure. I'll tell you what a scientific theory is. Okay, so scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that can be repeatedly tested and verified in accordance with the scientific method using accepted protocols of observation.
No, not observation, experiment. Accepted protocols of observation. That's horse shit.
Okay,
scientific experiment.
Okay, so you've helped me define it now. Can we move on?
No, you didn't define it correctly. Accepted protocols of observation. What do you mean? One with goggles on, one with one eye shut, squinting. That's not the definition of a scientific theory.
You're talking about fallacies and then you blow this out of the water like this? Dude, can we get back on track with the
fallacies and I blow that out of the water? Yeah, because it's not the definition. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to
flat earth arena text.
Shut up. Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said his Google definition that he just Googled, he hesitated and caused a ruckus so he could go look it up. Your definition of a scientific theory was incorrect. Mr. Scientific Method of Validated Protocols of Observation. That's not a scientific theory, son.
I didn't.
From Chemistry About.
Say that. I actually didn't say that.
Yeah, you did say that. Everyone heard it.
I can repeat exactly what I said.
Everyone heard it. Shut the fuck up. Objection.
Can we please
Maybe you can repeat
dial
what you
back
said
the
and then-
language? This doesn't seem like a form.
Yeah, Tommy, how about you repeat what you said if you feel like you've been strawmanned? Repeat what you said.
Okay, so what I said exactly to the word: a scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world and universe that can be repeatedly tested and verified in accordance with the scientific method using the accepted protocols of observation, measurement, and evaluation of results.
You stopped at observation, and it's not measurement either.
You cut me off.
So you didn't have experiment in there. Your definition of a scientific theory is incorrect.
Okay, so what would you? If you define an experiment.
Shut up! At 29 minutes after the hour, scientific theory. See if this sounds familiar to anything he just said. A scientific theory from physics about, or chemistry about, sorry. Scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. You didn't say any of that. From quarks to quasars, scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. Repeated echo,
I
huh?
didn't say that. I said
Shut
it can
up.
be repeatedly tested.
Shut up!
I'm sorry, but you're just saying lies.
Up! I'll tell you what, you little crayon muncher. You're going to have to have some discipline in here when I'm fucking deconstructing your bullshit. And moderator, I had an objection. He can't get inside that objection until I'm done.
Sure, I just wanted him to restate what he said earlier because
he did twice. None of it had hypotheses.
I'm satisfied with that.
None of it had hypotheses. None of it had experiments. That's what it is. A scientific American. Scientific theory is explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated by repeated experiments and testing. Last one, University of Rochester Physics Labs. A scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests.
Right, so can I respond to that, please?
So, conclusion.
Because I said repeatedly tested.
You didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was.
Okay, so I would just say that we were...
No, hold on. I'm writing these down.
Second. Yeah, 1 second. Let me just say, we were discussing a scientific theory. Are you satisfied that he knows what a scientific theory is? If so, can we talk about that now?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead.
He keeps on invoking gravity. Give me the scientific theory of gravity.
I'm not going to do that.
You lose.
We were never talking about...
dare. So don't you dare invoke gravity again until you can scientifically validate it. You can move on.
Okay.
It's a recording, Toby. It's a recording.
Do you want to go ahead then, Tommy, with another point?
We can mute it. Well, we can have KJ mute it if you want to talk.
So are we just going to change courses entirely, or where are we going back to?
Nothing. We started with the second law of thermodynamics, an increase in entropy, which you didn't know what it was. And then you brought gases down, decreasing in entropy.
Your interview.
Just by fiat. I'll just bring gases down. Right?
Okay.
What the hell is that? That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Okay, so can I ask you
Can I
that?
just make an observation as just like someone that has been doing this for like 4 years? Dude, you're trying to wing it, and I don't know why you got the idea that you could just come in here and wing it and have to Google definitions and like have a half-ass understanding of basic physics. Like, I don't know why you thought that would actually work.
I didn't think that. And if I could
because
continue,
I mean, you should have bet. I would go back to the interview format. Because you don't understand the so-called theory of gravity. You don't even have a mediocre understanding it. You don't have almost no understanding of thermodynamics.
I'm not going to claim gravity.
I'm just telling you. Listen, Listen, I'm just telling you, you don't have it, right? You have maybe a high school level understanding. Maybe.
Okay.
And it's obvious to everybody here, and that's why QE is getting mad and he's yelling and swearing at you, because you're trying to make shit up as you go along. You've cited nothing, right? You see QE's posting citations. I'm just trying to give you advice, right? Because listen, to be honest, I'm not all hip on the screaming and swearing and shit, but I understand why he's pissed off, because I get pissed off over the same things. He's posting citations. You're trying to make shit up out of your head. Okay, that's a big difference. So I would suggest find actual citations to back up what you're saying, like the thermodynamic theory of gravity or something, where gravity affects thermodynamics, and these would be like experiments or something like that. These don't exist because so-called gravity has no effect on the thermodynamics of gases. There's no experiments that demonstrate it does.
Right, and that's why I never.
So it's a theoretical exercise that gravity pulls gas down to the Earth.
Well, he invoked the theoretical exercise.
It's the second law of thermodynamics is Einstein called it the pillar of science, one of the three pillars of science. The second law of thermodynamics is so well known and so well thought out, and there's so many formulations of it, it beggars belief. That's not a theoretical exercise. It can all be demonstrated with experiments. At infinitum, mass attracts mass, things like that, that the gas of the air gets pulled down to Earth and somehow violates. We can disprove this with a simple experiment. I didn't try to get involved to debate you. Listen, I didn't try to get involved to debate you, okay? It's not why I made a comment. Listen, I'm trying to help you so we can change the tenor of the conversation, okay? You don't really know what you're talking about.
I think there's far too much interrupting.
I'm trying to change the interrupting and the swearing and shit, dude. That's what I want to stop.
I was trying to give you advice.
So we can have.
I'm trying to give you advice. I'm like, you don't like. I really am trying. I'm the admin on the server, so I'm really just trying to give you advice. This is going out on YouTube, and I'm just trying to give you advice on why. I'm trying to explain to you why he's pissed. I'd be pissed too. You don't really know what you're talking about. So I would suggest actually doing an actual interview instead of trying to do a stealth debate.
Stealth debate,
saying you're doing an interview, but actually, I've never seen an interview where the interviewer was argumentative with the person being interviewed.
Can I talk for 5 seconds without?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I just want to say a debate is more than just simple refutation, and that's all that's happened right now. Okay. Can we discuss the actual topic, please? We're getting off track every 3 seconds with red herrings and objection, Your Honor, and shut up.
From you.
What did I just
causing it.
Did you just hear what I just said?
No, he didn't. Stop causing those things.
Explain to you why that's happening. Because you're just making shit up, dude, and we all know it.
Everyone
some
knows.
of us here have college degrees, Many people on the server have university degrees, and we know bullshit when we hear it. We do know physics. I took physics 1 and 2 in university. You're making shit up as you go along, and we all know it. We've debated people with PhDs in physics on the server many times.
All right, so what have I made up?
That's why he is angry, because you're trying to bullshit your way through this and acting like somehow your opinion.
Tell me what I've made up.
Friction, the atmosphere creates friction, and all of a sudden the gas heats up, and that's actually an increase in entropy.
Do you know what friction is? Friction is
yes, I know what friction is. Actually, do you actually want to know what it really is?
Do you want me to cite a source saying that friction is two things moving together? Okay,
so what?
Air molecules move together because they're being drawn in. They're creating friction. I think. Okay,
I'm going to demonstrate this with one simple question. You tried to use a liquid. What's the difference between liquid and gas when it comes to entropy?
Okay, so the difference between liquid and gas is that they're different densities.
The difference between liquid and gas is the number of degrees of freedom in which the molecules can move. See, this is something very basic when it comes to entropy, because we're talking about microstates, right? And you gave your definition of entropy. It's the number of states something can take. Now, something with an infinite amount of degrees of freedom, such as a gas, is something with restricted degrees of freedom, like liquid, are not equivalent. Okay? So for you to even talk about them in an equivalent way shows you don't know what you're talking about. Do you understand
said they
that?
weren't. I'm actually agreeing with you. And you're saying that I am saying the opposite to what you're saying. I made that.
The fact that you brought it up in the first place means you're just grasping at straws. It's called throwing shit against the wall, hoping something
2 seconds
sticks.
without you interrupting me, okay? Because this is what happened. All right. QE brought up what is evaporation out of nowhere.
Objection. We don't want to hear your fucking color commentary about the conversation. Fuck that.
What is your name? Indio 007 has to do with color commentary on the conversation. And I'd like to speak for 5 seconds without being interrupted.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
No.
Where's the moderator in this?
You just had 5 seconds. You just had 5 seconds, and instead of asking for 5 seconds, you should have just took it.
I'm not listening to a fucking
30 seconds to say whatever you want.
Hey, Indio, I'm not listening to a color commentary rehash of his fucked up conversation. That's a typical ball-tart. He's going to try to recreate history and shit. It's on tape. You didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was. You didn't know what entropy was. You didn't know what a scientific theory was. You're a clusterfuck. Period.
Yeah, I would just say so Indio leapt in to try and help Tommy get a little bit more, let's just say, savvy to the. So yeah, I guess I wasn't talking. Indio leapt in to try and give you some advice. If you don't want to take it, that's fine. Indio, if you don't mind putting yourself on mute.
Yeah. I was just trying to I didn't like the tenor of it. And
no, sure.
It was just.
I get it, but yeah. So look,
I'll shut up.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, exactly. You can only give advice so much, and if people don't want to take it, that's fine. I don't know if you've noticed, India. There's some pretty sweet memes going on about you in the arena text. Anyway, whatever. Yeah. So, Tommy, we're going to restart the debate from scratch. Okay, where would you like to start?
I'd like to start wherever QE wants to start.
Your science acumen.
Actually, if we could, I actually would. I would like to start. We move away from everything we've just talked about, and we can talk about, the seasons and the movement of the sun and moon. Can we go there? Is that allowed?
No. I want to go after your science acumen because you can't validate any of those things scientifically. I want to show that your science acumen is below third grader. Yeah, you better start interrupting me quick because it's going to get fucking nasty. I'm going to show without a shadow of a doubt that you have a science acumen below fifth grader and shouldn't be in this discussion. You should be picking up cans alongside of the road. Okay? That's where we're going. Right? So, can natural science be conducted without experiment? Can natural science be conducted without experiment?
No.
For science to be conducted, for natural science to be conducted.
Sorry, you cut out there. Can you repeat yourself?
So, to have natural science, to be a natural science, you must have experiment. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I said that.
Okay, that's correct. So, we have astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology. Are they natural sciences?
No.
That's the correct answer. So, who is telling you about the heliocentric model, the globe Earth? Who is telling you that they are scientifically validated?
Actually, no one's told me that.
Astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics.
Right, so can I respond?
Yeah.
Who is telling you that the geocentric model is scientifically accurate?
No one's telling me, and I didn't claim science.
So you're saying that There is no scientific argument that the Earth is flat.
You just compromised yourself.
I compromised myself?
Yeah, you did, because whether the Earth is flat or a sphere isn't a scientific inquiry available for investigation, because science only deals with suppositional predictions about cause and effect, how why questions. Whether the Earth is flat or a sphere is a what is question. It has nothing to do with science whatsoever.
Okay, so do you have any empirical evidence that the Earth is flat?
What does empirical mean?
It means it's been verified more than once in a lot
Incorrect.
of
That's not what empirical means. I asked you what empirical means. You better start typing real quick.
Why?
Because you don't know what it is. You just misdefined that. So let's add that to the other one. Empirical. You're using words you don't know their meanings. Empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Right, so I said repeatable.
It's the summary.
Do you think I didn't mean test?
You said it's repeatable, right? But that's not the whole thing. So that's a composition fallacy.
Do you think I didn't mean an observable test?
So that's a composition fallacy. You're not weaseling out of this. You're finished.
Okay.
Didn't know.
So, all right. So you don't have any empirical evidence that the Earth is flat?
I don't have scientific. When you say empirical, that's a summary of the scientific method. I do not have science because this is outside the remit of science.
Right. So what do you have?
Logical consistency.
Logical
and
consistency.
demonstration.
Can you explain your logical consistency?
Logical, yes. We can move to the black swan. Sure. Yep. 1 second. Are you in live stream?
Yeah, let me get there. Yeah.
The Flat Earth Arena Text live stream.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Stop typing, guys. Appreciate that. So, logical consistency, like I said. Oh, Tommy, you made a big mistake. You know that second photograph that you just posted right there? That's a black swan also. We'll get to that. So, at 46 minutes after the hour, is somebody feeding you information, Tommy?
I just like, before we even get into this, I'd just like to say, how can you bring up any evidence, whether it be representative of a lack of curvature or imaging of a flat Earth? How can you say it's any more credible than NASA pictures, live streams, or
NASA pictures, live stream? Yeah, right. So NASA pictures, live. Number one, yeah, I'm gonna fucking tell you, shut up. Number one, you don't have any pictures or photos. They have images from a second law of thermodynamics violation. There goes your whole fucking proof right there. Now we're on to the black swan.
Listen, man, if you
shut up, don't tell me to listen.
If you swear, interrupt, or
don't
do
be
it
red herring fallacy away from this.
That isn't like, can we even
shut up?
If you swear, interrupt me again, I'm just gonna
tell you
leave.
what. You're fucking get the fuck out of here then. You asked me for a flat earth proof, then you red herring fallacied away, and then you're fucking giving me ultimatums? Carry your dumb ass out of here before I slap you, you half a sissy. You tracking with me? Moderator.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go and ahead and unmute him. If he wants to leave by his own accord, he can do. But yeah, carry on.
Acknowledge what you just did.
I want to hear first, what is QE's response to the fact that...
Acknowledge what he just did, moderator.
Yeah, would you actually go ahead and respond to what QE just said without going into something else?
Sorry, what did he say?
Oh my God.
Would you like to repeat yourself?
I'm not fucking repeating myself.
Well, I guess we're at an impasse because I'm not doing it.
That's right. He's not paying a fucking attention. He doesn't know his ass from a pipe wrench. He just asked me for flat earth.
I'm actually watching the baseball game right now. It's far more interesting, this conversation.
You're a pretender clown.
Oh, this is a waste of time then if you're doing something else.
Listen, I want QE to explain to me why any propaganda.
Can you mute this guy? We spent time doing this, and we can't keep this up.
One second. Yeah, if you're doing something else, then you're wasting everyone's time. So politely fuck off. Like you've got how many people? 65 people in this chat, and you're wasting everyone's time. So thanks for that.
Clown. We really thought that this was going to be good.
Yep. He's finished.
And we started out okay, but then it switched to a debate, and that really changed the whole scenario.
Hey, Tommy, just before you go, let me send something with you, you little clown shit. You're probably being fed, too, I can tell. You see your little photo right there? Did you ever hear the saying, know your enemy? Look at 49 minutes after the hour, fucktard. I've used that same photo since the beginning. My first presentation, I used that same photo. You posted it like it was some type of gotcha. I had that photo in my presentation for the first one from the word go. Did you know that second photo that you posted is a black swan? Crayon muncher. Bet you don't know it because you don't know the black swan because you red herring fallacied away from it after you asked me about it because you knew you were done. As soon as I said logical consistency and I said black swan, that's when you knew your goose was cooked. Gobblers, gobble on this. Clown. That's it. I can summarize. Pretender clown numpty dipshit fuckwit didn't know what the second law of thermodynamics was. He didn't know what entropy was. He misdefined it. He just parroted it right off Wiki, which is incorrect. He didn't know what a scientific theory was, and he didn't know what empirical was. Game, set, match.
Yeah, I just unmuted Tommy because I want him to admit, well, at least let us know that he's switched off the baseball game. And if not, I'm just going to go ahead and ban him because you're wasting everyone's time.
Yeah, no, baseball game's off. If
okay, cool.
If I could get back to the point I was making earlier, how can you respond, okay, to the lack of credibility that any photo you bring up has? Hello? I got kicked again. Jesus H. Christ.
No.
Hello? Is anyone there?
I didn't get kicked.
You're
QE?
QE might have left.
Can you respond to that?
Oh, there it
Can
is.
you respond to
He's not going to save you. The Lord and Savior is not going to save you here.
No
you
images.
fucking retard. False equivalence fallacy. My photo right here is on Earth. Your photos, which are not photos, are from a second law of thermodynamics violation, Narnia. False equivalence fallacy. Textbook.
Are those just as...
Textbook. Deal with that.
Are photos of curvature of the Earth also
deal with that
just as viable?
Okay, this objection, Your Honor, he's not dealing with the.
You can't bring up your own propaganda and then say that all other propaganda that is against you is completely wrong.
You're done. Fuck off.
Hey, is anybody there? Hello? The recording is over.
I'm here, but I'm sleeping. I'm in bed.
Oh, shit.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
What do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has ever been in space.
They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
Every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of 100 miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God! Why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay, so when people say to me, "You want to go into space," and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay, so yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in 3 or 4 hours.
Oh,
all right. If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right. Listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
This previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on space station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's mind. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys. And the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happened to be Freemasons. Out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. So after 90 years, we're still only able to go in the same spot August Piccard went in 1931. And that's because you can't go any further.
This is a story about legacy. People who know they were put here to do something different, something that would change the world.
And action!
You have August Piccard, and he goes into space and do something that's never been done. My wild rabbit is to inspire everybody. I can see that in August Piccard and Jacques Piccard, because they represent never stop, never settle more than anything I've seen.
Professor Piccard, the Belgian scientist, started the serious game of searching for the world's roof, searching for the world's roof, searching for the world's roof.
Professor Piccard, the Belgian scientist, has ascended to heights never before reached by man to study the stratosphere, that unknown region which surrounds the Earth at a distance of more than 7 miles. The preparations for the flight began at midnight, but thousands of people had made the journey from Zurich in special trains whilst a battalion of Swiss troops held down the guy ropes. Professor Picard himself superintended the arrangement, and then, when all was ready, he clambered inside the gondola which contained a mass of scientific instruments and gave the signal to let go. The balloon rose quickly and eventually climbed to over 10.5 miles above the Earth. Just imagine, whilst we were sweltering in the heat wave, he was nearly frozen to death in 15 degrees centigrade below zero. After being aloft for over 12 hours, he eventually landed near Lake Garda in Italy.
We were on the scene as soon as the Austrian Alpine troops you now see on their way to the glacier to recover the envelope and gondola in which the intrepid professors had made a perfect landing.
And that capsule still sits at the Brussels Air Museum to this day from 1931. This professor was on coins, he was on stamps, he was in Popular Science magazine, and you got to ask yourself, well, why haven't we heard about this guy in history? Well, because he made a statement right here in Popular Science magazine 1931 about the shape of the Earth, what he seen when he went up, and it says, it seemed a flat disc with an upturned edge. And that is why he's not in the history books. And this was the very first man ever up there. And he told what he saw in Popular Science 1931. Professor Auguste Piccard. 90 years later, and NASA's capsule still looks like Auguste Piccard's capsule from 1931. The technology still looks the same, and it is still the same because we can't get past the firmament. There's no place to go.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe, do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, maybe. 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
No, well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature, So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
Right. It just happens.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually. Listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that in a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
I'm just going to play this clip from Toon.
When Mitchell from Australia and Mr. Sensible were going back and forth, they kind of both had a point, because it seems like there's you could do it using both methods. Would you agree with that?
No. There is no triangulation in celestial navigation. It's about it's about the distance and about the angle to the GP. So you can draw it on your chart, draw a line there, and then you do it for all three, and you get your intersection. So it is actually triangulation. You can draw a triangle, solve the triangle, and know the angle that the light, or that the object, must appear to be. And so we can do triangulation, but we have to presume that the Earth is flat. But if you're doing triangulation, you do a triangle on the surface of flat Earth, presuming flat Earth, you get then
hello everybody. This is unusual.
Sorry, that was the video from Flat Earth Math that I clicked on and it started playing. So yeah, I don't know.
It just seemed like a very awkward ending there when he realised what he was just saying, that he has to presume the flat Earth and draw the triangle on that flat Earth. Triangulation actually does work. Very, very awkward.
Indeed, he's conceded the point. I just wanted you to point that out, Mitch. Indeed, that's a concession. Yes, you have to have a flat Earth to acquire an elevation angle. As Toon found out 78 times, we're up to now, by the way, if anyone's keeping count. You can't first measure an angle if the surface is curved. No, you need a flat baseline. Game over.
So this one is from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. If h is in meters, that makes the distance of the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. So that's another way to do it. That's to get the horizon. So if you can scroll up to where it says magnetic fields, that's my first post. Can you click on that picture?
Which one?
The first post that I posted.
At 2:11 a.m. Where it says the local horizon, also known as the top, like, what's?
208.
208.
Yep.
The Bub Byball.
Bub Byball. Platform habitat is at 9.41 miles. I posted the video already. You can go down and click and see the video that I posted. Habitat 6.21 miles, right? So these are not the important things. They're just there to denote distance. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay, so if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distant measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. Just like I read down below, right?
Sure.
So the geometric horizon curve calculation, that's what this is. So where is the horizon in the picture with the two platforms?
You can't see. What do you mean? Where's the horizon?
Platforms? Where's the horizon? The apparent place where the sky meets the water. Is it before the platforms, blocking them off?
I don't think you understand what a horizon is.
Oh, really? What is a horizon then?
You're trying to use the horizon where you can't, like, what?
Please tell me, what is the horizon? I've never seen one.
So you're trying to say that since you can see those platforms, the horizon doesn't exist here?
I don't know what a horizon is. Let's
No.
get past that first.
Explain to me how...
What's a horizon? Please tell me.
So you're saying that the horizon means you shouldn't be...
said-
Okay, well, you're not answering my question, I'm not answering your question, so it's kind of going the same way.
Well, if I'm not sure what a word means, then maybe we should, get the words out, right? What does horizon mean?
It's where you can see, like how far you can see on the Earth.
Horizon
What do you
is
mean?
how far you can see.
Yeah.
You got like a source you can cite? That's what it is?
Do I really have to go on Google for this? Oh my god.
Well, I mean, if I'm wrong, you should totally correct me so I'm not wrong again, because I don't want to be ignorant.
Major, I mean, we understand your exasperation, but, just try and hang with us and let's go through the definitions, let's agree on terms so that we can, discuss this. And instead of...
So what website did you get your definition from, by chance?
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released. The nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a